G'day, StarCraft fans. Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. It's day number 5. I'm Maynard, and with me is Zombie Grub. Luckily, if you're a Dread Knights fan, all the hard matches are over. We've just got ZG, Fear Dragon, and then Cats right at the end. So it's really like a downhill slope, a big slide all the way to the finish line, which will be the playoffs. We're 100% sure of that. ZG, how are you feeling about today's games?
Pretty good, once I remember what the games are.
Allow me to assist you. Look, if you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting time after time. Is that a hint?
It's Cyndi Lauper
against Innovation to start things off with. It's a TVT. It's going to be on submarines. So, I think usually people would be putting a Terran on this map. Specifically, we actually wanted to get an Innovation on this map. Time constantly complains about not being good at a matchup and then happens to win that matchup immediately afterwards. And he's doing it today, which fills me with confidence.
Okay, I'm really not worried about this one. I mean,
okay.
Time's okay. I feel maybe the most confident if a Protoss is up against him, to be honest, because his versus Protoss a little shaky sometimes, but I am not worried at all about this TVT. This is definitely preferable.
He remained unshaken against Hurricane. And, I'm with you. If you are going to win a map today, it will be this one. I'll agree with you there.
Sure. Yeah. If I'm going to win a map, it'll be this one.
If you're going to win a map, this will be the one.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
See, what happens when it's 6 a.m. and I just woke up for the non-Australians of this team league is that Maynard desperately tries to trash talk us, and we go, yeah, sounds about right.
Where's the coffee? Yeah, whatever. I mean, we're gonna let the players do all the talking. Let your players do all the talking. I'm just doing the talking. It's all about the walking, really. So let's get amongst it.
Let's do it, man.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. It's in the game.
I've been looking forward to this actually for like this whole tournament because you're one of my favorite people in the whole world. Not only that, but also to commentate with. It's unfortunate that we're enemies today. In the bottom right, we have got from Kaiser Gaming, my Terran hero Time.
That's your Terran hero? I know you're lying, Maynard.
He's my Terran hero for this particular team that I'm in.
Okay, all right.
Well, my
actual Terran hero is in the top left of Submarine, and he's Innovation.
That is true. That is your actual Terran hero. My actual Terran hero was someone that I couldn't unfortunately get because I was 6th draft pick. And if you let that guy get past the 6th draft pick, then you're actually just you're a dumb. You're a dummy. My actual Terran hero. And luckily there's no dummies. Well, okay. There's less dummies in the commentator crew than you would expect in other crews. But double gas opening for both players. Interesting from Time. He's hiding the barracks a little bit in the main base. Kind of expecting Innovation to dart in there with an SCV, a look at the gas count, and then leave, I guess, and get into his head a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. Whoops, it is. There you go. Submarine, what other choices do we have, really, other than throwing out our Terrans? I mean, you said you wanted Innovation. I guess we were kind of expecting Time to be thrown out here as well. So, last time...
So we're both getting what we want. That's awesome.
I mean, yeah. I think we kind of just went with like best map preferences, right?
Yeah. And
actually, I think maybe we had Uthermal on this initially, and then we decided to swap it around. A little swap-a-roo.
A little bit of switcheroo.
Yeah.
All right.
Either way, either player could have absolutely taken on Time and demolished his face, but Innovation will do it just a little bit more.
Time's got a pretty good win rate against Terran in this tournament so far. He's beaten Hero Marine. The only player he didn't beat was Dream, actually, as far as all the TVDs he's played. He's quite a god, actually. It's been looking really, really good. I think that, if you're... the guy that I have in my team that's probably best at TVT is Cure, but Time is... he's the only other Terran, but his TVT's been really good lately in this tournament, and also even as far back as TSL 5 when he beat TY in that qualifier, and I feel like he's gotten a lot better since then, actually. Like since the Chinese playoffs, he's been flexing his muscles a little bit. He's looking good.
I mean, Time is he's never really been up to the standard he was trying to set in 2018. So, or his Innovation, I mean, yeah, he had a little bit of a fall maybe last year, but he's been back. He's been back in shape. Maybe I would have been scared if it was Cure, but even then I think it would have been some serious revenge. But this TVT, especially considering that no shenanigans have happened in the early game, we have actually just got In fact, Innovation doing more of the shenanigans, if anything. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Feeling
Great
this.
medevac here. Some l'aggression here from Innovation. Time is the guy just expanding and playing all normal here. Innovation, one base and a little bit here. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. This is one hell of a one base from Innovation at the moment.
Oh, yeah, do the cheese. Time even a little bit supply blocked right there, so his tank's going to be a little bit later already. And on top of that, Submarine subtract 5 seconds from the push, because that's just how much shorter Submarine is than the next map. You got yourself a stew going, Maynard. You got yourself a victory going.
Well, it's not that count chickens before they hatch, just count as chickens before they roost, or whatever the saying is. We just got to wait and see if this execution here from Innovation does a whole lot. There is going to be a tank up for Time, which is obviously going to be pretty fantastic. He does have Hellions and also multiple Reapers out in the main base. Obviously, he's overwhelmed by the Reaper and Hellion count of Innovation, but that tank makes quite the difference.
He did just scout this as well. I think that really helped. Not having the tank sieged would have been a big problem.
Yeah, nice attack, Innovation. Doesn't come in effective.
Wish he had dropped on top. You know, actually, I feel like if he had loaded the Reapers and then booped the tank, it would have been quite fun. But so far, that tank, despite being a little bit later, was sieged. So it was a really nice scout by Time, gotta say. Otherwise, I think that it would have been in the natural, right? And it would have had to reposition. And the SCVs in the main would have been having some trouble.
Yeah, if you have that tank in the natural, it's like, yeah, you're gonna get smashed in that main base. It's a question of how much damage rather than will it do damage. And there is a bit of damage coming on the SCVs. Nice SCV split from Time though. Oh, and the medevac kill. Oh, that is actually so delicious. Sommy Grub, it has to be fattening. Your thoughts?
I mean, Innovation's only down by 2 SCVs. I'm not that worried. Well, actually,
2 SCVs and extra 150 minerals, 50 gas. On one base.
If this was a Raven with this, I'd be kind of concerned. But without the Raven, I think 2 tanks are going to be okay. Actually, Innovation looking for a follow-up is... Okay, this could be a little bit weird. This could get really weird.
Yeah. Innovation's trying to intercept the push of Time here, but he is going to get that tank up and sieged first, by the way. His Viking is still... actually a really big pain in the ass for Innovation right now, as that thing gives him high ground vision and also lets him have that range advantage against that army of Innovation, which is sort of circling around the middle of the map here. Loses the reactor, loses half his production on that barracks. Does have his tank sieged up and is pushing Time's Marines back. Time taking a big hit to his Marines. Loses the Cyclone as well, and he will be cleaned up here. Good hold from Innovation. I mean, more lucky than anything, but still, I guess a hold is more.
Yeah, okay, that was luck. That was perfectly positioned, perfectly controlled. He'd saved every single tank.
Yeah, with his army in the middle of the map. Yeah, it was super well positioned.
Oh, don't give me that. His Marines took the fire for the tank so that it survived, and now he can repair. Well, his medevac repaired the Marines. Like, that was fantastic. And you know, the army supply, Maynard, who's in favor of? Who's in favor? Who's more SCVs right now?
But this is TVT. You know TVT more than anyone, ZG, I'm sure. All right? And TVT, you can't really smash a guy with a smaller army when the tanks are out, okay? A lot of stuff has to make sense before you can get in there. You got to crack a few eggs to make that omelet. All right? Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Don't get too excited.
I'm pretty excited.
I know I've gotten far ahead of myself and gotten pretty excited already twice in this game, but, you know, monkey see, monkey do.
Well, the one thing your guy has better than mine is that he is going for Viking control, which actually I think is pretty powerful on Submarine specifically, if you can get across the map, which you might be able to do. And he does have Stim faster. So Innovation's going to have slightly faster upgrades, slightly faster 3rd CC, but he's going to be behind on those upgrades, especially the key mobility upgrade that is Stim.
Yeah. Will be at least ahead on the attack and armor upgrades, I guess. But yeah, Stim matters a lot for mobility, as you mentioned. Big push through the middle of the map here from Inno. Big push through the middle of the map. It doesn't really have a bigger army than Time, and he doesn't have Vikings. So, I mean, there is a Raven here, which can definitely complicate things, but Time has one of those as well. I don't think this push of Innovation has too much promise, so he's actually pulling back. Yeah,
I think he was just looking to gain position and almost cheese, honestly, because like this just depends on, I feel, the Terran, the opponent, you know, just not doing very much, not being very proactive, not doing much scouting. So even if he had gotten into a good position, good offensive position, it gets more and more dangerous. We all know TVT, just load up 2 medevacs, drop this single medevac, not a big deal, but 2 would have been a big deal. So Innovation, yeah, pulling back. I like that decision. 3rd CC comes down about the same time, actually, for both players. But Innovation does have a 6 worker lead because Innovation is the boss at macro.
I mean, I've been watching that production tab, and you in your coaching with me have always yelled at me to make SCVs, and I've been looking at that production tab and disappointingly seeing a lack of SCVs from time to time for time. Now he is trying to push here. He has a Raven advantage and the Viking advantage. More tanks for Inno, though.
Right. Now it's a good that he has the tanks, but he definitely also needs the scans, and he needs to be a little proactive himself, and that's exactly what he does. Just moves forward so that if he did have to retreat, he's got plenty of time to retreat to, which is hard to get actually on submarine. If we're talking about these technological differences, who has air control. Once it gets more to just pure old marine tank versus marine tank, submarine becomes complicated because of all the chokes. But until then, it's like, if you get pushed back into your own third, it's like, there's no wiggle room.
Yeah, true that. It feels like such a claustrophobic map, even though it's like bigger than a lot of Wings of Liberty maps. It still feels just so claustrophobic. We're used to the big roomier maps. Time really loves multi-prong dropping, especially in, especially in TVT, but pretty much every matchup. He just really, really is good at it, and he likes to really just sort of, spend some of that APM just pulling his opponent into several spots. The main base seems pretty exposed here. He's almost. Ending though.
Yeah, that wasn't too great.
Yeah, Innovation holds pretty well there. Time is getting a whole lot done. He is pushing on the front door of Time. Loses one of his tanks. These Marines are at the backside there.
Yeah, a little awkward.
Yeah, get the scan off.
Little awkward to lose 2 tanks to just the one. Lost a scan. Maybe he was expecting the tanks to die anyways, just because the interference matrix could have gone down. Time does have 2 full energy Ravens, so I'm scared. But Innovation sees it and is like, no, I'm good.
Ooh. I actually like this from Innovation, breaking off 3 medevacs worth of Marines onto the right side to try and pull Time's attention in several spots. But Time repositions that tank, expertly done by Time. Intercepts, denies the damage. And that work account is starting to close up. Innovation not producing any at the moment, while Time's getting a nice big cycle out. 2-2 upgrades, very close for both players. In fact, this game in general, quite close.
But Innovation did have that worker lead, and oh my god, he's going to go for it. The Raven from the left side with the concave on the right. Is this actually going to be good enough? Oh my god, Innovation. Thank you for being so good at TVT.
Time before Time even casts any of his spells. He cracks through those tanks, and he has broken him open. He's still got 3 tanks barreling on that front. He's trying to pick up that tank at the third base. He's closing that distance on the tank to try and pick it up. He does get it. Time's Marines coming down to try and keep the third base alive. He needs to muster up his tank and also his air count back if he wants to rule the skies again. But at the moment, Innovation with a little bit of an advantage here in front of that third base.
Thank you, Innovation. Thank you. Good control on that fight. Gonna finally take out that tank to the right, and that is the last tank defending the third. No, it's another one, and one coming from the north, but that is a lot of firepower. Good concave from Time. Good SCV pool, because he is quite desperate, but yeah, the desperation is going to lose him about 20 SCVs, and still losing the game, actually. GG! Innovation is best. He actually just looks so much better than Time. It's kind of crazy, Maynard.
Yeah, so much better is a stretch. If I fall on my face and find a $20 bill, I don't say that I'm good at finding money. I just say that, wow, that's a pretty good chance that $20 was there, and I fell over at the exact moment to find that $20 buried under that rock.
It's more like someone was.
I wouldn't test that. I wouldn't say that that's skillful of me to find that. And all those times you got caught with these pants down definitely weren't deliberate in that game. I remember all those times when I was still living with my parents. Anytime they caught me with my pants down, I didn't turn over to them and go, just as I calculated. No, that definitely never happened. A stretch to say that he was way better than Time in that game. But I did say at the start, if this was going to be a map win, if you were going to get a map today, this was it. So. The highest chance of you winning a map was today, right here.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take that, 3-minute rants, 2 or 3 different analogies, all stuck in there.
Look, there's about 1 minute of good content in there. Choose to separate the wheat from the chaff if you like, but there's about 1 minute of good in there.
Well, I'm going to take it as Maynard is actually a little upset that Time lost. That's how I'm going to take that. Yeah.
We're going to switch service here. Look, the first 2 games are a little bit rough for our boys because Time and Innovation. So I would say Time is favored, but he's certainly got a damn good chance against Innovation, which I feel like he showed in that game, contrary to ZG's beliefs. The next map, I'm feeling a little bit rough about. Anytime Cure has to play Central against a Zerg, he wants to neck himself. And he's made that abundantly clear in our Discord chat. And he is getting one of those games. He's playing on Central against the Elazer today as the next match.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that Australianism. He's going to neck himself?
Neck himself? Cause himself harm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nick.
neck, but okay, whatever you say.
Really? Is it like written like the word neck?
Written like the word, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we don't. Wait, what? Then what is nick? What is nicking yourself?
Nick is, getting yourself a cut. Neck yourself is a little bit more permanent.
Ah, okay. I got you then. I got you.
Yeah, we did it.
All right. Now we
It is
understand.
Aussie slang, though. Look, I'm sorry. It is Aussie slang. I'll try to get the slang at a low. It's 6 a.m., 7 nearly over there, but
6:16 a.m. Is that nearly 7?
Not even nearly 7. Wow. Yeah, there you go. So I'll let it slide. I'm not gonna get too slangy on you. You're already gonna have a hard enough time with emotionally preparing for losing this series. So,
I mean, I don't feel so bad right now. I think I'm ready. I think I'm good, man. Elazer gets his server preference as well.
It's always, look, you build someone up and then you take that hope away. That's how it really hurts.
I agree. That's why you have right now a good series score overall in this tournament. And once my team 3-1s you or 4-0s you, you're gonna be like, "Oh, my score ain't so good anymore." Like, that's right.
Well, we'll see. Look, I am definitely, as far as teams go, what I will admit to you today, right now, just privately between you and me, no one else is watching. Just privately between you and me, I am more afraid of your team than Robbie's.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the weird thing, isn't it? Because, like, Robbie's team has a bunch of really good players, but because our guys can all plan against Protoss and there's no, like, indecision about maps or anything like that, like, I do feel more confident against him. Actually, our matches against Rifkin also seem very good for us. This might be the only one I am worried about, if we're, being honest and in secret with no one else watching.
In secret and, just for secrets.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we're going to get into the game here and begin the commentary of map number 2. In fact, you can do that because it's your player in the bottom left.
That's correct. For the Grubblabadubdubs, he is Elazer. What was that, Wardy? What was that?
Mate, I guess his food arrived. And the top right here from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, the jewel of the Dread Knight crown. It is Cure.
He's your jewel of your crown?
He's my jewel, my country singer. No, he was my first pick. He was my first pick. He hasn't actually been performing as well as some of the other players in the group. He actually lost his first few games, but and he really didn't want to be the ace against Serral and Reyna, and who does? But it took a while for him to get going, but he got going. ZG this weekend, last actually would have been Friday for you.
Yeah, what did he win?
He won versus
Zest. He won against Zest.
Yeah, he won against Zest, which was wonderful,
Rogue.
and he won against Rogue. There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome for caring about your players more than you do.
No, you just opened the spreadsheet faster. Stop lying. God.
I definitely already had the Wikipedia page open because I forgot the matchups.
God, we're professionals.
Oh, so good.
Did you guys know that commentators are also being paid for this as well as the players? Although nowhere near as enough. We do have to mention the 6 best of 5s today. Lots of best of 5s ahead of us, so you're gonna have a full day of StarCraft 2. And this is, and a lot of people forget this, a $100,000+ prize pool. A lot of the teams have already almost earned 10 grand per player. Almost. They're on their way. Like, there's big money for the players, and that's what we're all here for.
Yep.
The big players winning the big bucks.
I'm here personally to trash talk and get that feeling that it's been a while, all right? The passion has gone out of Zombie Grub's system over the past few years. She no longer cheers for any players. It's been a while since
retired. He's gone
exactly
now.
Yep. That's actually what it is. Jadong retired. Now I was like, there we go. No longer do I have to care about a tournament. But now
Jadong retired, and now there is no god.
But now I care a lot.
It actually, I was talking about it with the Muslim as someone that grew up playing sports and was in several clubs and that sort of thing, and followed football as a kid with my parents really loving football. It was frighteningly fast how quickly I went all in my team. I was just ready to get a Dread Knight's flag up in my room and just not care about anything else except for my team and the guys on my team. This is all those old habits coming back.
It's fun, man. I get why people do it.
I hope we keep doing this. I really hope we keep doing this. Now, Cure in his series is against Zerg, specifically when he's on Central, he has been lacking mech. So I'm kind of expecting that. This is one of the maps where BCs aren't too bad. there's a nice big dead space between the main and sort of like the fourth base location where BCs can kind of nestle themselves. And he usually does go BC in a mech if he wants to go that direction. Not sure how Elazer's ZV mech is, because as I just finished mentioning, I don't really care about my guys. ZG will have to fill me in on that.
Hey, you don't, because he's going for bio. He's got a second barracks already.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you go for third CC, so this looks to be kind of like that, it's like kind of like following up with a 2-1-1. You swap that over, you still get some okay timed stim, you get an okay timed double drop as well. So, you know, if they saw it with the third CC but into the second barracks, it might be like, oh, I have another minute or a minute and a half to prepare or something like that. But actually, it's a pretty swift drop. It is just a drop of 16 Marines, though, which most Zergs would have something against. But anyways, I already think this game has not gone the way Elazer was planning. Like, my guys actually talk quite a bit to each other, and it looks like he did expect more of a rush, which ended up happening. So Elazer, I mean, you know, third hatch is in time with the lair. Okay, now that's a little bit because the lair is fast, but it's also a little bit because the third is slow. I don't know if I like this against what Cure is doing. Fast Spire, I assume, but I don't know, because we kind of don't see this build that much. What Cure is doing.
I actually think that Fast Spire is surprisingly not that great against stuff like this.
Right?
We've got a Queens coming across the map here. Interesting. Not sure where they're headed. Where are you going, girls?
I'm not sure either. They're looking at the spread creep.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
get one of their babies to help them out.
This is kind of like, but it's funnily enough, it's kind of like, so the actual like macro, I'm not, you know, I don't know. Cure is going to be able to bump up his numbers here in just a second when this third CC is on location. Like the macro, maybe I'm not okay with, but the actual tech decision is when I'm like, okay, this kind of feels like it's a regular 2-on-1 against a regular fast Spire, like in a real 2-base Spire. And that's always weird, because if like the 16 Marines drop out and you've invested literally everything into a Spire and they're being really greedy because you don't expect that fast of a drop or something like that, okay, then maybe having 8 mutas isn't nice. You know, they just get obliterated. But if you scout what they're doing, which is Overseer sees a decent number of Marines, right? And you do make a decent number of Lings, and then you go into mutas, then you can now take care of the medevac drops that they're trying to zoom around all the map for. So, actually, I like Elazer's control in this game. I guess I'll put it that way.
Yep. And he does have that ping advantages, of course, as well. So when engagements kick in, Cure could definitely, fat finger some buy every now and then. And with the modern ZVT, it really is all about getting speed banelings as quickly as possible in lieu of upgrades. And it's going to be speed banes as well as mutas for Elazer. This is very expensive. Elazer's not going to have a ton of gas left over, but he is going to have, I feel like, the tech that he needs to hold against a lot of bio. And good save on those links from Elazer. Doesn't really get a whole lot done at that third base. He hasn't actually killed any SCVs either.
But he does spy an extra amount of time that I think he would feel. I think he was already confident. He already has the even number of units. He already has that Bane speed, so he was probably okay. But a couple extra seconds were bought because Cure scouted the lair. Cure figured out what it was going to be. He wasn't going to play around with trying to drop against someone who could have mutas. So he's just going for a front push, looking to clear up some creep. I mean, they both understand each other, right? And now it really is just like, what can they do with the builds they've chosen?
Yep, we got the mutas coming in from Elazer. He's got enough to be able to start really hurting those SCVs. He gets 2 of them, 3 of them there. Turrets are up in the mineral line, so Cure's not coming home with these units. He's looking to try and pressure that fourth base. Ling's already there to meet him, and with Baneling speed, that looks very tough for Cure to deal with without any splash damage. Ooh, tank exposed.
Nicely done. Okay, good save. Good save. Not gonna lie, it was a good save.
Yeah.
But I still like the mutas.
Yeah, and they find some SCVs building some extra barracks there, trying to go up to his 4th and 5th racks. Being jerks, flapping around, trying to abuse my man's poor low ping. Not good.
Well, that's exactly what he's trying to do.
Not very gentlemanly.
No, it is not, but there's been lots of not gentlemanly things happening in this War Chest Team League.
Yeah, I guess. It's gotten a bit dirty here. So,
yeah, it definitely has.
I need to use my higher Corsa loofah in the shower after this one. It's gonna be hard to get all that off my body. But we do have a push here from Cure. He doesn't have the armory, so he doesn't have access to Hellbats, but he does have a lot of 1-1 Marines. And Cure, if he can control well, and push the creep back, he could potentially take a nice engagement now that the tanks are here.
Yeah. A little bit of a scary Terran army, but on creep with a lot of Banes. Yeah.
Oh,
See how it goes.
Oh, coming to the left side. He's trying to hit that bio. Still a lot of Marines left over. Still a lot of Banelings left over as well. Elazer did not blow his whole wad. He's waiting for the rest of the Marines, the bio, to show up before he throws the rest of those Banelings in.
Nice cautious play. A little bit late to the mutas occasionally, but it saved pretty much all of them. Taking out Medivacs. Okay, the mutant went down, so a bit of an even trade there. But this is going to be dislodged. This should be dislodged before the reinforcements come. Actually, I'm a little surprised that Kier thinks this isn't going to be dislodged and is risking bringing over the reinforcements, but it's actually going to work.
This is super committed from Kier here. The Marines coming forward. He tries to debate those Lings and Banelings into some tank fire. Only one of his tanks are in range of this creep spread here of Elazer. Elazer going for a big counterattack with Lings as well. Actually, Kier trade ball right against those Banes, but there's still more left over. His sensor tower also showing him that Elazer is setting up for a counterattack.
Yeah. Well, what can he really do against it? So Kier is going for the 8 racks, which I think Elazer was already kind of planning for. It's why he's being so conservative, which actually might backfire. I really thought he could have taken this out before other tanks had arrived. But anyways, he's trying to set up different options for himself. So not only defending back at home, but also going for a big run by in the natural, and the third still has that setup. So is it going to be able to do damage? Maybe. Yeah, good pull away.
Elazer definitely finding some damage here. I think he might have gotten a tank. Yes, he did. And that third base is still under attack. Some of the reinforcements from Kier coming down to incest. Meanwhile, at that fourth base, where a lot of the army of Kier is... Oh, man, he's even getting depots here. Kier getting close to supply block while trying to push on this fourth base.
Yeah, because he thought his Marines were tapped, controlled over to the Lings far enough, and they weren't. So the AI did not help him there, which is great for me. I'm not going to complain. But Elazer, I mean, this is just going to get more and more difficult to dislodge. I guess he's going to have +2 upgrades for his mutas, but he stalled out on 2-2. It's not even started. Yeah, where Kier is going to be on 2-2 soon. And this seems like it gets harder unless his run-bys can really start doing damage. They are finding Marines, and the Marines find mutas.
Yeah, you got like 3 or 4 mutas there to the Marines of Kier. Kier's about to have that 2-2 upgrades you mentioned, ZG. He's making 15 Marines at once. How many Banelings does Elazer have? He's got 21. That's quite a lot. Yeah,
I think this is a better choice. Better choice to just give up that base. He doesn't have creep spread to help him out. A couple of missed opportunities, perhaps, but he's going to go for just the straight-up base trade. And the Marines back at home are not going to be enough to stall this out. He's building Banelings back in the defensive in case Kier tries to pull the trigger. Kier's actually going to return home with his Marines. I mean, that's not enough. There's not enough Lings there.
Yeah, it looks like just Marines here from Kier with medevac support seems to be enough. The Muta's going to break away from the Lings and Banes, go for the medevac, or go for the mineral line. They get the turret, no repair there. Bit of a late reaction in the main base from Kier. He's concentrating on the Lings and Banes down here with his bio, but he is losing a lot of SCVs in the main base. Kier takes a huge hit to his economy. The supply is still quite close, though, as Kier's army is quite big. I think this might force Kier to start going on the offensive for a counterattack.
I really can't. I mean, that base might be a nice snipe, which, by the way, hasn't even killed that base yet. But it's actually not the end all be all. Oh my god, the mutas are a big paying attention to. No, Elazer. There's just so many just went down.
Yeah, Elazer's got his mutas kind of stuck at the edge of the map as well. If they go into the main, they could potentially be picked off by Marines coming out of the main. If they go to the right side, if Kier's Marines there can pick off. That fourth base that you're talking about being alive is about to go down. But Elazer, I think, has done the smart thing. He's like grabbed hatcheries everywhere. He's got hatcheries absolutely everywhere. So his mining's still fine on 80 drones.
But losing that many mutas, especially because he invested into a +2 first and foremost with those, like, they were going to be so strong. They were going to add so much damage to attack specifically like this, but maybe the Lings and Banelings can still do something. Marines are being pulled back to deal with it as the Lings and Banelings are used on the first wave, so the mutas definitely can't take on the second. And all Elazer actually lost, though, well, besides the mutas, was that he lost the fourth base. He still has so many hatcheries alive.
Do you know what Elazer did lose? His army. He doesn't have a whole lot of that at the moment. 3-3 +3 attack is on the way here for the Terran. Big army supply lead for Kier, and he's going to try and use it to try and end Elazer's life right here. He's going for a big counterattack with the tanks. Baneling's looking for some connections on the bio. They connect with the tanks here. A lot of the tanks aren't sieged up. Elazer coming from both sides.
Oh, yes!
Oh my god! Yes! Troll, you son of a bitch!
Ah, yes! Elazer goes for the big old swamp, but still, it's going to be a tough match. Elazer still down 30 army supply. He's going to have 2-2, and he does have bases to sacrifice because he's actually banking. So every hatchery that goes down, he just goes, okay, I'll take another hatchery somewhere else. I do prefer that bank to be an army, I'm not going to lie, but at least he can build bases elsewhere.
That connection with the Banelings has definitely kept Elazer alive in this game. If he can get another big bowl of Banelings into that bowl of bio, he can actually win this game forthright. Kier still has a much larger army. A big chunk of it is still in reinforcement mode here, not actually on the front line. Mutas picking off a few of them. A couple mutas go down in the meantime, though. Elazer has lost quite a few Mutt-Mutts in this game. He's lost 29 mutas in this game so far.
Cure has no idea about the left or right bases. He might be just severely miscalculating this game because of his lack of scouting. I mean, I feel like he has to know there's another base somewhere. And he is going to finally go to the bottom right. So that base is no longer a freebie, but Elazer has had the middle left base this entire time. That didn't actually collapse when the third collapsed.
Yeah, that has never been scouted for Cure. Elazer has been long distance mining on this base for a hot minute though, that fourth base. So his mining's like, it's a little bit hurting, but of course he has had better mining than Cure no matter how you slice it. It's been much better for the Zerg. He's been trading pretty inefficiently this game, but if he just continues to have the better bank, of course he can still overwhelm. Speaking of overwhelming, Lings and Mutas coming into that reinforcement line again, trying to pick up more Marines. Hopefully this doesn't turn on Elazer. Actually, no, it's fine if it turns on Elazer.
Yeah, right? Yeah, thank you. The mutas are a little bit low, and the numbers just aren't there. I mean, imagine if he had those 18 mutas, and now this was up to like 26 mutas, right? If he didn't lose them all in the right side, he would have been taking down so many reinforcements. He would have been obliterating command centers even. But as it is, he's going to find a couple of medevacs. That's always nice.
Yeah, there's a lot more Terran where that came from, though. Like, even though these Banelings are going to pick up a tank and a few of these Marines, still a lot more left over from Cure off creep here. Elazer still not looking great in the army supply count, and keep in mind that he's been super committed on tier 2. There is no infestation pit, no hive. Cure's got +3 attack for his Marines, and he's got +3 armor halfway done. Without tier 3, Cure is eventually going to have the better army. It's just all about the macro engine, I feel. That's what this game is all about.
Elazer is not able to spend his money, doesn't have enough Banelings. The Conkeep is too good for Cure. And Cure is still going to make this work. He's lifted his main to get a 4th base. He's trying to get the +3 armor. Elazer had so much mining, but he didn't have enough hatcheries. I mean, his injects also started to collapse during this game, and oh, God. Oh, he was in so good position sometimes. Like, twice he was in such a good position.
He was in a really good position. Emphasis on was.
I think it's over, man.
I think so, too.
The drone's been found. That drone lead didn't really mean much. I mean, I guess that CVs are dying, but
yeah, I mean,
what do you do about the army?
neither player are really in love with their worker line right now. They're not all about the working class in this game. It's all about the military. I mean, those mutas still finding value. So many of them have died in this game, and they really can't stop Cure's army. It's all about the Banelings to stop this army of Cure. And I think that this final wave, this final attack here, is just that. I think it is final.
Yeah. Oh, again, not moving his Marines that quickly. Elazer gets a bit of the jump, but is going to have to evacuate at another base. He's trying to get to Burrow, which I flippin' love, because he's actually taking out a command center right now, so there's going to be limited scans. Please make the comeback real, Elazer.
Will he get to Burrow, though? I don't know.
I don't know. That's a question mark. That's a question mark.
As much as I love Burrowed Banes and just Burrow in general, I feel like it's a pipe dream. You know, it's a lot of Marines.
Yeah, the Baneling that's going down is going to be absolutely brutal. The mutas try and come back, but Kira actually just then getting on top, protecting his tanks. Elazer does have one more base up and running to the bottom right, but he can't get his drones there. His mutas go over Marines, as Kira, with 16 workers, still has enough to produce, at least 5-6 Marines at a time. And Elazer, I think, is just trying to bait the collapse. He's like, okay, yeah, please move all your Marines on a creep so I can obliterate all of them. And Kira's not going to fall for it. GG.
Well, PG, that was your server. That's the one you got. There it is. If we get to the ace match, you do get another one. If it's a Korean versus a European, of course. But that's a big if. It's a big if.
I do think go ahead. Go ahead.
As I say, my boy Cure tying up one piece. You go. You have the conch.
I was going to say that I think that Elazer was surprised by the 8 racks. I don't think he was as well set up as he would have been if he had been anticipating that. Yeah, that's my version of things, anyways. So
I actually was a little bit surprised how that game went as well, because I actually was almost certain Cure would play mech, because he's been doing it every tournament that he has to play a server that he doesn't like to ping on against Zerg. He's like, oh, I just PC mech. He's been doing it every single time. So it was definitely I was are you sure? When I saw the bio come in, I'm like, you're essentially relying on Marines and Marine micro here, Cure. Are you sure you want to do that? But turns out he's a god. Turns out he's on this team for a reason, and that reason is to win goddamn video games. So thank you, Cure. Appreciate it.
Decent play. But now it's up to the PVZ.
Sorry. Raggy versus Showtime. We're still in America, right? Yes.
Yeah. When
being
we talk
magically
about
whisked away
server
to the left coast.
preferences, we don't talk about forcing Europeans to Korea or vice versa.
Yeah. No,
About
this isn't
Central
like
versus West.
Cure's not playing on Europe here. This is all American server if it's Korean against a European. For all the uninitiated, maybe you've never seen a Stay-at-Home Story Cup or any of the Warty tournaments when Europeans face Koreans. But generally, it is US West or Central, or generally like a one map one, but one map the other. Sort of what we're doing here, even though it's all just best of ones between different players.
So it's like sort of fair. But yeah, we're looking towards that ace match, man, to get our second what's it called, server preference.
Yep. You gotta get the ace match to get there. You do have to get through Ratro, Raggy, and Big Boy Parting to make it. And I gotta say, Showtime and Uthermal, a lot of people will look at them going, oh, they're not Koreans, but they are very, very legit. So if you think that they're not good, shut your mouth. But if you think they're not good enough, I agree.
Beating Parting is going to be a tall task. So I am hoping that Showtime wins versus Ragnarok, not gonna lie. Golden Wall coming out, I think they, like, my players had swapped. So they were like, I can play Golden Wall, no problem. They're so kind to each other, guys.
Aww.
It's such a team dynamic.
It's a really friendly locker room. No one's whipping each other in the butt with towels over there at the Grubba Lubba Dub Dubs. It's all love. It's all love. Well, in the bottom right here, sorry, that's my old casterisms. That's you. That's your guy.
Yep, in the bottom right, as the green Protoss, he is Showtime.
And on the far left, as he always does, putting the Alpha in Alpha X, it's my Zerg player, Ragnarok, the end of times.
Ragnarok, pretty good best of one player.
Specifically why I picked him. Him and Parting. I'm like, oh, these are good best of one dudes.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yes,
it's fair. That's
Showtime's
fair.
the guy that I feel like if this was a best of 5 just between Showtime and Ragnarok, I would love to have a guy like Showtime over Ragnarok. Like Mr. Consistency, Mr. The Wall. And Ragnarok is also, Ragnarok's one of those Zergs that while he's not afraid of tier 3, he is still a Korean Zerg. So if he wants to drop a Roach Warren and go Roach all in, if he has any inclination that might work, of course he's going to do it. He is a Korean Zerg. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But Showtime has been, famous for holding incredible aggression with less than you would expect.
Yeah. I would actually prefer Ragnarok going for a bit of an all-in. I think they're strong. I mean, I think Golden Wall has a couple of scary mid-game all-ins from the Zerg. I think Ragnarok is scary as far as those all-ins are concerned. I know it's a kind of a general Korean Zerg thing, but I feel like Ragnarok during some of his peaks, his online dominances occasionally, it was like because his all-ins were working, all right? Like they went from just being kind of like, that wasn't the right moment to do it, to, okay, they're working all the time. So they're scary, but it's actually what I would prefer.
And possibly what Showtime would prefer as well. He is quite good at holding those all-ins. Now, his probe did get a little bit of mineral argy-bargy there in the main base. A little bit of teasing here and there. This is the most important information for Showtime. He's seeing that Ragnarok is mining out the back minerals, which means that he wants to take his third hatchery down there. Ragnarok could just abandon this and mind game him, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Ragnarok's actually just going to grab his third down there. And Showtime is aware of it. Thank you, probe.
Yeah. I would actually... okay, so it really depends on what Showtime wants to do here, and we're going to go for a Stargate, so I guess it wouldn't happen. But if he was going to go for anything else, obviously the Adepts are a big issue right now, but if he was going to go for that, I would have liked him to mine out the minerals in the middle. That's the quickest way to gain access if you are not already planning your hatchery or your Nexus, I guess, to go to the bottom. But, good scout on the hatchery actually being taken to the top. So it looks like Ragnarok's actually, changing his mind.
He is indeed. Obviously, if you break open the bottom half of Golden Wall, even if you just break down your side, you have the ability to defend if Protoss starts to be annoying down there with a Warp Prism, which sometimes they will, or just anything that flies coming in the backside of that map, you have a little bit more creep down there to handle it. You could expand there later. And also, if your Protoss opponent tries to get a Nexus down there, if Showtime tries to take any part of that map, you already have the ability to send links down there. So it has a lot of utility to Ragnarok still, even without taking a base down there.
It's going to probably come into play in the future. I mean, if Ragnarok's not going to all in, we're going to kind of assume that Showtime's not going to all in. Well, he definitely isn't the Stargate opener. So we're going to get to a macro game, is what I'm saying. So we're going to see maybe the bottom half of Golden Wall used. 2 Adepts not doing their job really there.
They are meant to scout and kill drones, and unfortunately they only did the former and not the latter.
Yeah, I actually wonder why he did that. I guess seeing that many Lings makes it a little bit, without speed, of course, as well, right? Makes it a little bit tempting, but always a bit of a dangerous gambit. Just also poor shade when getting trapped against that spawning pool, but oh well.
Well, we got our first Stargate units going across the map here. Raggy sending some of them Langs across the map to see what's happening in Protosville. It's all very standard from Showtime, as you would have expected. You know, he's Mr. Consistency, and that is because he plays relatively standard and has just so much practice in it. Oracle darts in, is met by a Queen, pulls back. I mean, it gets scary when you have multiple Oracles together. In fact, speaking of multiple Oracles, a third one is coming out here for Showtime. He's not going into Phoenix after 2 Oracles or going into Twilight Council or anything like that. We haven't actually seen any, you know, at this point, normally a Protoss going, you know, Robo, Twilight Council. You are seeing the Robo. That's a third Oracle.
All right, cool. So Showtime's going to see the Lings. You know, he's obviously been seeing that it was actually officially mined out in the back of Ragnarok, so he knows the danger of his third Nexus going down. He knows it was scouted as well because Overload did reveal itself before going back on the pillar, and yeah, this is something that Showtime is prepared for, which I was a little worried about, that he wasn't going to be prepared for this.
Worried for Showtime? Ah, no. He's safe as houses.
He is very safe, actually, and triple Oracle is eventually going to find damage somewhere, kill the Queen, kill a couple creep tumors. I mean, actually even go for the drones. The Spores reposition. Oh, because he's got a second one. Ooh, taking this very seriously.
Yeah, I mean, Ragnarok doesn't know if this is like mass Oracle or not yet. He may not know Showtime very well. They don't play each other very often at all. So we do have a Roach Warren going down for Ragnarok in the lair, finishing up. And Showtime is going into the regular tier 2 stuff a little bit slower, just because he did go for a little bit more Stargate units. But, you know, everyone's getting there. It's all looking like a regular PvZ to me.
Yeah. Very surprising, but also, I guess the one thing that also why I don't prefer the longer game is that while Micro can be harder on ping, obviously, Micro's a lot about defending the mid-game all-ins. I actually am a lot more scared of the Zerg enveloping later on and later force fields, right? Like, I think Immortal Micro with the Warp Prism, I think ping could still be okay for Showtime. I am a lot more worried for Ragnarok just kind of showing up and bopping them, but I guess I'm not worried about that, actually. We have an Infestation Pit and a Nidus Worm, never got a Baneling Nest, so okay, now I'm just worried that Showtime needs to scout this, which I believe he will.
Yeah, I mean, hallucinated phoenixes are actually something that, you know, I think Blizzard intended other races to be able to stop, but you actually can't. So they see absolutely everything, and there will be no secrets here from Ragnarok for Showtime. Showtime has actually, strangely enough, has not seen the Infestation Pit or the Nidus yet.
Yeah, where is the Nidus? Like, even I haven't found it.
So I guess there are secrets. So Hell Muffins are on the way. 9 Hell Muffins.
Yeah, this is bad news. 12 Swarm Hosts. That's a super cool way for your player to play, Maynard.
Yeah, you know? I mean, it's abusive, it's strong, it's, it ruined WCS Finals. Why not ruin this tournament?
Yep, it's going to ruin this tournament too. That Adept also too skinny as it attacks, despite having supposedly good position, but some more drones at least go down for the price of an Oracle, it looks like, to kind of make up for the... Oh, there's actually no probes going down, but there will be. I think Showtime knows what that sound means. It means Swarm Hosts.
Yep, and that natural has a whole lot of bupkis to stop that Nexus from dying. Ragnarok's just going to right-click on that. Good night, sweet prince.
If this had a War Prism, I'd be feeling so much better about Showtime's attack, but Showtime... I mean, he does have a bit of an evacuation path with the choke of the minerals, but he doesn't have enough firepower. It just... a couple of Locusts, I think, just got spawned with the Ravagers. Yeah. Again, if there was a Warp Prism, maybe.
Yeah, Showtime does have a better economy than Ragnarok at the moment, but Ragnarok's gotten up to a 4th base in the top left, and Showtime doesn't really have the... he's got a Templar Archives, but he doesn't really have like the tech or like an Archon count to actually stop Locusts from killing him. So it feels like Showtime's pretty all in here. Yeah,
well, he's not getting a Nexus quite yet. I mean, he might right now. He's trying to find the Nidus Worm. He finds the bottom left, but not before the Swarm Hosts pop out. Not quite enough for them to kill a Nexus, actually. Yeah, definitely not enough for them to kill a Nexus.
Oh, get the worm, though.
But
so these Swarm Hosts are kind of exposed. Another head on the way here. Showtime might actually be to pick up these.
I'm already so defeated. Like, can I just
throw your burn hands on the ground?
Okay, all right, that's good, that's good. All right, but Showtime still hasn't replaced his Nexus despite banking enough minerals to do so. Lost 9 probes. Should be able to handle the Roach follow-up as well, but Showtime I took forever to say that set that on Nexus. That's what's so painful about this. Otherwise, I'd be like, yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah, you're right. He has been mining off of 2 bases with 60-something, 70 even probes almost, and had a big gas bank as well. So it took him a little bit to get into that Templar production and the Archon count, and that's good news for the guy whose army is Ravagers and Roaches, to not have too many Archons to worry about. They're pretty decent against small clusters of Zealots. That's the word I was looking for, of Zealots, and also when there's only a couple of Mortals, they really aren't afraid of those. Lots of Archons, they are definitely not be happy about. Oh my God, not parting. Showtime is nowhere near this. This is gonna pop. This is gonna pop.
Oh, the Overlord over his production is actually not even visible in the minimap.
Oh my God.
Look at that. Look at that Overlord on the minimap.
Right. That's incredible. No, you're right.
That's actually pretty BS.
I actually almost feel bad. Almost.
What the heck? What the heck? What is that Overlord?
I mean, look, the Locust didn't do much, all right? They got 2 probes. They, I think they got maybe 1 Zealot there, but at least justice is served. I actually wouldn't have been happy if that won the game, because that's just, that feels like a bug.
Glad Storm Host Nidus is so bullshit that Maynard's like, yeah, I don't want to win the game that way. Yep.
I mean, I'm okay with winning with Storm Host Nidus. I'm okay with that, because it's my guy, right? If I had the Protoss guy, the Zerg guy, I wouldn't be happy about it either, but it's my guy, so I can stomach it. I can swallow this bitter pill. But the Overlord not being seen because of the minimap having gateways instead, I'm like, I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Oh, Roche is kind of getting overwhelmed here. There's a lot of Protoss.
I am surprised by this. When the natural went down, I was like, oof, geez, IDK, bro. But this actually is not so bad. Showtime is about to get over that hump of 150 supply. He's done a good job finding the Niduses as well, so maybe he can save this Nexus. Like, this is that hump that usually is the hardest to get over. Like, they don't have enough units to split. Nexus might still die.
Oh, Oracles.
Oh,
yeah,
Locust,
okay,
please.
there we go.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. Focus the Zealots. Yeah, you dumb.
You stupid. We got an attack from Showtime up to the top left. Now, Ragnarok's army is super out of position for this attack, so Showtime actually might get a hatchery or 2 here. It might just not be the one.
Ooh, this could get really interesting because Locusts were also just used. That Nidus from, it's scary, but it's going to have to wait. It might also just get a cancel, not a kill. Ooh, I actually like this for Showtime a lot. Another Nidus from very aggressively in the natural could be a lot scary. I think that natural Nexus might just go down, but maybe they can get 2 hatcheries and the army, perhaps. He doesn't have Storm. I think he thinks he has Storm. Oh, God, no.
I mean, he doesn't have any High Templar, so maybe not. I know that Showtime really doesn't want to get Storm unless he's like up against a lot of Banelings, so maybe he thinks that it's a bit more of a liability, I suppose.
Well, he did have 2 High Templars with energy before he just morphed them, so that's why I was like, no.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay. Well, that natural dies the second time.
Yeah, and the 4th base was canceled by a bunch of Roaches, too, so that is kind of painful. But Showtime keeps his army alive. So the hope is still here. I would love to see a Dark Shrine added more than anything else.
I think that is definitely a right call, because Ragnarok's about to have the underground Zerg siege tanks, and they're about to have a lot of range. The Lurkers are definitely the next tech switch. 13 Hydras in production here for Ragnarok. Ooh, the army of Showtime actually ambushing Ragnarok rather than the other way around. That's a lot of Archons, Ragnarok. Some of those Rangers getting caught there, and Showtime takes a pretty good fight. So many Archons.
Zealot's gonna try and recheck this base. There's nothing there. They're gonna go towards that 3rd, which is a little bit vulnerable. Nah, it's not vulnerable anymore. Well, I guess Ragnarok has to choose, so he's going to lose a base regardless of the Zealots. In fact, they just joined up with the main army. How you doing, guys?
Hey, guys. How's it going over here? Pretty good. Excellent. All right. High fives all around, butt slaps all around, and then everyone checks out after killing a hatchery. Nice.
Yeah, very important that he saved that.
Showtime. Real bro move.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, like anything that Showtime does is a bro move, considering what Ragnarok has done in Storm Host Nidus. All right, like everything else is just like actually like donating thousands of dollars to charity. All right.
Do you know what I honestly feel like is going to be a problem for Showtime? And I'm not just saying this because my Zerg player is, my Zerg player. Lurkers. I actually think that Showtime's going to have a tough time against a lot of Lurkers. His army.
I do agree. I'm very scared of Nidus Worm Lurkers too, actually, is what I'm really scared of. Imagine Nidus Worm, instead of popping out Swarm Hosts, they pop out the 10 Lurkers he has, which are fully upgraded. Like, that's going to be hard to to get rid of, so... it's still actually a fairly even game. They both are kind of keeping their armies alive, so despite losing bases and probes and drones, like, it really does depend on how the army fight goes.
It's interesting Ragnarok's going for +3 attack right now. It seems like a very expensive upgrade when he kind of needs the gas to make like more lurkers. He has 8 at the moment, which I think is good, but I think if you really want to stop this army of Showtime doing like anything, you can go up to like 13.
Ooh, nice round.
These roaches. Yeah, I think Ragnarok's actually maxed out, so I don't think he cares too much about losing these roaches.
Oh, the swarm hosts in the top right were also caught, 2 of them, before they can get to the Nidus Swarm. It was this round I was talking about, yeah, but also finding the roaches is nice.
Yeah. Sorry. The Wardy and the Wardy B cam, because of Wardy's incredible production value, is actually too much for my 2-dimensional brain. I can't think in 3 dimensions. These Swarm hosts definitely going for a walkabout here.
Yeah, finally going to be good.
Yeah, finally.
I think when you're down to 3 swarm hosts, you don't actually... Okay, 4 swarm hosts. You don't... You're not going swarm hosts anymore.
Yeah, it's all about the Rogue Ravager Lurker now with some Hydra's Assist. A nice Zealot run by here from Showtime, finding a bit more drone damage, a lot more drone damage. Drones are actually something that's been a problem for Ragnarok in this game since the last few minutes. He's been down in workers against the Protoss for quite a while. And he loses a base up here, and another base on the high ground as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're feeling it. Oh, yeah, the Showtime power is real. Find those lurkers, yes! Yes, the lurkers are going to die. They're not protected whatsoever. 3 of them will survive. No, oh my god, there's so many more. Oh, just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I saw like 6 lurkers, and I was like, not a big deal. And then there was just like 10 more lurkers behind that. Just kidding.
Yeah. Ended up being a pretty bad fight for Showtime. Oh, might lose a couple more units of recall. Nope, they get through the Bifrost just in time. Ragnarok is, I feel like he's just stirred the hornet's nest right now, and he's about to get stung. Ragnarok's like, oh, you kill some hatcheries? All right. Time to grab all my, 11 lurkers, my 17 roaches, my 22 hydras, and rip your face off. That seems to be the plan here from Ragnarok.
I mean, it's nice that Showtime dug into the lurker count a bit, though. Instead of 15, it's 11 or what have you. But, oh my god, like, what do you even do against this?
Yeah, these have the range and also the burrow speed upgrade, so they are jumping in, jumping out. Revelation's definitely assisting with those lurkers, but they are lurkers. And a lot of that front line of Showtime goes down. There's the storms, though! Oh my god, bad weather for the boys right here. The lurker's still advancing.
He's gonna need a couple more storms actually on the lurkers, probably, just to try and bust them down, but he also needs... good. What's up?
Showtime actually needs oracles to detect. He's lost his Stargate. He doesn't have observers out in the field at the moment. That's potentially a problem. But the Zealot run by doing a whole lot doesn't even matter here.
This goes down. I mean, Showtime could continue expanding on the bottom left, but that seems like a risky move. The Zealots are going to be taken care of eventually. I mean, Showtime, it could have been game over, honestly. If he had been like, oh, okay, I'm screwed anyways. Let's just take this fight. That would have been game over. But he's still trying to make magic happen. Tough. He's expanding towards Ragnarok's creeps, right?
But it would be magic. I think we'll agree. This is looking a little tough for Showtime. Ragnarok does not have an amazing bank. So if Showtime takes like the most miraculous fight ever and trades amazingly, takes all the lurkers out, gets not only that, but also his Dark Shrine and a bit of a bank up. If he can amass like a lot of DTs, I think that's going to be cool. Ragnarok is making Overseers though. Maybe not. Ooh,
what a choke.
Point against Storm. Yeah,
that's a little scary.
Storm.
Showtime's trying to track the army here. I love the stasis trap. He's completely abandoned his natural, which probably isn't worth retaking, actually.
Well, that means the main's exposed. Oh, stasis ward going to catch 2 lurkers, but there's more where that came from.
There's a lot more, actually. I mean, Storm's going to be very good against these Hydras, but the lurkers, that's what's going to be difficult to get rid of, as I was saying. It's not a nice one that brings them into the main base. It's just them walking up into it, but yeah. Same point I was trying to make earlier.
Goodbye, Robo. Goodbye, Pylon, Stargate, Gateway Production, also the Templar Archives exposed. Showtime needs to stop Ragnarok right here, clean up this army, or he is dead. Good Storms. He's boxed in the corner here. Is there enough from Showtime? Almost, but not quite.
Nah, and lurkers are killing his other base as well. Very difficult game for Showtime. Extremely difficult. Zealot run bys were starting to work out. That army looked promising. Maybe if we were more all together, but that was a very abusive game.
I thought at this time, after seeing that screen so many times where my player has the victory, I felt like I'd get sick of it by now, but I don't know. It just seems to, I seem to see something special about it every single time. So thank you very much, Ragnarok. Team is on match point at the moment as we approach parting versus Uthermal, which again is going to be on West. So how are we feeling?
Yeah, not so good. I know.
Not so good?
It's less about being down 1-2, and it's more about just being super sad for the state of Protoss against the bullshit Zerd. Swarm Host Nidus into Mass Lurker seems really cool.
It was basically like, What's the most frustrating thing about Zerg that's hard to kill? That's not the Baneling. See, that was the challenge he was going. He was going for a big icy fire here. He's like, let's do everything that's frustrating without the Baneling, which was amazing. Not a single Baneling in that game. And he still won against a professional Protoss. Isn't that incredible?
That's true. He had choices between 1, 2, 3 bullshit options, and, you know, he took 2 of the 3. It's great. Anyways.
Yeah.
Uthermal.
Yep,
He's got
Uthermal
this.
coming up. Now, one thing that I have to say, obviously Parting I feel like is pretty favored here, but one thing that Uthermal does have, apart from a wonderful YouTube channel that I've been watching a lot lately, is a lot of mind gamey builds that he specifically brings out in tournaments and for special players like this. Parting is kind of that guy as well, but he plays so much. A lot of his games are out there. Uthermal streams a lot less. He does have YouTube where he puts up some of his builds, some like the 3-prong TY thing, you know, timing attacks, weird mech games against Protoss, that sort of thing. But there are a lot still that are hidden behind closed doors in Mark Schlappy's mind temple. That's that he likes to bring out every now and then in tournaments. So that is the scary thing here for Parting.
Yep. Uthermal was asking for builds last night. And I was like,
well,
look,
that's a good sign.
look, Uthermal, I got the best build for you. It's 100% going to work. Don't even worry about it. What you do is Fantasy's proxy BC build.
I thought you were going to say that. Yeah, the proxy fantasy BC. Even though shield battery overcharge wasn't in the game back then, and it is now. Yep, good call. You know what? I'm okay if Uthermal wants to try that this game because I like a 3-1.
Yeah,
all right. In the bottom left, repping that blood red for the Dread Knights. On match point, can he close it out? Me hope so. It's Parting.
In the top right, as the green Terran for the Grubble Dub-Dubs, he is Uthermal.
You mean this scrubble of a Dub-Dubs?
I mean the ooh-woo Uthermal.
The ooh-woo-woo. Yeah.
Woo-woo.
It's already double drilling that probe right now. Really means business on that probe scout.
Some serious action going down there. Pay money to see it.
A lot of websites charge a severe premium for that kind of action. So you're going to get for free here, the Warcast Team League.
Yep. Well, Parting intentionally brought that over to do that. And now that's done, Uthermal can, I guess, do what it looks to be a normal build here. I actually did not catch if it was a gas first. So that was my bad.
Uthermal actually normally really hates gas first. It's like every time he does a build order guide, he always says it's Rex and then gas afterwards, obviously. Like he even adds obviously in there because it's
obviously.
Like, why would you ever gas first?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you know, if you do want to go gas first, that means you do have something tricky, basically. You know, instantly going just one gas before barracks already means you're up to something a little bit tricky. Because I feel less common in TVP at the moment.
So, I mean, Parting is going to be obnoxious with this probe harassment, but it looks like Uthermal is also kind of hoping the probe would die with the double SCV, because he is going for a factory expand. Like, I mean, yeah,
no Reaper.
This is actually kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, Uthermal is such a build order god. Like he is that guy. I'll give him that for sure. He's going to drop his command center down there, and he's going to do something a little bit different. Just Marine into reactor in a factory. Obviously, a factory, that means that you get that a little bit quicker because you're not spending 50 gas on the Reaper. Parting is the kind of guy that does love that 4-gate blink, although he's doing it a little bit less now, as I think that like Terrans have gotten pretty good at holding it. It would be a good thing to do on a against a guy with lower ping though, or higher ping, I guess. Right,
with more difficulty, yeah. And Everdream was kind of the map for it as well.
He's going to go Stargate here. Parting has actually been doing a little bit more Stargate against Terran on his stream, but I feel like when he's been dropping those Stargates, they've kind of like been proxied rather than his main, but neither here nor there.
He might figure out what Uthermal is trying to do here. I mean, the factory, the Hellion drop, like it could all be things that could be done. It's not a Hellion drop though. It is just Hellions as an opener, trying to slip into the natural. In fact, no starport quite yet, as the second gas was delayed. Ooh, good control, good control.
Yeah, good control there from Uthermal. And he managed to keep the Reapers alive, gets the Adept for free. So that's nice for Uthermal. He's going to repair the Hellions as well. God, I love a Terran that repairs stuff.
When it's
a man that enjoys his safety.
Literally your only army.
Yeah, true. So it looks like, Hellion multi-prong with Weather Mines here from Uthermal by the looks of things. Parting does have a wall in at the natural, and he is going for Stargate, which I feel like is pretty decent against Hellion stuff, but you have to have Oracles as well, I feel, to have the real sort of wham-bam combo of denial.
I mean, any unit, hopefully. Oh, God. Okay. I was like, wow, that timing. That timing would have been absolutely sick. Like, the probe was not left the pylon. Nah, it isn't going to work. The thing is, like, so Uthermal doesn't do the fastest drop necessarily. Like, he doesn't do the more typical drop, I should say, right? Like, it's not Hellion drops immediately with the proxy starport, but it is going to be Hellion drops, and he's trying to get enough units so that even if Parting was doing this, he could maybe bamboozle him. But I do also think that Uthermal was hoping that Parting wouldn't go for a defensive Stargate. You know, how often does Parting do that? You said so yourself. It usually is a proxy, aggressive Stargate, if it is.
Yeah,
so,
he's Mr. Aggro usually. This is a new thing for Parting. Also, getting supply blocked really heavily on 46. He's done that 2 times in a row now. I'm going to slap him with a ruler. He just made 3 pylons at once.
Well, that's good, because so far my guy's opening is not working out as well as he was hoping. Like, he wanted the option. Maybe he sets up that medevac on the corner of Parting's base, drops the Hellions in all sneaky-like, and now all the Hellions are dead. Well, one's alive, that's not going to do very much. So the Phoenix are going to reign supreme on the offensive. They are missing the follow-up Widowmine drop, though, so maybe...
Yeah, that's 4 Widowmines. That's a lot. That's a lot. Parting, it actually seems pretty unprepared for this. I think he thinks that this isn't happening. Yeah, he is paying attention. All right, so he pulls the probes back. There's the recall on the Phoenixes as well. So the Widowmine's going to get some probes. Actually, that one hits the assimilator. Main base from Parting a little bit late on the split, so he'll lose a few more probes, but the 4 Widowmines rather, and also the medevac's not going to get saved. Yeah. So I feel like that's okay for Parting.
It may be an opportunity to get a few more probes, because some of them were like both over to the right, but it was supposed to be a bit more of a wombo combo, a bit more of a distraction as well. I mean, if Parting had to stick around to harass with the Phoenix, maybe he's not paying attention. The recall's a little bit later, the split's a little bit later, but Uthermal not getting what he wanted from that opening. Parting, I think he just knew exactly what was going to happen. Maybe at the Widowmine drop, but the Hellion stuff, that was a perfect response, and now he gets to control the skies and go into some Colossus, which I do think Uthermal is going to know without even having a scout.
Yeah, this is kind of like the Protoss sort of I don't want to die thing when you go for Colossus this quickly. Like if the Terran pulls the boys, goes for a big attack because maybe the Terran feels like they're on the back foot, but they got a bigger army, they got a better army. You know, once stim and +1 and that sort of thing's done, the Phoenixes aren't super effective anymore, except for maybe picking off a straggling reinforcement tank or something, maybe a medevac.
I'm not sure if Uthermal wants to do a follow-up push against this, but yeah, I don't know. Like, there aren't a ton of units, and they're not upgraded, right? Because you're depending on the Phoenix and the Colossus, but just setting up defensively, getting a 3rd CC, or going to be going to a macro game, kind of all the scary things that can happen on Everdream, those drops that could have happened, the tank pushes that could have happened, like, they're not gonna happen this time.
True that. We do have some Phoenixes getting into the main base of Uthermal, and still Parting yet to lose a Phoenix. It's managing to find damage wherever he flies here. Uthermal's actually, I mean, it's more like, Parting's mistake rather than Uthermal's gain, but, he's been doing SCV damage, but he hasn't had a ton of workers back at home. Like, normally at this point, the Protoss is up 12 workers, I feel, like, especially if it's Zest. He's got, like, a 5th Nexus on the way right now, and he's up 30 probes. But Parting is, like, he really delayed his economy. He was really feeling more aggression from the Terran, I think. The economy of the Protoss is deceptively not that good at the moment.
That's a very good point. It definitely could have been more. I think you're right that he was expecting some type of even more immediate follow-up. But yeah, it will be a tank push because tanks are included here. It's not the swift tanks with a couple SCVs pulled that we were seeing for so often actually a couple months ago on Everdream. But Uthermal is doing that style of like PVT that it feels like he does and not many other people. Like he actually has done pure Marine with 2 factory tank production before, and I'm wondering if that's what he's planning on. I know TY has really been pushing building tanks consistently, but even he gets a couple of Marauders, right?
Well, Uthermal, again, going to talk about his YouTube channel. I hope he's enjoying all these plugs. He is an incredibly legit player, and if you're a Terran, you should definitely subscribe to it. He did mention specifically that if you're trying to win engagements against Protoss armies, and you're up against Colossus, try not to be too heavy on Marines, because Marines actually just disappear. And Parting's getting ready for that David Copperfield trick.
It is a little bit more complicated because the tanks are supposed to provide that no-go zone, right? The Colossus get a couple of zappy zaps, and the Marines go, okay, cool, we're good against Marines, and then they have to back away because of the tanks. So Uthermal's composition, not exactly what most PvT engagements are based around, Like, Protoss have an idea of how to engage in a Terran, and when it's pure Marine tank, they're kind of like, what are you doing? What's happening here? But Uthermal can't really push into this. He's very defensive.
Parting's getting very close to like flirting with he's flirting with the idea of attacking into Uthermal right now. His army is like way out on the Terran side of the map, and he has not a whole lot at home except for like the fresh Colossus that's just popping out and whatever gateway units he has. He's going towards Storm and Blink right now, so he's switching gears in a better form of a late game Protoss army. We got a drop here from Uthermal, nearly caught by the Phoenixes, actually just misses it.
And Parting's definitely not going to be able to push. I like the Uthermal's dropping, but it is going to just cause a recall. Now, when the recall happens, maybe he unsieges and goes for it, because I think he is also playing a little bit more defensive after scanning no gases at the third. But at this point, Parting now is out of gases. He's going to Storm. He's got a fourth base. Like, Uthermal does want to push when he's maxed. It is that style, by the way. He added 2 more reactors, getting a second factory. I don't think this usually goes on for much longer than 3, maybe 4 bases. I'm actually just going to say it's a 3 base all in. It's like it seems to be where it ends, one way or the other.
That medevac flirts with those Phoenixes and actually survives amazingly. Chargelot's catching those Marines. Oh, medevac just escapes with a pretty expensive payload, gets out of there. Parting doesn't have Blink just yet, so he can't really pick off that medevac just yet.
Yeah.
Not without his Phoenixes. His Phoenixes are on the intercept path, though.
All right, good. That's exactly what I said Uthermal was going to do. Parting scouts it with a unit that was at the ramp, so he knows to get back into position and stall out the attack before it gets through this middle part of Everdream. A drop in the main base was, I thought it was scouted, but not taken care of. So the Phoenixes recall. They're going to die. But, how's the engagement in the middle going to go? Oh, geez. Oh, Parting actually evacuating away from that.
Yeah, Uthermal's tanks actually forcing Parting back here, so he's back up at the high ground. The main base, he's losing a lot of probes. Uthermal takes a good worker lead. Parting's army, nearly missed paths into the tanks there. I'm glad Parting pulled that back. Don't want him to go full TY again here. He's coming in from multiple angles. Ball of Marines in the middle. Does he have the firepower to just break through this Protoss around? Storms from the prism on the Marines. Oh, baby. And that is Parting holding on right there. Now, Uthermal does have more army where that comes from, but Parting does take an army supply lead.
Yeah.
Medevac. Well, excuse me. He's not done.
Yeah, very nice defense from Parting here. He cleans up the main, cleans up the third base just by having static defense, and now he's on 4 bases. So while he lost, 1 Colossus, it was a total cleanup. Uthermal was hoping to get into a more entrenched position, hoping to find Parting not capable of a surround. Gets surrounded. That's it. So that's how it works against tanks.
And if these tanks go down, it is all about just those Colossus laser beaming those Marines to death. There's 2 more tanks here from Uthermal at that third base. Uthermal's losing a lot of SCVs, and Parting slows these Stalkers target firing. He takes down 1 tank. Yeah, I think this might be it right here, ZG.
I think so. I mean, he actually was a little late to a couple of sieges. Maybe could have done something if everything was all together, but GG. Parting, I think, had just a really good idea of what was going to happen. Seems like he was probably set up for the most part, except a couple of drops. But, whatever probes were lost were worth having his army in position. GG, Maynard. GG.
GG, ZG. I got 2 more words for you. Womp womp.
Womp womp.
Womp womp. Well, you know what? You still got plenty of games ahead of you. Cheering for you. Hope you make it to the playoffs. I would love a rematch. Nothing would give me more pleasure than for a rematch. We get all our ducks in a row and face off at the finale. That'd be fantastic. But the Dread Knights do win on the day. So hope you guys have been enjoying the game so far. I actually, what is your schedule? Oh, you're up against Ravi next. Ooh, definitely stick around and watch that.
That's right. So I'll be sticking around. I got 2 more series today, actually.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
right into going against Fear Dragons, 4 Protoss, of which, I think I'm going to do fine. So.
Yeah, what you can definitely say about Fear Dragons' team is that it definitely is a team. It's definitely a team.
There are 4 players, and Fear Dragon is the captain.
That's an absolute fact about Fear Dragon's team for sure. I think we're going to take a short break. Hope you guys enjoyed the game so far. When we return, the next best of 5, which will be the Grubble of Dub Dubs against 4 Shades Protoss. Don't go away. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to the War Chest Team League, guys. I just got beat by Maynard 3-1 as an update. And now I'm going to destroy Fear Dragon's team. So that'll make me feel a lot better.
So I know you said you got beat in 3-1, but what's your team score now again?
1-3.
1-3. Oh, really? 1-3. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I think it's actually 1-4 now.
1-4.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a tough beat, but I think you guys are in a good, confident place, right? Confident place right now, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're facing the easiest matchups now. I knew Maynard was going to be the tough one, but now it's just like, yeah, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You got Uthermal versus Trap is the first game. Uthermal already warmed up in the matchup. Totally not already deeming himself the sacrificial lamb in the top right. It is the green Terran Uthermal.
And down here on the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have the yellow Protoss player from Jin Air Green Wings. He is Trap. Team 4 Shades of Adept, or Protoss.
I was like,
or the Protossigonist.
Are you trying to make a more clever name?
I have been just thinking of all these different nicknames, and I actually have never tried to say Protossigonist out loud. It looks a lot better on paper.
I guess it does. I'll trust you. I'll trust you on that one. To be fair, despite your multitude of bad jokes, you were actually the person that everyone went to ask for team names. I know you gave Katz his team name. I asked you for suggestions, even though I went with Maynard's suggestion. Yours is pretty clever, but to be fair, you also set that up before you even chose your team. Seems like an easier task.
Well, hold on. I mean, I want to say I didn't go into that draft with the idea of drafting 4 Protoss players, okay? That happened, and then I made a team name, okay? It wasn't like I had a team name, and now I have to fit the players for it.
I thought you were telling us that was your plan before you chose your third guy.
No, I didn't tell you this part because I didn't want you to take my player from me, which you ended up doing anyways, but Uthermal is actually going to be my second player pick.
Really?
Sorry,
okay.
my third player pick. Third player pick. Yeah.
All right, then I misremember. My bad. I remember you messaging me and being like, please don't take us straight. Please.
Well, yeah. I mean, at that point, I did because we were already so far down the draft. I was like, all right, we're doing this.
All right.
Okay. I do quickly just want to talk about the openings and stuff because we did actually have a Gate Cybercore opening, then Nexus. Pretty like the second gas guys are also coming on up from Trap, so he is going for like the slightly later Nexus in order to just get up a really, really quick Adept.
I mean, I'd be more interested if I thought things were actually going to happen, but I'm not sure that's going to do a whole lot. I mean, Trap is building a shield battery. He wants to get something done. He's going to transfer past this bunker, not really caring about it, but... Thermal, please. Lose your Reaper. It's going to die. It's gonna die.
Oh man, he's gonna. Oh, I thought he was maybe gonna try and use the blind spot there. Oh, nice attempt, but it's not quite good enough. And that's gonna be a really solid start so far for Trap. I mean, shuts down any scouting information. Like you said, is gonna be able to shade past the bunker, which is empty.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's empty or not, because I mean, I think what's most important is the command center finish. That's what was more worrisome. The Adepts being back there and being like, oh, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? So that's it's not too bad, but it does suck that the Reaper died. No confirmation on the Twilight Council is obviously the biggest deal, with a fairly quick robo follow-up. But the Adepts are becoming more worrisome. Ooh, double Adept. No.
Okay, it's gonna maybe be able to get one more
sucker.
In there. Okay.
The micro is real, making up for the Reaper loss.
It is solid micro. Does manage to survive with one of the Marines, but I think the Trap is going to be okay with this so far. Ooh, okay.
Considering losing the Reaper like that is actually pretty bad. I wouldn't be surprised if Thermal went from like deflated to inflated, Like he was like, oh no. Oh wait, hold on. Like this actually isn't a bad next minute of the game. And now we talk about the more important things, which is how many gates Trap might be sitting down. The Helene is going to squeeze itself in there and stop one of the production facilities, whatever that was going to be.
A little bit awkward since both of the Adepts died. This is actually the only unit that Trap has out on the map right now, which is the single stalker. Oh my god!
Wait,
micro!
What? Oh my god, okay. I was like, what did the Helene do? But Trap just pro microed back.
My God. What a god. Okay, well, successfully defends against the single Hellion attack, and we're going to end up seeing kind of the transition, like you were saying, into the actual stuff that's really going to matter for the longer term. I got a blink opening over here from Trap, and I've got to say, like, his micro throughout the War Chest Team League stuff has been so on point, and I'm actually pretty excited to see how he fares off versus Uthermal, who I also think one of his big strong suits is his micro.
Well, it'd be a stronger suit if it wasn't your server preference.
Well, now it just sounds like you're making excuses before, bad things even happen, which I understand. When you're already expecting to lose, yeah, that's fair.
I mean, yeah, okay. It's not so bad. I mean, Trap could have been more abusive and actually gone for a 4-gate blink, but he stopped on 3 gateways. Looks like the probe that was denied was going to build a pylon to block. So Uthermal, I think he's going to be happy at least getting some scouting, getting some probes, and now he's got to determine what happens next. And it is a robo. It's a robo bay already done with 3rd Nexus, so it's not a mass charge lot, which I would love for him to scout. I would love for him to know that.
Yeah, I don't think it's really going to be a safe opportunity for that medevac to get out of there and go toward the main base to get any kind of scouting information for a little bit. And there's not exactly a lot else going to be coming out on the map for Uthermal for a bit, because like you said, he's going for stim, combat shields, +1 weapons, all the usual Terran setup. And he's going to be on the defensive as the Blink Stalkers get aggressive. So, well, this is going to be one nice little snag there on a single Marine, but Uthermal now knows all the Stalkers are starting to move out of this side of the map. It's only 4, though. It's a very, very light pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this is nothing. And the Observer sees this. They maybe get a couple of Marine kills, right? With the Observer in place, but Uthermal just out of range. Very nicely done. He's going to be getting to that nice point where he's going to have decent production, but he still hasn't scouted what he's really up against, and that's what still makes me worried. Like, he does see a 4th gas. Okay, so there is a little bit of scouting here. Actually, pretty important scouting. His medevac might even be able to see the Colossus if it just tries to boost towards the north. Not gonna happen. Ah, darn it.
Yeah. I almost feel like this is one of those medevacs that he's nearly forgotten about at this point. Like, there's not a whole lot of getting out of here for a while.
So he moved it, and then that's when Trap warped in Stalkers. I think not just to kill the medevac, stop it from killing him, but also to hide his Colossus, which I'm not sure that Uthermal knows about. Seeing 4 gases, you might know that they aren't going like pure Zealot, right? With presumably all the gases taken in the first 2 bases, but besides that, like, is that enough information? Oh my god, that Stalker almost shot. That would have been so good.
I think it's still a doom and gloom situation there for that medevac, though, because now it's so low on hit points, you can leave 1 Stalker there to intercept.
Yeah, if only they'd recall, it'd be super cool. Whatever, man. Maybe Trap's paying attention over there.
Team with more Protoss players.
Yeah. Well, supposedly it's all Protoss players or all European Zergs. Am I right?
Well, this big medevac drop is going to be pretty interesting. The 2 Colossus are over at the 3rd base, and the 3rd Colossus actually moving over for that location as well. So I think Trap will have a few units already still in position, and he's even still got the Stalkers trying to deny the medevac from moving back in. So I actually think that Trap has the tools he needs to deflect this.
Yeah. Does he know about it? Maybe not 100%. Because the Observer is kind of getting limited scouting right now, but he certainly has the tools to defend it. Shield battery with an overcharge available as well. Did he start up Vikings as he 6 out of that? It kind of feels like it. But the 2nd starport was already on the way, so actually I do think he knew what he was up against. But you need that 3cc to really be able to afford everything here.
Yeah, finally starting up that armory. I was actually surprised. I really would have thought he would have had the armory done a while ago, given how many Widow Mines he was making, but...
Yeah, it's like a soul thing.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like more European Terrans are okay with it. Oh, this is actually a really nice set of pickoffs over here for Trap, though. I think he might lose like 2 Zealots over here if he continues chasing, but honestly, he kills a lot of bio for not a whole lot.
Yeah, I think Uthermal... I mean, he might get an opportunity to do some damage, but Trap has a lot of scouting. He's got an Observer over the left side. He's got... the probe was making a 4th base, but it also kind of scouted that attack. And Uthermal is going to be forced to play into the late game against not Colossus High Templar, but rather Colossus Disruptor. So, he's going to forego the Ghost for a little while, but we will see them being added on eventually, but it's more about the Vikings. It'd be kind of funny to see an old-fashioned SCV pool against this, but the Disruptors really complicate things.
Trap, you're so good. He already has Stalkers waiting in the main base before this medevac drop even loaded on up, he was ready. He was so prepared for Uthermal. As soon as he saw that there were medevacs on the left-hand side, oh my god, Trap, no! Don't let me jinx this.
Thanks, man. That was really nice of you.
It's, you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Uthermal's not actually moving in just yet.
Yeah, he's trying to set up something to the right side. Great observer coverage from Trap. I mean, this guy's PVT is pretty unreal most of the time anyways. Not all the time, but most of the time. And he is deflecting everything Uthermal is shooting at him. And Uthermal, I actually am like, okay, there we go. Ghost Academy is on the way. I was like, you do want Ghost eventually. Like, oh, hold on here. But he's setting up when I want to see a 4th CC.
I feel like Uthermal's game plan here is just like, okay, if I get enough medevacs into random dead air spaces behind your main base or your natural or your third, like eventually I'll just have like a 7-prong attack setup.
Yeah, right? You can't possibly deflect all 7. And like 2 of them are just like 2 Marines.
One of them is literally a single one.
Okay, he sees the Warp Prism. Doesn't be able to kill it, but damn.
Yeah, I mean, okay, 4 kills on that one Widowmine finally moving in. The medevac is actually going to be able to get out of there alive. The medevacs over by the main base have not really moved in just yet. Oh, okay, Warp Prism is going to get caught here, but looks like he's going to go after the Zealots instead of the actual Warp Prism. So Warp Prism escapes out for a bit.
Vikings were on their way to kill the Warp Prism, and then they stopped and then went back home. God, that's going to be annoying. So that's a Warp Prism to carry around High Templars, which actually isn't a worry right now. There's no storm, but it's just a Warp Prism that's going to bother Uthermal the rest of this game.
Oh, Shield Battery Overcharge keeps the High Templar alive. That's nice.
I feel when, like 10 units try and kill a High Templar and Shield Battery's like super good. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
I mean, it's a 150 gas unit. I feel like it's okay.
Okay. Trap's disruptor count is kind of insane. I don't know how Uthermal takes the engagement here. He scans and sees quite the fearsome army. Doesn't need Storm to be fearsome. There's no direct counter. Actually, be less fearsome if it had Storm. I don't know, like you just EMP it, right? But the concave. The concave. Come on, Uthermal.
Of a bit of an engagement there. The Stalkers end up having to blink back. Only loses a few units over there. Actually, still has some Zealots alive as well. So I think Trap should be okay for a bit, but yeah, it's going to come down to this big engagement. Trap, the longer this engagement does not happen, by the way, the closer he edges toward +3 weapons and +1 armor.
Yeah, there's DTs going into the 3rd base in the natural, and that's something Uthermal's not really prepared for because he's focusing entirely on this attack. Can he actually make it happen? There's a huge concave coming from basically 270, so the Disruptors not getting fantastic hits so far. Good split there, and whiff on the left side. Oh my god, Uthermal actually might just be able to do it. The army supplies drastically in favor of Uthermal, and my boy, it might be losing SCVs, but maybe he's winning the game.
Okay, but remember, there's still Disruptors alive, and remember, if he actually is able to kill off the 3rd base and even move into the natural or something, there's not exactly a whole lot of missile turrets that are staying over there, so DTs that are warped in might be able to help out over here. There's still so much army supply left over here for Uthermal, but I still believe just a little bit.
111 army supply against 33, but he needs a scan. Oh my god, you have a scan, he doesn't have a scan. Oh my god, please.
Natural in seconds.
Stop, DTs, stop it.
Blink is finished. Blink out. Oh!
It's not finished. It was denied.
Oh. Okay, well, there's still 5 DTs out. You know what? Even if he loses all these bases, he's got bottom right. He's still got that low ground base, and he has denied the 3rd base. So you know what? I still have a little hope.
He's quadrupling the army supply. If the Protoss comes back from this, I give up. I'm gone. I leave the cast. Literally. I don't think it's extremely possible, but Trap, man, he's gonna try and hold on. Maybe get a Disruptor out, because he still has a Robotics Bay, but he's a Robo. Just kidding. He has the technology, but not the production.
Oh, Lord. Okay, now it's starting to look a little bit grim. That is actually, I think, one of the only scans that was available. No, there's one more scan available in the main base, so no DTs that left over anyway, since the rest of them were more from the Archons. So yeah, this is looking a bit grim, and I gotta hand it to Uthermal. Played really, really well this game, was able to find that nice little opening there, and like you said, set up a great concave. I gotta say, I gotta hand it to Uthermal. There's a reason why I did want to pick him up for my team originally.
Yeah, I think he was a little scared that storms were actually finished. The pre-splitting, he was very, very cautious, but I love the caution because he was gonna win 100% no matter what. Yeah, that was the win we weren't necessarily expecting, but that was a fantastic fight, man.
It was a really, really good fight. Now, that being said, Trap is just sort of warming up and everything. I'm not too worried about that one. And our next match is going to be Astrala versus Innovation. And let me just say, I don't know if I've ever seen as washed up of a player as Innovation. I really do feel like Astrala's on the rise. So this one's an easy one for us. I almost feel like it's a foregone conclusion. We could probably skip game number 2.
Hey, Fear,
just move this to 1-1.
You know when like you read a comment online that is just so dumb that you just like aren't even offended by it? That was that, right? This is basically commenters in YouTube saying that I can't cast because I'm a woman, and I just go, okay. I just move on. Because Fear Dragon, sometimes you say some silly things, my friend, but that's the silliest.
Well, you know, it's okay, because I'm sure that Astrala is going to play his absolute A game at 4:30 in the morning as well. No, I'm actually really excited about watching Astrala play, just because even though, yes, this is probably one of those games that you look at and you're like, all right, it's Innovation and it's Astrala. The reality is Astrala has been playing out of his mind well and has actually been punching well above his usual weight in the War Chest Team League. And he's actually been taking a lot of the matches seriously. He's been doing a lot of preparation for his opponents. It's been great.
Yeah. I take away our blood feud here that's been rising since the beginning that this was announced. Probably before that, okay? As soon as we knew, we were at each other's throats.
Oh, yeah.
If we disregard that for a second, I actually am excited about Astrala's performance. And if he beats Innovation, that is actually a sick result, even in a best of 1. I'd still say that's pretty darn cool. But now that we, toggle back on to hating you, Innovation's gonna wreck this nerd. It's not even gonna be close. Like, Astrala's gonna have to go back to his mommy. He's gonna cry. He's gonna cry,
Wow.
Go back to bed.
I mean, so here's the thing. I actually am always happy when I see like your play. I am a big fan of a lot of your players. Like, I'm really happy when I see Uthermal win. I just hate your smug face whenever you get the win as well. So I wish that your players could win without you winning. That's the best way I would put it.
If there is a way for me to broadcast my face to you, instead of the PGM I'm looking at.
I do see your face.
You do, but you're not looking at it, right? Like, if I could force you to, right? If I could hack into your computer when my guys win, I would.
Full screens your face looking super smug after each game. Yeah, that's actually something you would like to do.
Oh, totally. In the bottom left, he is the machine for the Grubba Dub Dubs and Kaisi Gaming. He is Innovation.
And up here in the top right-hand side of the map, from Alpha X Esports and 4 Shades of Protoss, he is the yellow Protoss Astrala, aka Max Angel.
He's got the name down, that's for sure. And, I guess maybe getting proxied occasionally by these Korean Terrans. Initially checks that out. Moves on with the plan. I love their Eternal Empire, by the way. I do hope for a sick PPT that eventually ends with Innovation winning even harder than Uthermal won that last game. But up until that point, I want it to be a close game.
Yeah. I feel like it's hard to talk about PVT in Eternal Empire without talking about the big dead air space, I should say, not the little dead air space, by the natural expansion. I feel like it really does set the pace for how a lot of the players are thinking about this particular map and this matchup. It's this medevac area, or Liberator harass, or hell, the probably the scariest thing, which is when 2 or 3 Liberators are set up to back up, like 5 medevacs dropping in there, the big Doom drop. Oh my god, this map just causes so many headaches for Protoss players, I feel like, versus Terran.
It can. I think the complications in reverse could be just as the expansions grow, handling those DT run-bys and Zealot run-bys gets more and more difficult. Because then eventually we also talk about DT Blink, which makes it very effective against the planetaries. Is it fair? Question mark. Is it cool? Question mark. Does it happen? Yes, it happens a lot. So Astrala might be looking towards that later game, specifically for that.
Don't worry, Zombie Grub. As a more knowledgeable person, I can answer it's yes for all of those questions. So glad I can help out. It's cool, okay. It's fair, and it's great, and it does happen.
And it's overpowered? Yeah, all right.
I think you said, is it fair, not is it overpowered? So
okay, all right.
We do have a Twilight Council on the way, and I was actually going to lead into what I was originally talking about, was saying that I know that some Protoss players do like opening up with Stargate and stuff on this map, just to deal with some of that dead airspace and shut down things like early drops and stuff for the at least earlier portion of the game. But yeah, we are going to see that Twilight Council. I think that's something that Astrala plays pretty well into.
I mean, I do see some of the benefits of a Stargate, but I feel like that is going to be, I mean, not even just predictable. It's just, I like the power of the Twilight Council still, right? The options that are there, the branches that go off of this trunk that is the Twilight Council. We saw a Trap last game do something that wasn't just, pure charge lot. Astrala could definitely do that. And when we could even go back to Zaun doing no gases, just pure all in, no forges, whatever. But I like how many options are here. And I want to see which one Astrala is going to do. An innovation just going for really, really typical stuff, which, I mean, it's innovation. What else do you expect? But Widowmine drop into, no doubt, follow-up to Barracks. He has been experimenting a little bit, but I don't think he'll feel the need to experiment against Astrala. Good scout.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that either. Oh, okay. Reaper and the Hellion are both going to be able to make their way into the main base. Maybe roast one probe. I think he should be able to take care of the rest.
Oh, good save. Good save from Astrala. There's one probe that's leaving with barely any treads left.
Didn't lose any.
Well, I guess they levitate, don't they?
Yeah, and a fun fact, that's why you already know this, it's mostly for viewers and stuff, but that's why in Brood War, Vulture spider mines actually didn't attack workers, because they were technically considered hovering and wouldn't set off the mines.
Okay, well, you're right, but probes literally hover. There's no, reason when you look at the graphics of a drone or an SCV as to why they would be hovering.
No. Well, when you look at the graphics, yes, but there's a lore explanation for the drones hovering, right? There's a gas that gets expunged from the bottom of their little
official?
wings. I think so. That's what I thought it was.
Okay. All right. That's fair. I just remember there's an SCV
SCVs had jetpacks on their back.
No, they do. So it would make total sense for them to hover. But there's an image of it being attacked.
Natural expansion of Astrala, the Widowmine drop does come in. All right.
I'm not gonna do anything. I kind of just assumed it wouldn't do anything, but yeah, there's a SCV being attacked and it has legs. So I was like, what's the deal here? Anyways,
it's like the moment where StarCraft 1 got remastered. And you're like, Archons have legs.
Oh my god, yeah, that was amazing. It was amazing to find out. The follow-up was actually different than what I was anticipating. So Innovation got a good scout and saw only 2 gateways. I did not expect him to go in a follow-up tank, so this would be a defensive thing, but also obviously there's offensive capabilities with it as well. But he also got a Raven. So it was not that swift into the follow-up Marauder Marine production like what Uthermal was doing actually in the last game. So not what I was expecting, but certainly a safe play.
Yeah, and speaking to what you're talking about, the low gateway count is something that I feel like Astrala loves to do. He loves to play these kind of greedy styles that get away with certain aspects that his opponent just maybe doesn't punish, and he gets into a phenomenal position. And I think that right now there is going to be this slightly scary moment if Innovation decided to try and move out, but it's not like he's going to move out before Stim finishes. So at this point, yeah, it's kind of pretty safe spot.
Yeah, because of course the most important thing is that Innovation got a 3rd CC. That's the biggest difference. Yeah. Very much so offsetting any pressure. He could have done a little bit of a fake, a little bit of I think I'm doing this and I'm going to try and surprise you, and just kidding, I'm not. Yeah, he could have, but that's a bit dangerous to do. As while Innovation got great scouting for the 2-base portion, he hasn't gotten scouting since then. He doesn't know if that 4th gas was taken. He doesn't know if the 3rd gases are taken. What is he going into? And actually Astrala is just teching up a little bit, getting double forge. Really reacting quite appropriately to what he assumed Innovation would do and what he scouted. He saw the 3rd CC. Oh my god, he plays with D.Va. Your guy is so bad. Oh my god, Astrala.
Okay. I'm pretty sure he's gonna win this game, so we'll see how you feel about that one afterwards. If anything, I know that a lot of the Koreans use the D.Va announcer packs.
But the Korean D.Va is not as bad. Even though it's the same voice actor, I don't know what the difference is. That just does not sound as obnoxious. I judge everyone who uses D.Va. Of course, I love Astrala, guys. Of course I do.
First Colossus is already out. Second Colossus is on the way, and Innovation's poking around with this small little squadron in the front. But again, he's not going to be really moving out until these +1 finishes up, and even then, it's not actually that large of an army. He's leaving all of his tanks at home and stuff. So Astrala's actually going to be well situated. Ooh, maybe hit with a bit of a counter swing over here. The Innovation doesn't catch wind of it.
Yeah, good denial on the 4th base. Astrala is trying to pressure while expanding, ensuring that Innovation doesn't have anything bigger than just a single Marine. So it's a good idea. It's just nice that Marine delayed it a little bit. Estrella is capable of pressuring, knowing that he can't really be jumped on. I mean, there's decent number of tanks, as you pointed out, still back at home. The Raven is a threat, but with him being the one with so much space to maneuver, he could try and evacuate and force field, of course. In fact, force fielding might actually be exactly what he has to do. His Innovation decides, okay, I can do it. I can do it. Oh.
Not sure about those Stalkers attacking on in, but I think you're right. Those force fields may be very much needed, but there's a bit of a gap there, and Aiden gets the interference matrix off on the Colossus. One Colossus goes down, the second Colossus also falls. Oh no.
What Estrella did was very risky, but we've seen it work with other Protosses before. They kind of control the narrative with the Colossus and the force fields, but I think Innovation's timings might just be like a little bit better. Maybe his macro is just a little bit scarier, and also fantastic control on the Raven that almost died before even getting the Colossus. So Innovation just proving how good he is. Estrella playing a little bit risky and not controlling it 100%, and just getting punished for it. Actually, he took a risk and it failed.
Okay, Medevac's leading the charge over here, so this is gonna alert the rest of the army over here for Estrella that this army for Innovation is at his front door. Siege tanks are going to be sieging up, and it's not exactly like Estrella took like the low ground 4th expansion. He took that high ground one, so he has a bit more space to fall back to. Stalkers are going to sit there and just try and prevent the tanks from easily being able to maneuver closer and closer to that 4th base. While Estrella gets up the double disruptor production, and I think first disruptor is already on out. That's going to be a big thing for him to try and push back this army for a bit.
Estrella has a proxy pylon trying to go for some harassment, but Innovation did just scout it. Planetary's already done. Innovation, I think this is kind of seems to be where Terran is going, especially if they know the Protoss is dependent on disruptors, which Estrella seems to have been. I mean, sure, it's been a lot of PvPs, but in my mind, Estrella actually does have disruptor kind of paired up with it when I imagine him, right? So Innovation goes for triple factory tank production. TY has shown how good this can be. This is with Marauders, this is with a supercharged economy. It's not what Uthermal is doing, but the tanks help so much in guarding against the disruptors. It's a no-go zone that you have to perfectly play around to actually get any shots off on the tanks.
Okay, that anti-armor missile is going to be a bit of a problem here. Estrella's going to have to back up, but that also means his 4th base is going to be really vulnerable. Oh my god, that disruptor hit though! Oh my god, another disruptor hit! Zombie Grub! Oh my god! Say a prayer for Innovation! Oh.
Good. Not gonna lie, but he does lose all of his disruptors, and his army was really out of position. His tanks still get sieged up because they take 2 shots instead of just the 1. I'm okay. It wasn't great, but I'm okay.
Okay, another big disruptor hit. Here's the thing. Now the army is just going to get absolutely cleaned up over here. And imagine, the siege tanks are actually doing quite a bit on that high ground position in the choke point. Estrella is still up in supply, and he did keep all of his workers alive. He only lost like 4 or so of them, but losing that 4th base is definitely going to be tough. I would not hate a double expand play over here while he moves across the map and sees what he can do.
That is absolutely the best play thing. That's the best he could do. I do like that as well for Estrella. I hate it for my team, but Innovation, he had basically a killing blow and he messed it up. But it was a very strong situation for him. So even as he messes it up, even as he gets kind of screwed there, he does have recovery. He's on 5 bases. He's getting to Ghost. He's going to have a more powerful army the next time they meet, with 3/3 upgrades being slightly faster than Estrella's armor as we see. But we are heading into late game PvT. So blink DTs. That's that can be complicated.
I mean, Trap is also trying to go for blank DTs later. I don't even feel like this is even a meme anymore, right? This has become what standard PvT late game will end up going to. Just having the run by potential.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you, man. Like, I know everyone makes fun of you.
Where were you 5 years ago when I was
Okay, 5 years ago, this was not the same deal. But basically a year ago, no, not quite a year, like 6 months ago, I'll say that. Like, I was like, yeah, I think Blink DTs have to go.
That's true. After that
game
buff that they give, Blink DTs.
Okay, as if the meta doesn't change.
Was that 4 years ago?
As if the meta doesn't change and make things different and people get better. Definitely. I'm trying to give Fear Dragon some credit, and now I'm just like, I take it back. I take everything back.
Okay. One disruptor hit does hit one of the tanks, but it doesn't actually kill it. You need that second disruptor hit, so Estrella already losing a few of the disruptors, is getting pushed back, but still in a nice defensive spot to keep that Nexus alive. Just has to continue pushing Innovation further and further back. Oh, Proxy Pylon's gonna work out over here.
slow warp in type?
You know, it's not exactly like one missile turret's going to be able to stay alive versus 4 DTs, so I actually feel okay against it.
I'm more worried about the planetary because he can just scan this. Just scan this.
Yeah, but I mean, then you just blink out for a second and you can come
Just
back in.
scan this.
Oh, look at the split, the DT split.
Damn it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
He didn't have a scan. Very awkwardly timed.
Oh my god, the EMP missed one of the DTs, so he's killing it.
Yeah,
Gonna
he's
get-
also ooh, not quite getting those tanks. Just kidding. Take it back.
Nearly did, nearly did. He's also sending a couple of DT, or he's warping in a lot of DTs defensively back at home. He's gonna try and maybe go for the blink on top of the tanks, or is he just gonna go for the backstab? Disruptors are buying a lot of time here, and man, Innovation not doing the best splits today.
Yeah, I mean, at least he is splitting. I really think the last engagement was all just him being like, oh, okay, I guess I win now.
Yeah.
Underestimating, but now he's using the tanks like they should, just like safely leap hopping forward. It's obnoxious though, because he really does want to be on 5 bases.
All the reinforcements are going to get caught by the DTs. He's going to get 2 tanks and a handful of Marines and Marauders. That is a really nice couple of snags.
Yeah. Getting the 5th base up is going to be complicated if he's focusing entirely on this engagement. A couple EMPs go down from the top side. The bio comes to try and help out, but the tanks were not properly covered. And we even had the DTs blink on top of them, and that is actually a really great cleanup from Estrella. Oh my god. Innovation had such strong leads in this game. And he's not going to lose. He's forced back to his base. He's on the back heels. This does not feel good for me.
So beautiful. And at the bottom side, we're going to see, Innovation made another command center established at the 5th base. That DT is still there and is going to actually deny the command center from even landing and turning into an orbital command. When is Innovation even going to realize that? He's starting to send a handful of units over. He's stemming them over. But guess what? That actually might mean that if Estrella immediately moves in, the planetary fortress on the low ground is not going to be as well defended.
Yeah, DTs are super cool. Being the coolest unit right now.
They're actually some of the coolest units in the game.
They really are. They really are. Sunstar gets taken out. Planetary does have building armor, which is going to help a lot here. Decent disruptor hit on the left side. I think Innovation has to stop with the tanks, not because of the disruptors. I think that's a dynamic that's more complicated than just stop it, but because the charge on the DTs. Like, I think Liberators might be the way to go. You can set them up around your planetaries as well to help against those blink-ins better than the tanks would. Innovation has added on a couple, but maybe it's going for harassment right now. He's desperate to hold on. If he can get maxed again, then things might reset. Can that actually happen? Oh my god.
Okay.
Please.
Remember, there's only one ghost over here, and it actually doesn't even have enough energy to really do any EMPs right now. Okay, there's another ghost that actually does.
Jesus, that's so many DTs, and he's not losing them. A scan is going to miss the. Oh, no, actually get dragged back in.
But zombie guys, see, here's the thing. Just because you see them doesn't mean they're dead.
Oh my god, GG. Estrella. So cool. So cool when you warp in 20 DTs.
Yeah, it actually is. It actually is. And you know what? Astrala is. I was giving you a bunch of poop for not believing in the DTs early on 4 years ago. Astrala is one of the early believers. He is actually one of the people that years ago was like, actually, yeah, blink DTs if you make a handful of them, a decent number of them, alongside I think like Neeb and a few others. Like, yeah, you know what? You can actually do quite a bit with this. This is really great for run by potential and doing all kinds of great stuff.
It kind of played out exactly as we were kind of building up in the pre-show, the pre-game, right? Where it's like, yeah, if the longer a game goes, DTs run by is going to get really complicated. And while tanks can help, like initially, when you get to a certain number of DTs, right, they just blink on top of the planetary and the tanks. They blink on top of the bio that's left over. Like, I liked it in the beginning, but I think a transfer exchange of composition should have happened. Plus, not running up into like 3 disruptor shots also should have happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, don't you feel like the Protoss player just kind of outplayed Innovation there, though? Like, I think Astrala just kind of outplayed Innovation there, though, with those 3 disruptor shots.
Or is it maybe some server issues? Nah, he was just overconfident. There's like, I think against anyone else in any other situation, a more even situation, he scans. Well, can't even really excuse that.
You can't sleep on Astrala, and you know what? Even with that, there's actually another really, really solid Protoss player from the European side of things. Because the shades of a Protoss is not just about one style of Protoss that exists on the team. It's not the same player 4 times. There's 4 different styles, there's 4 different types of players, and I really, really a huge fan of this next one. Mana gonna be facing off against Elazer.
I think Elazer knows exactly how Mana plays though, and like while Mana can be a surprise upset, we were pretty happy with these matchups. Like I know they play a lot, they're probably like even enough, but I think Elazer is going to know Mana too well and do fine.
I think that it's going to go both ways. I agree with you there. And I think Elazer, this is something I'm going to give credit to your players and stuff for, is that Elazer is very, very good, I think, in this kind of prepared style matchups. Because he is the player that gets really aggressive. And if he is able to do that preparation and identify the way that someone likes to play, I feel like he is so good at coming out with the right build to the right time or something like a best of one. I think Elazer is actually extremely strong for this kind of format.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I would say that's why I chose him, but it was him or Drogo. Or Hurricane, actually. There was three left over.
Well, according to your official canon reasoning during the draft, is like, I don't know, I think he's cool.
Yeah. I don't know.
For all of your teams. Team Rubba Lubba, I think that they're kind of cool, Dub.
Yeah, that's my official reasoning for everyone. I don't know, I just think they're kind of cool. But for Elazer, I was like, I think I have to have a Zerg on my team. Of course, I also love Elazer. I think he's a great addition. Yeah. But I was like, sounds good to have a Zerg.
I mean, your team is Showtime, Elazer, Innovation, and who I'm forgetting. Who's the last one again?
Wait, what?
Uthermal. I have to say, you have a handsome team. Very handsome team.
Yeah, the most handsome team that ever been created. I mean,
you don't quite have the raw sex appeal of Max Astrala Angel, but it's good. Down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have our yellow Protoss player, the Golden Armada yellow. It is Team Liquid's Mana.
In the top right as the green Zerg, he is Elazer. Ago. Kind of like the Shadow of the Colossus horse. Agro? No?
Oh yeah. I've actually never played it. I only saw you play it.
Yeah, but I knew you used to watch me play it, so.
Yeah. Oh.
Horse.
So how do you feel about PvZ these days? I feel as though people have very mixed opinions on it right now.
Well, Fear Dragon, it really matters if my player is the Protoss or the Zerg. So, when Showtime was playing, Protoss are the weakest race, and I feel so bad for them. They can't do anything against the stupid Zerg. When Elazer is playing, it's like, I mean, Protoss adepts are pretty cool. You know? They're good. So, and that's actually what I'm expecting Mana to do. If Mana doesn't go for Adepts, I feel like Elazer wins. If he does go for Adepts, I feel like Elazer wins. Because he's expecting Adepts, and we'll just defend against them.
Okay. You know, I know that Mana can definitely open up with Adepts and stuff, but when I think of Mana, it's actually, I'm usually thinking of like a lot of Charge Lot, Warp Prism, Archon styles and everything. I feel like that's usually where a lot of his big strengths come in, so. I'm interested to see where Mana also takes us. The funny thing is, yeah, I will, like, occasionally my players will try and talk with each other about strategies and stuff, but it's usually, for the most part, everyone's kind of doing their own preparation. We, like, are dropping replays to each other and stuff for our opponents, but it's overall been, like, every player just kind of comes with whatever they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I don't think... I mean, it's hard, like, even in, like, the most official Pro League situations, like, literally Pro League, right? Like, I actually always wondered how many times it was a specific build. We saw some amazing snipes, but then think about all the games that weren't, amazing snipes and how much of it was just like, yeah, just kind of do what me feels comfortable. But anyways, that's what we're doing. I think there's some discussion about builds, but I think Uthermal literally asked, what do I do against parting? And Showtime went, I don't know. So we're gonna try, but
nice.
How are you?
I mean, how do you really prepare versus parting? I'm not actually too sure.
Well, like literally, Uthermal was like, here are 2 options, and Showtime went, I don't know. Thanks, man.
Cool.
Nah, it's okay because he made up for it. He beat Trap. It was great. And now Elazer gets to beat Mana. Mana did do some pretty typical stuff with the probe early on, but then is not going into Adepts. Got that Stargate building an Oracle right now.
Yeah, very, very typical kind of opening coming out here from Mana. We'll see how much the Oracle can actually get done, but I mean, I actually really like it against someone like Elazer, just because we were talking about how, yeah, Elazer has some really, really nice all-ins and like attacks and stuff that he can do, especially in the earlier stages. And I do feel like Stargate is just that, like, I am safe against early shenanigans kind of play as well.
True. It is the safest option. It provides a little bit of harassment, a lot of scouting, and good macro, depending on how you follow up. So it's a good option. That's the reason it's been the standard, even amongst the pop-up metas. You know, when Twilight Council first came in, the Adepts first came in, it was like, okay, 100%, all Adepts all the time. But then it goes back. It goes back to the old standard. The old trustworthy Stargate. And Elazer is the type of guy you could do something early on, but yeah, as I've been saying, I feel like Elazer, well, yeah, absolutely, he could do something cheesy. I think he should just feel confident against Mana. I say that, and he has no Spore Crawler in the main. Well, we watch a Phoenix kill an Overlord, so...
Yeah. An Oracle killing 5 workers at the very beginning is actually stellar. That is a fantastic start, especially when the Oracle is still relatively healthy.
I think he was so focused on the Adepts, you know, the Adepts that had shown themselves to the Overlord, that he kind of forgot, because he shoot, I didn't actually look. I should have looked. Maybe Mana was doing something really clever, like delaying Warp Gate, or not delaying Warp Gate, I should say, delaying his Stargate. So because Elazer was totally unprepared. That was not like a 2 seconds, or that was the one base that was not supposed to be hit. That was just him totally unprepared.
Yeah, so I will say the Phoenix was killing the Overlord before the Oracles came in, and the Spore Crawlers didn't start until after the Oracle left. So
yeah, but
I'm with you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But anyways, like, maybe that was actually really clever when we missed it from Mana, but Elazer, he's got time to recover. Getting an Oracle is a nice way to that recovery, but he also needs to scout that it's follow-up double Stargate. He has not scouted the 7X core. If he sees that moving and grooving, he'd figure it out. Because, I brought up to Warp Gate. There's actually not that many Warp Gates in play right now.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the beauties also of when you do go for double Stargate, usually you are going to have that first Phoenix out that just also picks off all of the Overlords around the map. There's basically a little bit of creep spread going forward and a Ling over the top Xel'Naga Watchtower in the bottom one. Like, that's all of the scouting that Elazer is going to have. So no real way to see that Mana's going for this double Stargate for a little bit, unless he actually starts poking forward with some of the Lings at the natural in the third.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big surprise. This is a nice play from Mana, who is really playing, a little off what you would expect. You can expect Mana to do something cheesy, something all-in-y, like the Adepts, basically. I feel like he was already on the Adept hype even before it really got hyped at Katowice, but going for the Stargate, kind of surprised Elazer. Going for double Phoenix, gonna surprise Elazer. He is going to take damage, but it's not the end of the world again. One great thing for Elazer is that his drone counts back up, something really good. His creep spread is going to start inhibiting the 4th base, SimCity, if Mana doesn't clean it up. It just really sucks he never got that scout. This is the first scout on the Phoenix, right? Gah.
Yeah, this is gonna definitely catch him a little bit off guard. Now we'll see how much damage the Phoenix can actually get done. There's still more Phoenix being produced for now, but the Robo's being added on. The transition points are being set up. So, Phoenix gonna dive on in, start picking up some of the Queens. Queens are focus firing down some of the Phoenix, but there's a lot of Roaches on the ground. So I don't think that Zealot army is gonna be able to do too much. So far, this has not been super successful here for Mana.
I thought Mana was going to use more of like a double-pronged attack, like Phoenix in the main, and then Roaches are at a place with the Zealots, but instead he went for like a Bulldozer that Elazer was absolutely prepared for, so just big thank you to Mana for losing that army.
Yeah, well, he definitely loses a few of the Zealots over there, but honestly, at the end of the day, yeah, okay, let's actually say the bigger deal is he did end up losing an extra 3 Phoenix there. He only lost 3 Zealots. And now he's going to be able to still harass a little bit with the Phoenix, but it is just going to be about defending this counter aggression. What does Mana have on the ground? Yeah. He's got, oh god, not a whole lot right now. The Oracle's really going to have to pull some weight here.
Exactly. Like, the problem was that he doesn't have anything besides the Phoenix. So the Zealots are, I think, supposed to buy more time so he could up that Immortal count. But by just running in head first, they just went, it told Elazer, yes, please attack me. And that's what's happening here. The Oracle is getting a lot of free damage. He didn't use a Stasis Trap. He just bulked up the energy, so that is helping. And the Phoenix Recall also does help, as they have a lot of energy. But the Roaches are certainly doing damage. Gonna slip on by, kill the Immortal. I think so. Yeah, they're gonna get us around on that. And Elazer is doing this off of 87 drones, upgrades on the way, Hydra's on the way. Feels great, man. Feels great.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good set of trades there for Elazer. And these Roaches still going to find a few more kills on their way over to the main base. I really love that little wall in over there from Mana, and actually gets a Zealot to fully wall it off and prevent probes from going down at least. And that's the one saving grace here, is that Mana has not really lost workers during all that. He did lose a lot of army supply, but his Phoenix stay alive, so he still has a little bit of map control, or map presence, I should say. Not really control, but he has map presence, the ability to get some scouting information. It is just going to be about how well Mana can try and set himself up for the next stage, get up the next stage of tech with like robotics bay and everything, and just hold on against the inevitable big attack from Elazer.
Point, he didn't lose any probes, but the bigger point is they didn't have a fourth base to start utilizing the probes as we head into 10, 11 minute 12, right? And he still hasn't cleaned up the creep either. So he puts the fourth in exactly the location Elazer was kind of hoping for, and is still not clearing up creep. This is the time to do it. Okay, observers finally being spread out. Okay, Mana, there we go.
I mean, I'm gonna give him a little bit of credit when you're controlling Phoenix and you're trying to macro and everything behind it. It is also a little bit taxing APM wise to also control your army and move it out when you don't know where the ground army is.
You're not wrong, but I think the priority had to be on that creep straight, I feel. Like, I usually don't say it in PvZ, but it's literally on his front doorstep. I guess he has to cancel his fourth anyways. I don't think he defends this.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely with you there. And the scary thing here is that I almost feel like Elazer doesn't necessarily need to move in. He's still going to. A few Banelings do manage to slip on by to get some good connections with the heart of a lot of the Immortals, but Sentry's already out of energy now. So once that those force fields start to expire, this gets really, really tough for Mana.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a run by trying to pull Elazer back, but Elazer's just going to reinforce, use his queens. He's going to get up his fifth base because he's about to win the game. 40 supply up, but the army is looking quite good. He is running out of Banelings, so maybe another reinforcement of Zealots, and the Phoenix actually, hold on here. The Phoenix helping so much against what was only Hydras left over, and Colossus come in to sweep it all up. That was actually not so bad.
It was a really good hold, and I actually think that Mana he's making some steps that he needs to make in order to pull himself back in this game. But I want to say, like, the Zealot run by, it did trade out versus a lot of army supply and like pretty cost efficiently, but it didn't kill any of the bases, and it didn't really kill a lot of the drones. So I'm still worried, especially with the cancel on the fourth base again.
A very good point. That fourth base is actually the main problem. Mana basically has to take perfect engagements with now lacking spellcasters. And that's worrisome because nothing really protects his Colossus. A couple sentries building up energy to the left side. He's gonna have 4 Colossus too, but Elazer has pretty much the ultimate counter. He's got Vipers. Doesn't even need a spy. Don't need Corruptors. Just get Vipers. And what's he gonna do against that?
I'm almost wondering. I mean, it's not exactly like they're gonna fare a whole lot better versus Vipers, but I'm almost wondering if getting up like a disruptor or 2 would be really helpful over here, just to keep the Hydras back. If you can use the Phoenix to zone out the Vipers or something. But I mean, like I said, I don't even think that disruptor is necessarily going to be like this catch-all solving the answer of, oh no, this is a really scary army from Elazer. How do I deal with it? It's still a really tough spot.
I kind of get what you're saying though. I mean, the more options the Vipers have to choose from, right? Like, there's only gonna be so many Vipers. So what do they pull? What do they abduct? And Elazer, like, literally only went for 2. Yeah, only 2.
Yeah, and I'm also really worried right now that Elazer's actually going to be hitting just before there are actually many High Templars with Storm. That's actually like my big fear right now. Storm is getting closer to finishing. And it looks like Elazer's actually trying to set up for this multi-prong attack, and that might actually buy the time Mana needs to get up Storm.
Yeah, I think he's choosing the safer option, knowing that he's delayed at fourth base so often. He's like, I'll just max out and then move in. So he will have to deal with Storm as well, but he has so many options. We could even see Lurkers as he starts upgrading those. But Mana, to his credit, he's gotten back over to 150 supply with a lot of spellcasters, force fields included. Oh, but running into the army? I don't know if that's what you want to do.
Oh, okay. No, the Baneling count is actually a lot lower than I thought it was. 9 Banelings only right now, but oh god, there are the abducts, and that is something that's going to be hard to recover from. Storm is here. The High Templars are also here. They're going to start storming now. And, well, I mean, honestly, pretty good storms, but is there enough army behind it?
Oh, another good storm as the Banelings didn't quite take out every single one. Elazer's reinforcements haven't come over yet, and the Phoenix going to try and hold the day. No more Phoenix.
Big Zealot run by is also trying to break through the spine crawler wall, and I think they will finally be able to break through and get something done over there. Another Warpin of Zealots also in the main base. Mana, he's really struggling to hold on to this 4th base, but if you could find a way to hold on, this counter damage would have actually been really nice.
Yeah, would have, but regardless of where he puts his zealots, he could have reinforced the front line, still would have died. So doing the run by was the best option. It's just not quite going to be enough. I mean, he loses his 4th, loses his 3rd, he loses his army. 106 army to 10. GG.
GG. All right. Elazer gets one in. It's okay. Elazer played well there. Mana, definitely want to commend him for making a really tough spot from the beginning actually look that close. So.
Say that.
Oh wow, he's actually saying he didn't see the Vipers. So like when the Colossus just got abducted there, he just didn't even see the Vipers at all.
Yeah, I mean, even without the Vipers, it's always dangerous to push in, but then he could run back and force field. Like, it makes sense. Yeah. He was making the right calls. It was just already a pretty frightening position. But I wanted to talk about my Discord because I love these guys. They're all talking, right? Elazer even asked for a voice channel when obviously he isn't playing. And when the double Stargate came down, I think is when they started typing. They just all started putting Munkus in the chat because Elazer wasn't scouting.
Oh no!
I love it. I love seeing the pros. You know, we don't get to talk about this usually when we are on broadcast.
Yeah. Oh man, my the Discord for my team was like, oh, it was a little bit scary yesterday because Mana was just like, oh, so I'm having really bad computer issues right now. So apparently, like, his frame rate just tanks in certain situations. He tweeted about this, so if you guys are interested. So I know he's been playing with like not no sound, but like less sound. So it's just, I know he's playing in kind of a weird setup right now. So I'm still really happy with how well he played and everything. This has definitely been a tough day for him. But I think this is gonna be the game that really start to turn things around. Right? I think this game is gonna be a lot more one-sided because honestly, is Showtime even a very good player anymore? I mean, has he won a championship lately in the past like 2 years, 3 years?
Okay, all right. I was gonna ask, has Neeb, but you're just on the cutoff of WCS.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I did the math on this zombie grump. I did the math.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, then. I'll give you that point. But, Showtime is in a lot more difficult of a region. There's a reason they get more spots in their tournaments, Fear Dragon, because Neeb is just farming a week.
That's true. Those tournaments that Neeb won, they were definitely just NA, right? It was.
I mean, WCS Winter was. When was the last time he won before that?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, all the WC. Yeah, well, okay. Like I said, 3 years ago, all of them were global events, and I'm pretty sure he actually had to defeat Showtime once or twice there as well. So, I'm just saying, like, number of gold plays.
All right, hold on. 3 years ago would have been August 2017. When was his last WCS win? Montreal? Okay, damn. Yeah. All right, you win. You win.
Are you trying to, like, to the day math me right now?
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
100%.
All right, well, we are going to be starting over the bottom right-hand side of the map. That's right, Wardy, you're in the wrong place. Over here, we have the yellow Protoss player from Shorts, 4 Shades of Protoss. He is Neeb.
4 Shorts of Protoss. The bottom left has the green Protoss for the Grubba-Dub-Dubs. He is Showtime.
It's okay. I'm still waking up. It's still 5 in the morning for me.
That's true. I'll give you a pass. I'm all hyped up.
I say as though I'm actually gonna somehow become more awake later on. I'm like, oh no, this is only gonna get worse actually.
Yeah, that's also a good point. You poor Pacific coasters.
Yeah, rough life. I really want to commend Astrala, especially because that kid also is doing the same thing that I did, where he had to get up super early and like wake up at 2 a.m. to play his games, and is actually still doing really well. I mean, he beat Innovation. I'd say that's not bad. That's not bad for someone that got up at 2 a.m.
Absolutely not. Astrala's actually been pretty fun to watch in general in this team league, even if he hasn't won everything.
Not even recently, just he's always been very fun to watch.
Well, since he went Super Saiyan, you know, I would say he was fun to watch, but ultimately ended in disappointment too often to be truly fun to watch.
Okay, with that kind of logic, you're like saying that Dragon Ball Z was only fun after this like Frieza saga, which
okay, when
is
some
definitely not
guy,
true.
when Estrella like 3 years ago was going for like 2 base, you know, 1 Colossus fake outs past its prime, and you were like, oh, that's cool, and then he lost to the first push. Is it fun to watch? No shade to Estrella, but he has gone Super Saiyan in the last couple of years. But anyways, we have not talked about this game whatsoever. Neeb went for an expansion, and Showtime wanted to, I mean, maybe punish it. He was getting some adepts. He wants to try and do some amount of pressure, as he did not go for his own expansion. And he is also getting a proxy Stargate. So,
Yeah, proxy Stargate is definitely going to be to try and put on some really quick pressure with that Oracle. But Neeb has actually already caught wind of the fact that there likely is some kind of proxy. He's scouting around, but I mean, that location is going to take a long time for this probe on his opponent's side of the map to actually ever scout out. So Neeb is mostly scouting around in hopes that he can find like just a by itself proxy pylon or like a Twilight Council or something along those lines.
yeah, exactly. Well, Neeb's going to have that little bit of a initial burst to the probes. We have seen enough games at this point. You know, this is not so atypical anymore. That we know it kind of gets like evened up, basically. You know, there's a couple of probe cuts here and there that just mean that eventually the economies even up. And, well, Showtime's looking for more than even. He wants to get good 6 or 7 probes with the Oracle Adept combination.
Yeah, the shield battery is going up, though. Okay, one of them was in, or both of them were in the natural expansion. And if he could actually fully wall off over here versus the Adepts, this actually still might end up being okay. Because if he realizes he needs to have some Stalkers in the main base to deal with the potential Oracles, I actually think he still has a setup to not lose too many with another reinforcing Warpin of Stalkers.
He is trying to perfectly hold, and it's tough. It is tough. He just doesn't have that many units. I mean, that's always been the problem with Protoss. Good so far. This is only 2 probes there, but Showtime has doubled up the Oracles, so he's going to take damage, but with double Oracles in the main, 2 Stalkers won't kill it that fast. He will get some probes here.
Yeah, it most definitely should be able to do that. He's going to actually go to the natural. The Stalkers are not quite in position just yet. And that means, oh man, 8 workers is already a really nice start there for Showtime. The 2 Stalkers in the main base over here for Neeb going to be able to soften up another one of these Oracles, and he does get it. Is only down 4 workers, and it's a reasonable spot. It's not 100% ideal to have lost 10 workers, but it's reasonable.
Yeah. Did he also scout the Stargate? He did, yeah. So he saw Phoenix morphing out of that. He's going to try and hide the Oracles, and if he hides them correctly, then he can always come back in later for, like, even a good another 8 probes, to be honest. Like, this is... Neeb is supposed to catch the Oracle. It's not a response. By the time you respawn and they're already in your mineral line, you've lost, you know, way too many probes. So... I like it for Showtime. Hallucinated Phoenix is going to kind of scout out prior to the Oracle swooping back in. He's got a shield battery back at home as we see Neeb actually start to position. He's got kind of a proxy pylon, but to call it a proxy is a bit of a stretch. Like, it's closer.
Yeah, it is closer. That is definitely a good way of putting it. There is actually a very exposed shield battery over here just because Showtime is not exactly in a great position. The Oracle did try and move in and managed to get 11 kills, but Neeb in the meanwhile has actually been able to kill off the shield battery. Is now killing off a few of these Stalkers, going to get a couple of probes of his own maybe? No, focus firing down the Stalkers. He definitely has to get some damage done over here because he just lost a lot of workers.
Poof, yeah, I think that was a good point about the shield battery. It was kind of vulnerable. If there's a shield battery and his army's in front of it, there is like no problem whatsoever. But Showtime might have been a little afraid of himself of like a surprise Oracle, you know, because he knows his opponent has a Stargate, so they weren't doing protection duty at all. Now he's gonna build more as he goes, oh no. But it actually was just a bit of a blip. It was I think I have enough Stalkers. He was correct, but the Oracles just did way too much damage. Now his Phoenix have to really do a lot. And 2 Phoenix, I don't think they're doing a lot.
Yeah, that is the big problem here, is that Neeb is just, he doesn't exactly have a whole lot of tech. I mean, he at least does have his robo done in producing that first Immortal a bit faster than I think Showtime, since Showtime doesn't actually have a robo yet. So I still feel like Neeb has some tools under his belt, and even when you're down economically, if you're not in a great position with your army or something, like, I think as long as you have some power tools like Immortals or like Phoenix, there's always the chance for you to try and find little openings and sneak your way back in.
Disagree, but we have emerged into a new era of PvP, haven't we? Where usually we're talking about, okay, here's the weaknesses of Blink. We now talk a lot about the strengths of Blink. And Immortals are no longer just like, okay, well, they're eventually going to win the fight, because even that doesn't happen. You know, if they get charged fast enough, if they simply have a superior economy, you know, because they get a faster third. You know, and in this game, they also killed so many probes. Like, the Blink Stalkers can do wonderfully. Neeb is going to be adding on a Robotics Bay, but not going for any of his own Blink. There's still no Twilight Council. So, Colossus? Or there's a... yeah?
I still feel like I would really prefer Disruptors in this kind of situation, because I don't know. I know that there are Protoss players that like to go for Colossus in PvP, but specifically, like, even of the few times that I do see the Colossus play work out, it's when the Protoss player is at even or ahead. I rarely, if ever, see a Protoss player win a game when they're playing with Colossus from behind.
Oh, I'm totally with you. I think he is going to get Blink alongside Disruptor production, and I got a couple of Chronos, and it's not even okay.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, Neeb,
just waited.
You know what? You know better than me. I trust you. I trust you, man.
Yeah, Neeb does know better than both of us, but that's going to be tricky. He's still going to add on Blink. But the Colossus, I mean, they're I guess they're a little less snipeable than Disruptors. I don't know. I like Showtime's position. I like his army. He did have that blip of a stronger economy, actually still kind of keeping it together as well.
Get back.
Charge is done. Is there a War Prism? There is a War Prism alongside this army. Oh, this could be a good push.
Well, it's relatively evenish army supplies, and remember, there's going to be that shield battery overcharge available over here for Neeb, alongside that first Colossus now having popped out. Okay, it's going to get involved in the fight. Whoa. The Stalkers going forward onto the army over here for Neeb, and Neeb is not really fighting in range of the shield battery, so his army is going to take a lot of damage really quickly.
Yep, GG! Yes! Ooh! Feels so good to tear down Fear Dragons. Match. It feels so good. This is the match that I wanted to win.
You know, it's cool. I was honestly starting to feel a little bit bad for you because you were so low in the standings. I was like, man, is Zombie Grub still gonna have any confidence in herself as a analytical commentator, having picked players that have gotten her to second to last place? But you know what? I'm glad you got one. I'm glad that you got a little bit of confidence now. So maybe you can do a bit better for the rest of the league.
Considering I'm basically betting that you're going to lose all of your remaining matches and have a much worse map score. Thank you. Thank you for feeling that moment of pity while I continue the reign of dominance. As I'll be facing Rifkin later, but I actually think it's Maynard versus someone. Fear Dragon. Oh, it's against you. Look at that.
Yeah, don't worry. You know what? Now I'll actually go ahead and my team will start to go a little bit more Super Saiyan. And I think now is when we really start to do things.
You couldn't even beat my team. How are you going to beat Maynard's team, which beat me? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, let's just say that we had some time to warm up. We're gotten to a good place. I think it's looking pretty good, honestly.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching that, but I will be out, and then when I come back, the series after, I'll be facing Rifkin. But you know what? In all sincerity, good luck. I hope for some really good matches.
All right, thanks. And we'll see you guys in a little bit.
G'day, StarCraft fans. We're figuring out who's hosting this thing literally 2 seconds before the cameras went on. I am Maynard, with me is Fear Dragon. It's the Dread Knights versus 4 whole Shades of Protoss. Fear Dragon, are you feeling confident tonight?
You know, I have to say, I'm going to be totally honest with you, Maynard, is I actually do a ton of research on like who is playing and like what maps certain players have come out on, what the win rates are for different players and everything. I go and gather the information. And then I looked at your team and I'm just like, there's actually like, I don't see any trends. It kind of feels like you just roll a random dice. You're like, well, we're going to put Ragnarok over here. We'll put, such and such. It's just, I couldn't figure out any trends. So I actually have no idea how this series is going to go. I have no predictions whatsoever.
I'm super surprised to hear that the guy that picked 4 Protosses does a ton of player research. Anyway, let's get into the series game number 1. And I do believe the camera is on your guys, so why don't you take it away? Oh,
is it? Oh, no. Okay.
It was flip-flopping around there.
Up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have the yellow Protoss player from 4 Shades of Protoss and Jin Air Greenwings. He is trapped.
But more importantly, in the bottom right here, in the red, the Zerg player for the Dread Knights, putting the Alpha in Alpha X. It's Ruh-Roh Raggy, a.k.a. Ragnarok.
Okay, that took me a second to get.
Yeah, Ruh-Roh Raggy. And so he's got a few of those builds that make his opponent go Ruh-Roh. You know what I mean? Especially
that is very accurate. That's a good nickname.
Oh, he sometimes has a few too many Ruh-Roaches for his opponent to deal with as well from time to time.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Ragnarok was playing pretty gosh darn well versus Showtime earlier. That definitely was a it's not easy to deal with those Night Swarm shenanigans. Not gonna lie, man.
Right?
Golden Wall.
It was a weird one. Yeah, Golden Wall, the Night Swarm host thing, and also amazingly did it without any Banelings. I don't remember the last time I saw a ZVP that just didn't have any Banelings in it at any point. Like early game, maybe, sure, but a game that goes that long, no Banelings, it's pretty incredible.
I mean, maybe instead of just nerfing Banelings, we should also nerf the Roaches and the Ravagers and the Hydras.
Well,
just
what?
Get rid of all of it.
I already know one Zerg that's going to do well when those Banelings lose a few more base damage on the non-light units.
Dude, my favorite part from those patch notes was that it's PTR patch notes, for those who are wondering. The patch has not gone through or anything. That's
right.
The Baneling damage changed so that basically it does 3 less damage to non-light units. And immediately I go to the responses on anyone tweeting about this or anything. And everyone's just like, my God, I cannot believe that they would make Banelings so much better versus light units. And I'm like, it went from 35 damage to 35 damage versus light. Like, how are so many people messing up the math on this?
Yeah, I even saw Team Liquid tweet. It was like, there's Baneling buffs coming in. I'm like, are there though?
I'm like, oh no, they went from 18 plus 17 damage to 20 plus 15.
You know what? There's a ton of other forums out there for StarCraft 2. We can just go to those instead. A Stargate build here from Trap. Ragnarok, pretty nice so far. Just Lings, pretty conservative stuff from the Zerg, and he sees the Stargate, I believe, with the Overlord before he got killed.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I don't hate it. You were kind of already mentioning that Ragnarok has some cheeky builds that he can throw out here and there. And I was talking about this with Zombie Grove, that Stargate is such a solid general hold all versus so many different kind of weird all-ins type of build. And I actually think that Trap has some of the best, and I mean has for a while, but some of the best Oracle control in the scene.
Yeah, he's the Wing Commander. That was his nickname way back in the day, like 5 years ago. That was him. It was him, Mr. Stargate. He was going Stargate and PvZ before it was popping fresh all over the meta, before everyone else was doing it. He was sort of a trendsetter in that regard. It's he's quite good at it. I did see a little bit of shakiness with some of his Stargate control recently. And actually, specifically his PvZs, I feel have been a little, sometimes great, sometimes not so great, a little hit and miss. Mainly he's sort of a PvT god, and, I'm just sort of against Uthermal and maybe just a little bit less godlike against the Grubble Lover Dub-Dubs, but his PvZ's definitely gotten a lot better lately. So I will give you that, but that's the only thing I'm giving you this game. Anything that Trap does that's good from now on is, as far as I'm concerned, lucky.
Everybody gets one.
Yeah. Everyone gets one. That's what you get for Trap. That's it.
Okay, well, the Oracle so far has not been able to find a whole lot of damage. It does finally get a single drone kill. It's going to back off into that dead airspace, regenerate some of those shields. First Oracle, usually not going to get a whole lot done. It's kind of Mana getting 5 Oracle or 5 drone kills in that last game at the very beginning was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. We do have the Roach Warren going down here for Ragnarok, and Trap is already switching gears out of Stargate. Oh, catching some of these drones, transferring that third base. Yeah, very lucky. That's what I'm talking about. This is where the luck kicks in. And, I have seen your team win a few matches in this tournament so far, which is obviously luck. This game, so far, Trap's gotten some drone damage. That's great. Ragnarok, with that Roach Warren, is looking to get himself a ground pound army, and we see Trap switching out of Stargate into Dark Shrine and Robo Facility here. So going to go for some Cloak Boys and also potentially Archons.
Yeah, I think that usually is where things end up eventually leading, but I really do enjoy when they still at least make the Dark Templar and run them in before turning them immediately into Archons. I think Trap is usually pretty good about that. And one of my favorite things also is I think that Trap is usually pretty mindful of mixing, even if your opponent knows like the Dark Shrine's coming or something, there's a really nice set of ways you can actually mix up how you utilize the Dark Templar. Sometimes you do just do the immediate transform into Archons to try and get some quick damage done with the Archons. Some people will split up the DTs between different bases. Sometimes you go to the third or the natural. Like there's so many different ways to play it that even if you know it's coming, still nice ways you can get damage done.
Speaking of knowing it's coming, it seems like Trap is already preparing for just a lot of Roaches and Ravages here. Like, Ragnarok is the kind of guy that, a slight breeze and all of a sudden he's Roach all inning. He is not too far away from doing it at any moment, and you do have to be ready for that. We do see actually Ragnarok dropping the Hydra Den here, so it doesn't look like any Roach Roll in. He's actually just going for just a regular standard build. He's still droning up, he's still macroing up, and I think he's going to try and go for Lurkers a little bit quicker here. Trap seems to be on top of it though, dropping the Robotics Bay. It seems like he's, following along with Ragnarok's tech paths as Ragnarok drops them.
Yeah, it's also really funny too because the Dark Shrine got morphed in. No DTs were ever actually made. Instead, he immediately just ended up making some Stalkers after the Dark Shrine finished up, which usually would be the warp in to make some of those DTs. Oracle's going to be diving in pretty deep. Might end up losing one of them. No, actually still decently healthy and gets out of there alive.
Yep, both Oracles still alive here for Trap. Ragnarok's economy is about where he wants it to be before you set it and forget it. You know, he's about to have 77 drones here, and that's definitely enough here for late game Zerg. So his 4th hatchery about to finish up and heading towards, I want to say tier 3. Yeah, I was going to say that's usually Lurker Den what you want to do here when you get all those Hydras up. We got the Lurker Den being dropped. We've got Rutro. Horus.
Well, that's always fun.
Esports canceled.
Yeah, Wardy's going to give Horus a nice talking to until Wardy's voice is Horus.
Wow.
I heard a Discord sound effect. I'm like, did Wardy just mute me? He did.
Oh, so I'm talking to myself. Nice. I think that's the threat of a mute. No, I don't think he's actually muting you. But
no, I think he did mute and unmute me for a second because I definitely heard the sound effect.
He's just letting you know that I'm in control of this broadcast, and whatever happens, is my design. So yeah, it looks like as I finish my thought, Ragnarok is heading towards Hive. It's not going to be those Swarm Host Nidus Worm plays like he did against Showtime on Golden Wall. It's in fact just going to be tier 3 Lurker is the plan here for Ragnarok. It's going to take him a little while to get there though. You know what I mean? So, and Trap's about to finish a bunch of gateways, going to the Warp Prism here. So it looks like Trap's going through the middle of the map here, clearly going for a bit of a poke.
Wardy, I think you're the admin. Or maybe Oli Moly is. Oh no. Do we have a referee to unpause the game?
Oh, the players have control. Oh no. The players are so professional, they're expecting an admin here, but this tournament is too professional to have an admin. You fools! The players have always been in charge. There we go.
Hey, there it is.
Realizes, and we're in.
Yeah.
Esports lives once more.
All right, well, we do have a little push out over here from Trap. Going to be knocking down the wall. Sends out a Hallucinate Phoenix since he has plenty of that sentry energy. I love the Lynx helping out against the wall for a second.
He's just helping your brother out. He's like, oh, you want to come through? Yeah, come on in, mate. No, I don't think Ragnarok is actually prepared at all for this attack. He seems a little underprepared at the moment.
Okay. We're going to end up seeing the Lynx coming in from behind. This is going to catch Trap in a bit of an awkward spot. Oh, no, the Lynx actually just on a move command and loses the Queens completely separately. This is a great start for Trap.
Yeah, this attack is going very nicely, and just in case Ragnarok does close the distance on this army, Trap has their stasis wards to fall back to. Ragnarok does have a very awkward spot to engage into. He's going into several little choke points that Trap's creating for himself. One of the stasis wards actually does fire off. In a second here, there we go. Catches the Hydralisk as well. So some of Ragnarok's army, well, he does have the bigger army. It's a little cost inefficient as far as supply goes, and Trap just continues to reinforce from a prism that is so safe. It's way on the edge of the creep there up to the north side. Ragnarok's doing a nice job at picking off these stasis wards, or at least triggering them with small clusters of units. But Trap is still threatening that 4th hatchery, and it's getting very, very low. Ragnarok needs to keep that thing alive to have a good chance in this game.
Yeah, Ravagers get close enough to the War Prism to force it out of the phasing mode, and the 4th base does survive for now. We'll see if Trap decides to continue the aggression. Oracle also stays alive and gets a Revelation tag off on the army, so looks like Trap is actually pretty okay with just the damage that he got done over there, and also realizes that this is going to be one of those kind of attacks that the longer it sticks around, the more time that Ragnarok is going to have to continue to try and get up enough units to get up the Lurker tech as well, which is actually going to really, really shut this down.
Yeah, Ragnarok is out mining the gas of Trap here, just because he has that 4th base. His gas is mining for him right now, but he's still very gassed up. Like, he just spent all of his gas on not only the Lurker upgrade, but also +2 attack, which is 175 gas. Also the Lurkers themselves, which are really, gas expensive, and they cost supply. Meanwhile, Trap's been making the anti-Lurker army. He's getting a lot of disruptors out, 2 at a time here. I think he even might have squeezed out a Colossus, which can be nice in a fight. And until Ragnarok has a lot of Lurkers, Yeah, it seems like Ragnarok's trying to tech up really hard here. It's like, I really want a lot of lurkers with all the hive upgrades. Trap's just like, aren't going to let you get there. And he is going to start knocking on that door again. And this looks very dicey for the Zerg to hold.
Yeah, the revelations are going to be so key over here. And he actually gets the revelation off on some of the morphing and lurkers. Gets the revelation off on one of the lurkers. Doesn't quite get the second one. Going to need to rely on the disruptor attacks. Okay,
nice win for Ragnarok so far. He is going to take a couple hits to his army there. He is picking off disruptors, though, with some of the biles. So this fight, strangely enough, is going okay for Ragnarok, but Trap is absolutely not done. He comes forward with his Blinkstalkers, finds an exposed lurker. That lurker cocoon is not going to happen. He gets picked up before it even finishes. Oh my god, Trap. Too many units.
Yeah, the Zealot run back is keeping Ragnarok pinned back over the third base. He actually had to pull a lot of his main army over to that location, which is why it seems like he had so little over here. But now the disruptors start coming on out. They take out a majority of the army. Trap is up in supply, and he is looking strong and angry after that last series. He's ready to take this for 4 Shades of Protoss.
He's hungry, he's angry, he's hangry. And I hope he enjoys his meal, because that's the one map you get, Fear Dragon. I said it. I was 100% correct with that prediction on what would happen with the Grub Lover Dub Dubs, and I am calling it right here. That's your map. I hope you enjoyed it, because that's it. The Dreadnoughts are fueled by revenge.
We'll see if there's time for another map win for my team, because I think that you're going to be running out of time very soon with the next match with Mana versus Time. And the Mana, he was looking really strong. All right, he may not have won his game in that last series, but he just needed some adjustment time to playing without all of his normal sound effects and everything. I think he's going to be looking just fine now.
You think the sound is the reason why Mana had a tough time the last game?
Yeah, I think it's purely just because of that. I actually think that in every other way, he outplayed his opponent, but just the unit sound effects, man, not being there. Brutal. I
remain unconvinced, as do I keep unconvinced of the fact that Mana is going to be able to outplay Time on US West. I think that's a tough call. I think that's going to be a pretty rough ping for Mana. I mean, there are a few things that the Protoss can do that, dare I say, are reasonably A-movie. But so can Terran. Terran's got a few A-movie armies as well. We got a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Hopefully Mana has, I guess for your sake, a strategy in the bag that works out well on this particular map. It is going to be on Ice and Chrome, a very large map here. Oops, yeah, StarCraft is tracked for me. Excuse me, I'll be a minute.
Okay, well, take your time, because of course, again, we got plenty of wonderful observers or commentators to load in. As we've seen,
it's a serious lobby.
The wide variety of commentators that have lagged out during the series.
Well, to be fair, it didn't happen in the middle of the game, so I haven't committed the biggest caster sin just yet. Just lag out the game in-game. I haven't done that yet. StarCraft is actually very good normally for me. Like, I know a lot of people have had crashes and, I can't log into BattleNet. I'm having problems. I've actually been very lucky with StarCraft, where it's crashed maybe, I'd say 7 times in the 10 years that I've had it. And that was one of the 7. So, a historical moment.
I've actually had a pretty similar experience as well. And I actually have to say, I don't know when it was. I feel like it was maybe 5 or something years ago. I noticed that even when I lag, even as a player, actually, it usually doesn't lag, specifically as an observer, not as a player. As an observer, I feel like even when I have little lag spikes, it doesn't actually slow down the game. It's only if my internet completely drops off and I'm fully just gonna lag out, that's when the lag screen will pop up. But usually it's actually pretty good. Observers don't seem to lag the game that much unless it's you're out of here. So
speaking of dropping off, let's get that map win, shall we? Attaboy time. Load it up here into Ice and Chrome for a TVP against Mana, who is, there's actually a couple Polish players in this tournament. I think that Mana might be my favorite. This guy is a little bit too infectious of a personality in all the fine ways, in all the good ways.
Yeah, honestly, Mana is just seriously my favorite European Protoss player, and it's just because I think he's got such a fun, infectious personality. I think he's got a really entertaining playstyle where he's totally willing to mix things up, and yeah, it's always just a good time.
Yeah. Speaking of time, in the bottom left here, from Kaizi, from the Dreadknights, China's #1 player. He is Time.
And up here in the top right-hand side of the map, from Team Liquid, he is the yellow Protoss player, Mana.
And let's see what the strategy is from both players. I actually find this particular map, of all the matchups we have today, I find this one the hardest to predict. Because Mana is really, you know, I mean, you know him well because you picked him. After all your deliberations and research, you decided that he is indeed the best pick for that draft. And that's rightfully so, because he's a very scary best of one player. He's got a lot of builds on that utility belt. He's a very cheeky and aggressive player as well. But I feel like all those things are also how I would describe Time. So it's like kind of two similar players playing different races facing off on a really large map, which is, you know, the bigger maps I feel like tend to lend to proxies more, although we're not seeing anything like that just yet. So it's like, it's going to be a very interesting game, no matter how it goes. I mean, Time will obviously win, but other than that, everything else is up in the air.
I'm definitely with you on that. And I've actually really enjoyed watching Times rise up in the scene, but I know one thing that I've always been a little bit sad about, and this is where I kind of get to say I'm also a fan of one of your your players too. And I think that Time is a really cool player, but I've always been a little bit sad. It feels like the last year or so, Time has not really had the same level of success as he did have, like, whatever it was, a year and a half or 2 years ago. And I want to say that not as a preface, but as an appendix to what I was just saying. No, not an appendix. Epilogue. The epilogue of my statement.
Wow.
Yeah, what the full story there.
You take it.
The epilogue is that I feel like Time has finally started showcasing like really solid play again. The past like 3 weeks to a month, I feel like I've started to see him break out again.
I agree. I thought you were about to say that Time's really dropped off, and I was about to go, oh, you just have not been watching much of this tournament when my team plays, have you? Because Time's been crushing it in this tournament, specifically in TVT. Yeah. He had a really great dismantling of Hurricane, so he'd be able to show off his the size of his TVP muscles, which I can assure you are quite large and very vascular.
Well, we'll see how he can fare against my boy Mana. This has been one of the matchups that it's funny because every single time Mana's like, maybe try not to give me a PBT, and he inevitably gets a PBT, and he inevitably just actually looks really good in PBT. And I'm like, what? Why did you not want a PBT? I know that you don't usually like this matchup sometimes, man, but like, dude, you're looking good.
Indeed. Well, at the moment, things are looking pretty standard from Time. Mana going for the Twilight Council, also the Robo there, so it looks like a blink opener. Could potentially be an aggressive blink opener if you see a few more gateways go down. We'll keep an eye on that. Reaper coming home here for Time to assist with that Adept. Reaper of Time's just got a little bit of a scout off with that SCV to assist. And with the Hellion, this could be an Adept kill. Oh, no, he goes for the recall, so it might be saved. All right.
Nicely done. Really nice grenade over there from Time, though. Like, it did give me a little bit of cause for concern there, but yeah, Adept making its way back home is going to actually be really useful, just because when you do have the Reaper and the Hellion making its way across the map, having a bit of that extra DPS, especially versus the Hellion, can be so nice. Yeah,
Hellions really are just a part of the matchup right now. I feel I'm like lagging behind. I see all these Terrans going Hellions, and I keep not doing it. I'm like, it must be, no, it is all other Terrans who is incorrect.
Okay, let me give you the advice here.
Skinner meme. Yep.
Just when you want to start mixing them in, just only do it. Just do your first couple of times that you try it out on Golden Wall. And you know the spot that you drop the Hellions in.
You know what? I do know a little part of the main base that does have a medevac land here landing pad on
every
it.
Game.
Might as well have lights and a helipad right there for the medevac. But speaking of which, we do have a drop here from Time. Looks like he's going to try and force Mana to look at these Hellions and Reaper over here while hitting the main base. Mana has one Stalker in the main, but that does not a defense make against 6 Marines and a Widowmine.
Yeah, Widowmine's going to burrow pretty far back. It's really a more defensive Widowmine than anything else. And I like that Mana's gone for the full wall off over there, but that one Stalker is going to not be able to come back in the main base and help defend against this. A lot of stuff is getting depowered here.
It certainly is, including Blink, including the shield battery. And Time is also forcing some cancel structures over here in the main base and the natural, rather. Mana is forcing this back. Time hasn't lost the medevac. He has only lost the Widowmine so far, and I think one of his Hellions. So Time actually really slowing down the blink of Mana. Mana still hasn't repowered that just yet. The pylon's just about to finish. He's going to have to dump some chronos from that bad boy.
Unfortunately, yeah, he had to get 2 different pylons, one on the south side and another over on the north side, just because the Marines are still sort of being a bit threatening there. But Mana just finally pushed things back, and we're going to end up seeing that medevac make its way back home. So honestly a very good drop there from Time, because not only does he actually do all that ton of damage, he keeps the medevac and most of the Marines alive.
Yep, which is very important because Time is heading towards that +1 attack timing, where all Terrans like to try and try their luck against the Protoss third base, or even try and drop the main if they're feeling spicy. Robotics Bay is on the way here for Mana, which is a sign of, and before the third base as well, which is a sign of, I'm afraid of the Terran pushing me early. I want to make sure I survive. It could be for style points. Maybe he's going for a Disruptor or something, but usually it's for Colossus. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah. Extended Thermal Lance. Just to make sure you're safe against, or I guess safer against early Terran pushes. Saw Parting do it against Uthermal in my match against the Scrubber Lover Dove-Doves.
Yeah, one of the downsides of this can be that when you're going for this really quick Colossus tech as well, means that you're maybe a little bit lighter on some of the other gateway units and everything, but he's got these 7 Stalkers. Oh, the thing is he's moving out across the map. I was going to say, there's that drop moving along the north-hand side, and Mana, he can poke and prod a little bit. If he manages to slow down the push out, that also would be great, but he has to be so careful. He cannot afford to lose any units over here when you try and go for this kind of Colossus deck. Oh, Stalkers and the Raven. Stalkers get the Raven.
Oh,
big pick off.
Raven. That's actually a really nice pick off there for Mana, and that sucks for Time. I can't believe how lucky your players are sometimes. Like, it makes me wonder, is there something nefarious going on?
Just absolutely insane.
Have you made a third-party, shall we say, scouting software here?
We both know that I'm not good enough to do something like that. Stalkers are going to get recalled over to the main base, sniping off the medevac, but the third base going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, and the probes as well, getting pulled into the meat grinder. The Colossus is certainly going to help out, but Manus is going to type out because he's taken way too much damage in 2 places at once. And a nice 7-minute victory there for my boy Time.
Yeah, just need to give you a little bit of a victory there, because it's all about style points here, right? At the end of the day, the way you advance to the playoffs is not through games won or overall score and everything. It's about series scores. As long as you win at the end of the day, make the show a little bit more entertaining for the viewers. That's the important thing.
Yeah, the guy, you know what? You would be the guy that's like, winning doesn't matter.
No, winning is all that matters. It doesn't matter if you take a few fumbles here and there. Like, it's fine. As long as we win at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, that is a big if, don't you think, Fear Dragon? A rather large if as we head into the next series, which I feel like is pretty decent for my team. Cure against Neeb. Would another American upset a scary Korean Terran twice in the same broadcast?
Well, okay. I'm just going to say, I think Neeb has been playing, and this is in the past 3 or so weeks, I know he's struggled a little bit in some of the War Chest Team League matches, but his PvT honestly looks so good. I think if he plays the style that I think he's going to, specifically on Golden Wall, which is what the map is going to be, I actually think that Neeb has got a really, really solid shot against Cure, who, I'll just say, seems like he hasn't exactly been doing as well as a lot of people would have thought.
You know what, Fear Dragon, you're right. Neeb does have a shot here against Cure, just like I have a shot against Zombie Grub in a TVT. If she's drunk and tired and maybe missing a couple of fingers and maybe her keyboard depowers, then yes, I got a shot. Absolutely, you're correct. I absolutely could have a shot there. Yeah, I agree with everything you just said.
Well, I mean, I actually do think you would have a shot against Zombie Grub in that situation. You'd also have maybe a shot against her in when she didn't have her fingers severed off and she wasn't drunk. But yeah, let's go with that. I think we're trying to figure out exactly what the server is and everything, right?
It should be NA still. Yeah, we're on.
I think it should be US West. I'm guessing. Yes. Yeah.
That's correct. Okay. Server says it is. God, I love that patch. Now we can see that the server is actually in the lobby. It's in the lobby. It's right there. So
people don't realize. A lot of the people who don't usually play a lot of custom games don't realize that they're also benefiting from this if they watch any degree of esports, because the number of games that we're not going to have to remake after the game is fully loaded up and have to reinvite everyone to the lobby and get everything going, you've actually just saved a lot of downtime. All those times you're watching those tournaments that's oh, why are the commentators just talking for 12 minutes? It's because we had to regame.
Yeah. And anytime you see, oh my God, Talkcraft, they're just talking. It's not because we actually love ourselves and the sound of our own voices. Although there are definitely a few commentators in this league that like the sound of their own voices. But I'm not going to name names. it's because the game's unavailable. But I do hear the countdown, which means esports is just around the corner. It is going to be Cure against Neeb on Golden Wall. And I am very confident for the Dread Knights to get that match point coming up here very shortly.
Okay. Well, now that finally the game is loaded on up, there's no chance the players could hear us. I'm just going to say, Neeb specifically, I think he's got a really, really good Phoenix Colossus style. I actually think he plays exceptionally well. I think this is going to be a perfect map for it. So I am super excited to see whether or not he ends up doing it, or if he's going to totally mix it up and completely throw me for a loop here on why he'd be willing to come out on this map.
Well, we are in the bottom left here, already seeing an SCV go across the map. Oh my. In the bottom left, in the red, my Terran god. It is Cure.
And over here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, the yellow Protoss player, he is our Thundershaft. He is Neeb from Team Ting.
The Thunderous Shaft, indeed. And speaking of bringing the thunder, we are having a very early SCV across the map here for Cure, which is going to be a proxy barracks. It's a very, very far away proxy barracks here. And I do know that Cure lacks proxy marauder weirdness in this matchup. He actually did it against, against Zest. And on Death Aura during against Riffle's team, the one that said call in ambulance, but not for us. But okay, I guess after that series, I guess for us as well.
Yes, that was a bit of a painful series. That barracks is so far away. I actually don't even want to call it a proxy. I want to call it a hidden barracks.
It's actually like you might as well get it in your main at that point.
That's why I say
it's definitely shorter.
That's why I say hidden. It's like it's not necessarily about the distance. It's about the fact that it won't get scouted.
All right. Well. We do have a scout there from Neeb, and he sees, by not seeing something, he knows that something is amiss. He's having a look at the main base, even checking T-Wise, Medevac, Hellion spot. And he's just like, all right, there is no barracks in the main base here in this very, very large main. I'm going to get a Zealot. Oh my God, Cure is even proxying the factory. I was a little concerned here as I didn't see a factory go down on the wall in back at home for Cure. I'm like, is this a proxy 111? It may be, Fear Dragon. And Neeb's going to have to not only just get that Zealot, but maybe even some shield batteries down here. He's going to be in a spot of bother in the next few minutes. Not just yet.
This is the important thing, is that Neeb comes back into the probe after scouting around a little bit for potential proxy location of the natural and stuff. Sees, your factory's not here. It's almost always just going to be somewhere out of the map, like 95.9% of the time. So Neeb, he sees the Reapers coming on in. He's got to defend against this. He's got that Zealot here to try and buffer a little bit of those hit points. Stalker's also going to pop out and maybe get some damage done. I don't think he should be able to get the kill. But Neeb should know, at least some vague idea that this is going to be a 1-1-1 setup.
Yeah, but 1-1-1, as we know, having seen a lot of Terran games, can mean anything. It could mean beat. It could mean anything from battle cruisers to Hellion drop to tank pushes with Marines. It could be anything. So as we can see, it is a Cyclone here from Cure. He's continuing to reactor out those Marines, and Neeb has found the 1-1-1. Can he get this SCV? There's only one SCV on this side of the map.
Yeah, Marines have to engage against this now, and the Zealot is actually going to be able to buy a little bit of time. It gets enough further into the army. Oh, the Stalker shuts down the starboard, and he kills all of the Marines and the Reaper. Oh my God, Neeb.
It's actually insane how much of a hacker Neeb is. The fact that he's still a professional Protoss after all this time, it's actually ridiculous. I mean, the real problem here for Cure is that the starport's been slowed down. So whatever he wanted to do with the starport is not happening whatsoever. He's got one Cyclone, which, yes, will win a fight against the Stalker. But, it's safe to say that some of the wind's been taken out of one of the...
Oh my God, the Stalkers are going to intercept the SCV. The Stalkers are going to find the SCV!
I gotta, Cure, why are you proxying, man? Why are you proxying? You're better than this kid. Just play normal.
I can get a lot of damage.
Why?
Oh my God, so close to getting that Cyclone. But I mean, the Cyclone can't really go back in anymore to get a lock on.
Oh my God.
This is
another
beautiful.
SCV being sent into the Lion's Den here. Trying to get that starport up. Clearly, the starport is not only 1/3 of his production, but also like a linchpin of the strategy. He wants to have a medevac, or he wants to have a tech lab on here or something to try and get whatever he wants out. He's leaving space for a tech lab if he wants to get it, but is it too late at this point?
I mean, he doesn't have a choice, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, At this point, it is going to be it is worth noting that Neeb got out all those early units and had to respect the 1-1-1 opening. So he only has 2 gateways right now. Oh, it's going to take some siege tank fire. Does soften up one of the stalkers. I was going to say his robo is only just now finishing up. He has 3 gateways now, but there's no actual tech out just yet. So it's, even though Neeb I think is in a fantastic position, I will say it's not over until Fat Lady sings.
It's looking really good for Neeb, though. He's up 16 workers. You know, obviously Cure's been one basing really hard here. Neeb's on 2 bases for sure. His economy is just absolutely dumpstering that of Cure's right now. Cure does have a scary army. That is for true. But Neeb has to like fall asleep at the wheel here. I feel to not win this game defensively. He's such a good defensive Protoss.
Yeah.
Oh, the boys coming.
Being pulled. Okay. Oh, Stalker's going into a very strange position. It seems like he almost wants to try and either backstab this, or he wants to try and catch some of the reinforcements. If he can catch like a tank reinforcing in, but that natural expansion for Neeb right now, it is looking awfully vulnerable. That Immortal is going to be such an important linchpin.
And Neeb needs to go for a recall here. Whatever those Stalkers are doing, they need to get back home right. And now Neeb is under attack. And this army of Cure, well, it is similar supply for Neeb. Keep in mind that the boys are here as well. Cure has no plan B. It's all resting on this attack. Stalkers just going on top of the production here, catching potential reinforcement. That's one of the tanks. And meanwhile, Neeb's natural is taking many more shells from this tank. The Stalker's still in range of the tanks, by the way. That pylon powering the shield battery.
He's gonna go for it now, but both of the shield batteries are actually depowered. The siege tank's doing so much damage. Finally, the Stalkers do get recalled back, and I think that Neeb might just barely have enough. One of the Immortals in the back, and a second Immortal coming forward. He's right-clicking down the tanks.
He is right-clicking down the tanks. I mean, Neeb is definitely losing a lot of his army here. He just needs to be patient. He needs that Immortal to get on that tank. The Nexus is still in trouble. What is happening? Is Cure gonna get it done? Is this gonna happen?
Oh no, the Hardened Shield on the Immortal just got set off as well. He's gonna get the Nexus. And Neeb, he's gonna tap out. No, Neeb!
Now, Fear Dragon. There's been some trash talk at this tournament, and I don't think there has ever been a moment in this tournament that just kills any hope for your team than that game right there. That was not meant to happen. I'm so sorry, Neeb. I'm so sorry for the 4 Shades of Protoss. But at the same time, I'm also not sorry. Because hell yeah, match point, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Man, that was brutal. But honestly, man, I really did think like Neeb, he had the Stalkers that I thought if he was at least going to be able to cut off the reinforcements there with those Stalkers, you know, like you were saying, kill off like the factory or the barracks or something, and then he recalls back. Even if he loses the Nexus, like you kill the production potential. So even on 1 base versus 1 base, you're making stuff. But man, that was that definitely hurt. That definitely hurt. Oh now, man.
I don't want to make a bet live on stream, but what do you think the odds are on going to the ace match here?
Let's see. It's gonna be Astrala now versus Harding. Oh, okay. I actually think I think it's decently likely.
Actually,
but I can
because
yeah.
No, you go. I don't want to.
No, I was just gonna say. I think Parting has shown he is an unbelievably good player, as is Astrala. But I think both of these players have also shown that they have dips in their performance.
StarCraft is peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys. It happens all the time. I think specifically Astrala has been convincing a lot of people at how good his PvP is lately because of, you know, those big, we're talking about those DreamHack summer NA playoff games where, you know, Neeb and Astrala specifically showed some of the wildest PvPs ever. And also, you know, on the other side of the fence, this is the one thing I'll give you for this game before we get into the game. After, obviously, when the game starts, nothing nice for Astrala. It's over. But Harding has also shown a little bit of shakiness in PvP, even though I think he's really, really good at the matchup. He complains about it when he gets it in the Discord group, so that's a sign of him not liking the matchup very much at the moment. Also, he had 2 games against Deer, and I would say that he lost both those games, but for some reason won the ace match. It was kind of Deer throwing himself upon the sword of Parting more than Parting winning. I mean, obviously he played pretty well from that big throw of Deer from then on, but it kind of felt like daylight robbery, I'll be honest. You know, it's amazing that Parting actually won that game. It was an unwinnable game for Parting, I feel, at that point. So there is a bit of shakiness in the matchup, and I do think that, you know, while you know, a lot of people will be like, oh, Deer is better than Estrella. I don't know. I'm not sure that's the case.
Yeah, I actually think this is also going to be kind of a funny one, since I had no idea where you're going to send out players, but you sent them a party on Submarine. And
yes,
I really didn't expect that. I actually really thought, you know, Parting, one of the things I was thinking about was, I think that Parting is the kind of player who might actually go for a cannon rush against a team of 4 Protoss players. So that's actually what I was a little bit afraid of. And then you sent him out on a map that's actually terrible for cannon rushes. So I was like, oh, problem solved.
I'm going to be jumping into the Wardy stream here. I missed my lobby invite. I mean, I'm only one of the team holders, so that's no big deal, you know, I guess. It's fine. Luckily, Parting doesn't need my assistance to smash. Scores are wrong, by the way, Observer. As you're joking.
Well, no. I mean, we can call it 2-1 in favor of my team as we start up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, on top of the yellow Protoss player. He goes by the name of Max Angel, but he's also known as Astrala.
Yeah. He does have the coolest name in esports, but this guy has got the strongest forearms and wrists, and he's very good at twisting. In the bottom right from the Dread Knights, in the red, it is Parting.
Nice job, Wardy. Intro to Stray twice.
You know, but just to let all you guys know at home, you're like, oh, what's happening here? Wardy is he's an admin, he's the observer, he's the producer, all things at once. And he's juggling a bunch of flaming swords while riding a unicycle right now. So let's not bother him too much.
And I mean, honestly, knowing Wardy, he's also probably running a separate tournament right now and broadcasting and casting it on his Twitch channel. So
that's right. Yep. And, no doubt isn't stressed whatsoever. So yes, PvP here on Submarine, shortest map in the map pool. This is one of those maps where going for something like a 1-gate expand is suicide. It's all about that. It's 2 gates and playing, you know, very reliant on your first probe across the map. Like, what is happening here? Do I drop that proxy pylon? It's all about like that early game. You know what I mean? Like, what comes out of those gateways? We are seeing a much faster Nexus from Parting, and this is what I'm concerned about. Like, because of the map's distance, it's a little bit amazing that Parting is doing something like this. Like I just mentioned, the 1-gate expand is just so. It's more of like a Pillars of Gold thing, Eternal Empire thing, like when the map's a little bit longer. But he's getting very lucky in the sense that Estrella is just going for a Sentry expand.
Yeah, I was going to actually say, like, I got to compliment Parting and say I think this is actually a really good choice against someone like Estrella, because I totally agree. Submarine, very small map, very scary in PvP for just running your stalkers across the map, putting on a lot of pressure. Estrella he's one of those players that I really do think tries to do his own special little styles and build orders, and he ends up playing greedy a lot of the time in certain ways. It's like unpredictable places he tries to play greedy, so sometimes he'll just play a little bit more normal and add in his greed later on in the game. But I think this is one of those times where, like, yeah, you know what, if there's a Protoss player you could probably get away with that against, it's probably Estrella.
Yeah, but you know what? Estrella did go for the robo a little bit quicker, so he could potentially put some pressure on Parting. Feels like once Parting's got his shield batteries up and a good number of gateway units, he should be okay. But of course, it depends. It's like you have the pieces, but what's your execution like? I mean, for Parting, generally, the answer is very, very good. He's he is the put it this way. His nameplate is on a lot of those esports hype clips when you look at warp prisms and juggling things around. He is extremely good when it comes to that.
Very, very much so. Now, we do have a decent number of these sentries on out over here for Strays, gone up to 3 of them. So it's going to be a lot of force field potential. But for now, just using them, Hallucinate Phoenix actually does manage to snag 2 probe kills as well with these, I think, Adepts, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there was some Adept harassment there. And he does have a couple more coming back at that Warp Prism. He could actually load up all of the Adepts that he has remaining and perform them back into the main base. And Parting is still just basically sharking around the natural here. As Estrella is going to jump into that main base with more Adepts, potentially more probe kills coming here.
Yeah, he's going to time them out to attack at the same time so he can bypass the shield battery, and hasn't quite been able to. Okay, he finally gets 1 kill there. Looks like the Adepts are just going to have to shade around, but I mean, the entire army is just ignoring the Adepts right now.
Well, it's because they're going for that Warp Prism. And if they get that War Prisms, that's fantastic. And if they don't, then obviously it's not, as Astrala is continuing to do more recon damage here to Parting. But Parting with that faster Nexus is still up a good number of workers. Oh, Astrala's going to try to out the ramp.
Yeah. You can't come down. Now you can't even recall just yet because he's actually just got the energy for the recall. Finally, he's going to recall, but guess what? Astrala can actually just back off or go into the main.
He's going to try and do exactly that as Parting gets force fielded outside of his main base. Astrala up here with that Immortal. Parting not having that Prism just yet is absolutely devastating for him. He's pulling the probes here. So, I mean, Astrala still needs to do a bit more here to even things out. He is certainly in position to do so. And Parting's going to have a couple more warpers coming in as he keeps pulling the probes to keep things attentive, and his Prism's out. Now Parting can intercept.
Yeah, Parting's finally getting a little bit more damage done over there to this army. Is going to push Astrala back, but Astrala actually doing a really, really nice job there. Has to be a bit careful. He's leaving a few of these stalkers behind. Okay, he's going to be able to pull them back in time.
Yeah, this game's getting a little wild here. Parting's Prism getting a few shots on its hull, but is still alive. As Astrala, I mean, this is a big advantage for Astrala, is that he does have Disruptors. Disruptors are something that Parting's going to have a hard time dealing with. He does have a Prism to juggle these units out of harm's way, but that only has so much space. And also the Prism are kind of kissing each other right now. I think Parting, after seeing that Disruptor, has to leave. Yeah, he pulls way back.
Yeah, he actually already lost 2 Stalkers to the Disruptor, so really, really nice snag there for Astrala, getting the full pushback and, of course, also keeping that Disruptor alive. Warp Prism just trailing the Warp Prism. That's basically the air unit that Parting has to make sure that that Warp Prism is not doing too much damage, but already getting 3 or 4 worker kills over here. Definitely not too shabby. And Warp Prism going to be able to make its way back over to the Naturals. The army has made its way over there. And now, the Warp Prism is going to go down. But I think the Disruptor is also over here. So moving down the ramp, maybe a little bit dangerous. Parting's going to be able to get down safely.
Yeah, the Disruptor Nova whiffs, and there is just the one at the moment here for Astrala. And with that Prism, Parting has a big advantage when this engagement comes in. When comes that next Disruptor Void, is going to have to lift up as many as he can. He goes for the snipe, he picks up one Disruptor. Parting trying to dive for the other one here. Gets the Immortal as well. These Zealots of Astrala taking a bit of the shots from the Stalkers, but they are target firing.
And the Zealots are going to be coming in, but they don't have charge or anything. The Disruptor does end up falling. The Immortal gets saved by the... And there's so many Zealots, but they're slow Zealots, but they get the surround on the Stalkers.
Yeah, this engagement is all kinds of bonkers from both sides. Parting still technically alive, but Astrala with way more army supply. He's coming back in with a few more units. Probes being pulled in the Zealots. That's never going to do you any favors when you're defensive, but he has to bring everything to the front line to try and hold on. Parting against the ropes here. This American kid. How many wheat bix did he have this morning?
He's looking pretty good right now, man. At that point, though, it's still slow Zealots that are getting me a little bit of a scare because now Parting has a Disruptor of his own against slow Zealots. Man, this is where things get really, really weird.
And I feel like weirdly good for Astrala. We got the overcharge shield barrier there for Parting. Disruptor Nova goes forward, does get one Stalker, but of course, a lot still remaining here for Astrala. Those slow Zealots are so strange, but they've been strangely effective as well. You know, just tanking the shots and leaving sort of his soft underbelly still safe while those Stalkers are just on a move. Another Disruptor coming in.
Massive connection there for Astrala. He's going to try and right-click down the Disruptor. He does end up losing quite a few units, but I mean, a handful of these Zealots are still alive. Astrala's still looking good, and Army Supply has to keep these units alive. Only loses one Stalker. Is this going to be a big turning point here for Astrala?
I mean, maybe. These shield batteries are definitely helping the Parting army out a lot. Oh, no, that's it. No, Parting has lost too much of his economy. Astrala has done it. I think we're going to have to go to the ace match here. Astrala has done way too much damage to Parting. He's still got his warp-ins. And Parting just doesn't have enough units to hold on anymore. I mean, Disruptors are a dream. There are some people out there that can survive on that rule, but Parting needs a little bit more convincing of a ground army to actually survive here. He's 20 supply in workers behind. His army is still a bit bigger, but my God, Astrala's macro engine, like, look at the production tab. Look at the difference.
Yeah. I think that's the key thing here is that, yes, Parting is just entirely reliant on the Disruptors. Oh, man, Astrala's going to end up losing potentially 2 Disruptors over here. No, never mind. He's just going to kill the entire army. Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's an option. I
didn't realize that was on the table, but you know what? If it is, yeah, go for it, Astrala. Oh, my God.
Super cool that Disruptors can disrupt themselves and be completely fine. Super cool.
Yeah, I actually do think that's a pretty great design thing.
Yeah.
Huge fan of it.
Well, Yeah, Australia's got big balls, and he has them in game as well. Clearly, as he's taken a very dominant position here against Parting. Parting's army is slightly bigger, but I feel like he doesn't have like the higher tech army. He's got a lot of more gateway units, and his army is still Australia because of those exact reasons. And that army supply advantage is starting to dwindle a bit here for Parting. It is still there, but it's not as convincing. Oh God.
Oh, War Prism also getting very, very low. That War Prism micro is going to become a lot more dangerous when you have a War Prism that's going to get two-shotted by Stalkers if it doesn't have the shields on it. And oh my God, there it goes! And I think there goes the chances of Parting. GG. We're going to an ace match.
You know what I feel like happened there? I wasn't in the lobby. I wasn't in the game to give Parting the energy, the belief, because no one believes harder than I believe in the Dread Knights. They are my boys.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it seemed like Party got a little confused. He kind of twisted himself with those forearms. Didn't really end up twisting anybody else.
Every now and then you go for an overexertive wrist exercise and you can pull something. But luckily, Parting has 2 wrists and is ready just in case we need him for the ace. But, that is up to debate. We'll have to figure things out over the Dread Knight camp, over at the practice mansion, and figure out our ace player. I can't believe this is happening. I thought for sure this would be the easier match, but you're making me sweat over here, Fear Dragon, and I don't like it.
All right, well, I believe, if I heard worded correctly, we're going to go to a short break while we figure out our ace players. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. You're watching the War Chest Team League.
G'day, StarCraft fans, but specifically people that like my team more than Fear Dragons. We are going to get into the ace match here, and Fear Dragon, I'm just letting you know that my player is Ragnarok. Who's your guy?
Well, my player is going to be Trap, and I think we're going to get a nice little rematch here.
We are indeed going to get that rematch for Dragon.
A complete repeat, in fact.
A complete repeat. Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
But this was definitely a team deliberated decision. We think that Ragnarok was a little bit in the last game there, but we actually believe that Ragnarok has the chops to win here against Trap. This is a good map for him as well. He loves Eternal Empire. So we're getting amongst it, and we're thinking that things are going to look a little bit different this time around.
Okay. We'll see if you're right, or we'll see if it's literally just going to be history repeating itself again and again and again. After a really, really dominating performance by Trap in that first game, we're going to down to him yet again over in the bottom left-hand corner of the map from Jin Air Green Wings. He is Trap.
And in the top right, in the red, my Zerg hero, gonna get it done here for the Red Knights. He is Ragnarok.
Oh man. So, Maynard, I mean, what do you feel like is going to be different this time? Why do you think history doesn't repeat itself here?
There's a lot more map. This is a map that the player that I'm talking about that's on my team likes. All those things matter a lot. If he doesn't like Death Aura against Protoss and he likes Eternal Empire against Protoss, then yeah, that's an advantage for him, I feel.
All right, so I'm assuming, let's see, I think you still have to play Cats. Yeah. So Cats, hope you're listening for all these like map preferences and everything that Maynard's talking about here, so you can make informed decision. I'm just kidding. Although I am rooting a bit for Cats because those underdogs in the bottom of the bracket right now. I'm like, oh man, God, I'm hoping Cats can pull some wins out.
I'm good if he doesn't, honestly. I like the look of going to the playoffs and getting a little bit extra money for the boys. So it's all about getting these players paid.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course. If you still have to play them, of course you want to win against them, but...
Exactly. Exactly.
I've felt similarly bad for the Grubba Lubba Dub Dubs who've, been on the struggle bus as well.
I'm searching deep inside myself to try and feel bad for, like, the Grubba.
Actually, I don't feel bad for them, actually, specifically because Zombie Grubba is so smug whenever she wins.
Yeah, well, luckily she didn't win a whole lot against my team, so I didn't see a whole lot of it, you know what I mean?
Fair enough. Well, it's okay. I can always win against her in the playoffs, if she even makes it there. But
that's a big if. My goodness.
Yeah, I know. Oh, she's not looking so good there.
So we are heading to about when Ragnarok wants to take that third base. The early probe here with Trap has been trying to be a little bit annoying in the early stages of the game. From Trap, it looks pretty normal for the most part. Looks like maybe another Stargate opener. Good map for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I again, same reasoning as before. I think that this is just a really nice, safe opening to do against someone like Ragnarok, because you've already talked about it before in that first game. Ragnarok is capable of some cheeky, cheesy things, and I think it's just good to be playing it safe, because the longer this is Eternal Empire, this is usually going to go toward the later stages.
Yeah, that's generally how this map goes. And Ragnarok, I've brought it up a few times, and we even saw it in the last time they faced off. He teched a little bit too hard on Death Aura, and he got punished for it very, very much so. Ragnarok is, Zergs, if they are under the impression that they're under attack, and they know that they're under attack, which definitely wasn't the case for Ragnarok in on Death Aura when they first played in this series. You're not trying to go up to Hive, you're not trying to go up into Lurkers, you're not trying to get all those upgrades up, which are fantastic when they all finish, but until you get there, you got to survive the storm, which is just, Stalkers, Blink, +1 attack, Immortal, Sentries, that sort of thing. This time, you have a lot more room to breathe. The map's a little bit bigger, a little bit wider. It's, I feel, a little bit easier to hold those higher ground locations with your third base as well. A little bit more spot to, push the army back away from your base, whereas I feel like on Death Aura, it's, quite close especially when your opponent gets up that ramp. It's a little bit awkward, but we are seeing the Stargate kicking in with just the first Oracle, second one soon to follow. Ragnarok's got a Overlord in the main base about to be picked off, but it's he's seeing what he needs to see. I think he's pretty sure what's happening here from Trap as the Spore Crawl is about to finish.
Yeah, and it looks like a Ragnarok for now is going for the kind of typical Zerg style of getting up the 2 Spore Crawlers and delaying on your third a little bit, since you don't actually have a whole lot of drones at your third base. So Oracle's not going to be able to find any kills over there, so it has to go over to the main base, and it'll probably be able to snag like maybe 2 kills over here, maybe third. Ooh, nice.
Oh, wow.
Nicely done.
Yeah, that's more drone damage than expected. Gets 3 and lives. A bit annoying there for Ragnarok. His drone count's not looking super great at the moment. Trap's been macroing quite a bit. In fact, Trap's about to head towards that third base already here behind the Adepts going out. So Trap's feeling very confident at the moment by the looks of things.
Yeah, and I mean, Ragnarok, he's adding on a few more Overlords and getting up that Roach for him, but I mean, this really just looks like general early game defense against potential Adept harassment or whatever, but yeah, 3 more drone kills and keeps both of those Oracles alive. Nicely done.
And just like the last time they faced off, Trap going for the Dark Shrine to follow things up with. He didn't really use it much except for, a couple Archons later on.
Yeah.
But didn't use the DT at least. It was more about just having a lot of Stalkers, I feel. And Sentry Force Fields, of course. Never forget this Force Fields for creating choke points against Ragnarok. A little bit tougher if you want to go that way on this map. But I kind of like what Trap's doing here, going for the third base, locking things down. His Adepts shaded across the map. They've got that watchtower, so it feels like Trap at the moment has map control. And Ragnarok is still just at that phase where he's like heading towards tier 2, just now with the lair. He's droning like crazy at the moment because he knows he's up against Stargate. He has the freedom to do so, at least for another few seconds. And I'm interested to see what Trap does here. I mean, it's almost certainly Prism and Dark Templar of some variety, but we do see Blink straight away here from Trap.
Yeah, and that's probably just going to be more indicative of the follow-up over here after Dark Templar harassment and everything. We do actually see the War Prism coming on out now, just finally getting started on up. But that also means that the War Prism is not going to be on the other side of the map, ready to warp in a bunch of DTs like you normally would have for one of those DT drops. So, I'm actually really starting to wonder. I feel like this is one of those points where I want to have Gemini on as a third-person co-caster that we kind of look to and be like, all right, this is a Trap build. Explain it to us. And you kind of be like, oh, well, it covers against certain builds here, but you don't actually need to go for the harass with it. I'm like, oh, that's so interesting.
See, if we have Gemini on the cast, then I'll never get to talk about Ragnarok ever, which is unfortunate.
Well, it'd be a solo cast.
Yeah, it would be a solo cast, and we'd only be talking about the Protoss the whole time, which is, it's not really how casts work when it's a 1v1. We're going to talk about the Zerg a little bit. Speaking of which, once again, Ragnarok going for the Hydra Den here, but this time not going too crazy on the drones. He's not up in the 70s. He's actually just going to make a ton of units here on the 60s, and he does have a much better army at the moment for this attack. But it needs to get down here on the front lines for sure. Ooh, going to counterattack, picking up a pylon. A little bit annoying, but it looks like Trap should hold the rest.
Yeah, has a shield battery over the third base, should be totally fine there. We end up seeing a little poke forward over here from Trap, but Ravager Cannon is definitely starting to get a little bit on the higher side, so I think, yeah, the Trap is going to have to back off.
And Ragnarok also backing off the unit production train here as he's done making his units. He's stayed back in a droning and starts the infestation pit, and there's that Lurker Den. So the plan of Ragnarok, very clear. He tried to rush the tech the first time they played against each other. This time he really respected that timing from Trap, pushed it back, took very minimal damage, and is now able to get into the Lurker Den, and I feel like he'd be able to get into it pretty convincingly here, as Trap doesn't really have anything on the map to pressure him at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the way that he was dealing with a lot of Lurkers before was he both had the Oracles alive to continuously get Revelations off, which I've got to say he still does have this game. But in the other game as well, he was going for the Disruptor tech a lot faster and a lot heavier. So this game with the Colossus, it might be a little bit tougher for Trap to kind of take advantage of Ragnarok's army in quite the same way.
Now, Ragnarok actually hasn't gotten the big scout up here, which is that there are Colossus coming up. And Colossi, I feel like, are a pretty scary unit, but obviously once you go up into like a good number of Lurkers, especially with Vipers, they cease to really be a problem for the most part. Ragnarok's trying to pressure this fourth base and fourth to cancel, but he pulls back after seeing the Laser Giraffe, so he at least knows about the Laser Giraffe, the Colossus, and can respond accordingly. At the moment, Ragnarok's creep spread is it's looking good around the fourth base. The high ground, though, and this path towards where Trap's army is, feels like Ragnarok's creep spread's a tiny little bit lacking here.
Yeah, it really feels like it hasn't exactly been the biggest priority there for Ragnarok, and I think maybe some of it is that Trap has been clearing up some of the creep when we haven't been looking, maybe with the Oracles or some of the Adept that have been running around and stuff, but I think this is now the time that Trap is going to be moving forward on the only side that really has a lot of creep spread. It's going to be clearing this off and opening up the attack path over here for this fourth base.
Yeah, the Oracle spamming Revelations on those creep tumors as well, so that Trap can start A-moving through them as he moves on forward. Yeah. That's a lot of Lurkers here. They don't have that burrow speed upgrade just yet, but and they don't have their ranged upgrade just yet. So Trap does have a bit of a concave here to start attacking into at least the extractor, not quite the hatchery. In fact, Ragnarok giving him a bit more room here. The lurkers don't want to get picked off, and that hatchery is getting quite low. He still has some juices on these queens to go for the transfusions, but the hatchery's going to go down. Oh no, he just saves it. But Trap amazingly hasn't picked it off just yet. Oh, there's a recall. Ragnarok on the other side of the map trying to force Trap back, and he successfully does it.
Yeah, the Colossus get forced back. All these roaches are going to get picked off over here. Trap, I mean, does he feel like he has any opportunities to actually sneak on in and snipe off that hatchery again? The stalkers, the blink stalkers are trying to maneuver around. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find the hatchery, but they are getting a nice couple of pickoffs on these roaches and lings. Very close to getting some big damage done there. And I have to say, I was totally with you. The lurkers giving Trap more breathing room was probably the most surprising part of the entire engagement.
Amazingly, yeah. And I just saw 3 disruptors. Yes, 3 disruptors at once being produced from 3 robotics facilities from Trap.
He's already got 4 now.
Oh my god. He is really respecting these lurkers of Ragnarok, and that's getting me nervous. That's a lot of balls from Trap. That's a lot of Novas.
Ragnarok getting the scat out on that with that Overseer. This base is almost assuredly just going to end up going down because Ragnarok, quite frankly, cannot deal with that. He's still waiting for, that's the adaptive talents to get that fast lurker tunneling in. It's not actually going to be finished up for another 15-20 seconds. Oh, big revelation on the entire army, including most of the lurkers. This is a really, really nice spot for Trap to just abuse.
Yeah, I mean, the plus side is with that burrow finishing up, the lurkers can actually avoid the disruptors for the most part. This hatchery is also still alive, so Ragnarok is on 4 bases, but he's lost the gas, and he's very gas light at the moment. He needs more gas mining. So that rich Vespene gas is very, very important. That extra hatchery, that 5th base that Trap just picked off, also very important. Oh no, the Cloak Boys finding the extra 5th, and then oh my god! Trap connecting with everything! Ragnarok's army is cleft in twain! What?
And now there's nothing to defend the hatchery. This hatchery is going to go down. He already lost the north hatchery, and he just lost the other hatchery with the DTs. Moving on in, they're actually going to be going toward the main base and maybe snipe off some tech. I mean, this is do or die now for Ragnarok, and I think it's going to be die.
You know what's frustrating here? If Ragnarok was more of a Korean Zerg, and by that I mean if he was going for just tier 2 all in all the time, I feel like he would have done a lot better in this game. He's actually going into Hive like a quote unquote real Zerg.
Oh, this is beautiful.
So frustrating, man.
There's just no economy right now for Ragnarok. So even though the supplies are still somewhat even, yeah, he's still at least got a little bit of an army supply here, but it's mostly just roaches, and he can't replenish it.
Oh my god. Ragnarok has these Vipers.
Oh, Blinding Cloud.
Like he checks really hard there. Nice Blinding Cloud, but the Disruptors don't give a flip. In come the Novas. And goodbye Ground Army. And I think that might be goodbye Ragnarok here, as he's got 40 army supply against 100.
Oh, beautifully done. You know what, Maynard? I gotta say, GG. Trap takes the game, but what I was gonna say is that I actually feel like this is, you, Zombie Grub, and I are really, really good friends, and I feel like this is actually the most appropriate way this could have happened, where I beat you, you beat Zombie Grub, and Zombie Grub beat me. So it's like we all kind of evened out in our little friend circle.
I guess. I'm not really down with it. I would have just liked to have dumpstered both of you previously, but you got lucky. You got lucky. My team really wanted Ragnarok to get in there. I believed in them, and I still do. But yeah, Ragnarok didn't play like a regular Korean Zerg, and unfortunately, Trap's pretty good against that Hive style, I guess. Quite good against the teching hard of the Zerg there. Well played. Commiserations to the Dread Knights, but luckily we're still in a pretty decent spot to get in the playoffs. We're not out yet.
Yeah, I think you're in a very good spot, because if I'm looking, I'm waiting for Liquipedia standings and stuff to refresh, because obviously there's a delay on the stream and everything. But you were in second place before this match, so I'm pretty sure you're nearly guaranteed to advance out. Especially, and I think you guys have a very good shot against Sword of Seoul Korea, who's currently last in the standings. So I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be fine.
I have a feeling we'll be fine as well, Fear Dragon. It's just I would have liked it to be more comfortable. That screen grab when you're on first place, or at least top 2, looks really good. Top 4 is like, not as nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, that does mean that it's going to do it for the Dread Knights for today. Four Shades of Protoss is actually going to be playing one more match later on. But before that, the Grubba Dub Dubs are going up against, I can't even say Rifkin's team name. Calling Ambulance, but not for us. Okay, it's going up against Rifkin's team. Zombie Guard versus Rifkin. That is going to be the next match, followed up by the Tank Toppers versus Four Shades of Protoss. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the War Chest Team League.
Okay.
3,
ready?
2, 1, go. Oh, okay.
What was that?
Well, I don't have my fingers. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, I'll just do it. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. And the worst part about today is Morty was totally right about that not going according.
Yes, he was. He was quite right.
We are, of course, I'm Rifkin. This is Zombie Grub. You should know us both at this point. Our teams are colliding. And I mean, everyone's been asking for Rifkin and Zombie Grub, Rifkin versus Zombie Grub, Rifkin Zombie Grub forever. Here we are, finally reunited. How you doing this morning, dude?
Has it? I'm pretty sure everyone in the YouTube chat is just saying that, you know, lol team sucks, lol team sucks, lol Zombie Grub sucks, lol Rifkin sucks.
Yeah, well, I don't read that very much, so I'm gonna be honest, I don't know, but I'm excited. We're actually halfway through the day, so I'm not starting at the start for once, which is great. This is going to be an interesting series. We've managed to somehow get all mirror matchups. So good job, you and me, for ruining everyone's viewing experience.
Fine with it. We got the matchups, and yes, there's a lot of mirrors, but we were very excited to see those matchups, man. We were like, oh, that's gonna be versus man, it's gonna be tough. Okay, feeling pretty good against all Protoss, and then yours showed up, and we were like, oh, so very good about it. Actually,
since day one, we've been talking about how Deer doesn't want to do PvP, and our guys had only PvP this whole tournament. Clem's like, I don't want TVT, gets innovation. Like, this was a really bad lineup for us, to be honest. I'm not going to make excuses, but this is going to be a tough battle for us, I think.
Was Deer throwing against parting part of it? I really want to play PvP.
Talking about that because I can't say bad things about my player, Zombie Grub.
All right, well, let's get into the ZVZ. Our first mirror matchup of the day on Ice and Krum. In the top right for the Grub Dub Dubs, he is Elazer.
It's super unfortunately for me. My hype man Tempo is sleeping in today, so I'm gonna try to fill in. This is probably gonna go poorly, but on the other side of the map, he's ready for the fight. I'm sad we gotta watch your team die tonight. That's it for the intro. So hey, let's go. Give it up for my guy, ladies and gentlemen, Lambo! I'll take the pity claps.
I was trying to make it sound like the most stock standard clap ever.
Well, we got ZVZ. We got Elazer and Lambo. And what's great is there's no server discrepancy. I feel like half the matches I've been casting, it's either been like servers mattered a lot or it's mattered not at all. And I think EU versus EU, this is a wild one for me because I haven't actually seen Elazer play in a while, but I know Lambo's had some pretty good recent ZVZs. Where do you sit with your boy on this one?
Confident in Elazer. I mean, Elazer, he kind of came into the War Chest Team League saying, okay, I better practice, which was a little bit concerning. But since then, I've been pretty good with him. I mean, even his loss today against, was it Kira? Yeah, some Terran, right? Some wannabe Terran. Even that was good for him for a while. And I think ZVZ feels very confident. I do love that it's these two guys specifically, though. You know, we've talked them up in the past.
They're like the most vocal.
Yeah, well, they're friends, right? They're vocal about DVZ. They're friends. They talk a lot of strategy together. And for a while there, back in 2018, it was kind of like which one of them, right, is going to be that next best, or who could take down Cyril, and Lambo got the closest that year. But I think Elazer's been. I don't know. I feel like he's been better.
Well, I think what's cool about that note too is because for me, I'm not actually thinking of Elazer in terms of who's going to take on Cyril, but Elazer was the foreigner to go to BlizzCon before most other people were going to BlizzCon, right? Elazer's actually got a really cool storied history in terms of success, but of course that's not recent, so we don't know if that's going to still apply or not. But it's just worth noting, these really are two top tier players.
Ooh. I just looked at their Religulac scores together, and Elazer has won the last 4 series. It's been 7 months since your boy has won.
You think I didn't look that up before we started playing today? Why'd you have to go and look that up publicly on stream, dude?
Oh, yeah. No wonder why Elazer is feeling confident.
But confidence or not, I mean, it's of course, it's a best of 5 today. 4 games are going to get played no matter what. Each of these are best of 1s. Just kind of bringing that up now because we skimmed over it for the intros. But yeah, this is, I think, even going into it, I favor Elazer slightly, but I've got faith in Lambo. I think Lambo, for me, not to give him any false hope or anything, I think he's actually an incredibly super smart player. And if if this was a best of 3, I think I wouldn't have this faith that I do, but I feel like this guy can craft builds. This guy knows how to counter. He played so perfectly versus sort of against Katz's team. He comes prepared for these things, and he's got a big brain. So I'm hoping that he can, it's about time for the coin to flip the other direction,
I mean, I think Lambo's always a threat, and he has been showing some of his resurgence a little bit in some of the matches over in the past DreamHack. There was like, oh, is Lambo really? I mean, honestly, the question was there: is he good anymore? And then he kind of proved, like, yeah, I'm still very, very good. So he's always a threat, and ZVZ is always a bit scary. But I guess we were kind of thinking like Lambo probably macro. That's exactly what's happening. So.
Lambo did not see the Roach Warren, by the way, and that's making me hate a lot of things right now. But he is moving towards Roaches himself, so he won't find himself unprepared.
Yeah, I'm actually not. I mean, Lambo got a really good scouts, and it sucks that he didn't get the actual full scout. And taking the main is usually the best thing there.
Did he get a good scout, or did he just get a lot of scouting? Because I feel like a good scout would have seen the Roach Warren.
That's a good way to put it. It's a far better way to put it. He got a lot of scouting, but it wasn't necessarily good scouting. But the Roaches coming out now is actually fantastic. He's going to cancel +1 missile. Intentionally hiding that is pretty darn sick. And Lambo, I mean, he was the guy who was going to play macro. And so we didn't have to worry necessarily about Elazer having to defend. And Elazer, we know, plays aggression. So if your boy's not expecting something tricky, that's on your boy, Rifkin. That's Lambo's problem.
Well, I don't know what he's expecting, but I'm feeling a little sweaty right now. That layer timing here could either be a god mode move or it's going to really cost him. Because, I mean, look at that army count before this even gets started. He's got 6 spine crawlers coming down in what feels like a desperate move. He really misread the situation, and this is going to hurt.
Not only misreading the situation, but playing a little bit greedy on top of that, I think. The Roach Warren is very, very late. It only just finished. The layer had started and he had to cancel it. Like, this is do or die right now. Elazer already forcing out so many spine crawlers. Once you use the banelings to help cancel some of those, and oh yeah, there we go. Already 2 of them being canceled. Roach Warren is being target fired by the Roaches. You actually might want to go ahead and squeeze in here though to make sure none of these spine crawlers actually finish. 3 of them will. All 2 and 1 very weak one.
Dead. Yeah, like they spawn and have no health left. If this was actually 6 spine crawlers, I think Lambo could hold, but the timing was like 10 seconds too soon. And Lambo is struggling. Defender's advantage is one thing. He's got a couple drones to throw away, but with the Roach Warren possibly going down here, I'm terrified, Zombie Grove.
Get that Lambo does at least have +1 missile, and he seems to be barely holding. The Roach Warren does go down, and he's getting a collapse in on these Roaches to the left side as the Elazer is just trying to get the last few couple of drones. He's now going to redirect, target fire that hatchery, and Lambo, can he save that? That's the next question. I don't think he can save it. That's too many links.
Yeah, losing the third's rough, because he kind of holds at the natural. You're like, okay, salvation could possibly come. He's got +1 weapons as an advantage, but yeah, the hatchery's dead. That hurts. Down 11 workers, down a base. Lambo's only real retaliation to this is to kind of go all in, but what he's going all in with isn't much.
Yeah, he doesn't have a Roach Warren, so he can't even really follow it up. It's scary because +1 missile is done for those Roaches, and Elazer is mostly on Lings, but he's going to have enough time. Everyone's slow Roaches. He's going to have enough time to get 9 Roaches himself, and Lambo can't reinforce. So Lambo is at least going to try and enforce them to make not just pure drones. That's something.
There's a luck move here. If he gets like 1 or 2 perfect bailing hits or something, and like completely nullifies the Lings of Elazer, maybe there's a fight, but there's no bailings, man.
Yeah, that's just too much army. Promise of reinforcements coming out much quicker for Elazer too. I mean, everything was just safe for him. And well, yes, he builds Roaches and not just, up to instantly 55 drones. He is pretty safe. He's going to catch up on the upgrades. He's going to get faster Roach speed. There we go.
The confidence of that spine crawler cancel was so impressive out of Elazer. Like, I know he's your guy, but like that was him seeing all the Roaches on the front line saying, nah, not a problem.
Yes. I agree. That was a very confident, very good move. My guy is pretty great. Look at this. Look at this. 9 more drones go down.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, I respect Lambo sticking to this out too, right? He's got to play this out. We're in a really desperate situation too for our team where we might not have a chance to make the playoffs if we don't get like good scores and good maps and good wins today. So I told these guys, like, you got to play it like it's the last. There's no giving up. There's no tapping out. Like, you gotta just go for it.
Yeah.
And this Spire is a very risky move, but you know what? This could be a small chance to get back in the game, in all honesty.
It's the only move. You do the same thing as your opponent with less workers and less army supply. The numbers are just too good. Even with really amazing concaves and corrosive biles. This is way too good of a position. So you change it up. You go for something different, you hope that they mess it up. Elazer should have this in mind. It's like you should be checking for a Dark Shrine when Protoss fall behind. You should be checking for a Doom Drop when Terran fall behind. You should be checking for a Spire.
Yeah.
You know your opponent is behind. Please, Elazer, don't let this win the game.
I feel like though Elazer, first up, he's a macro god. Look at that worker count right now. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But like, so that's why I come in and say, okay, Lambo, let's say he gets hypothetically 7 mutas out, and there's no defense, there's no spore crawlers, all the queens are out of position. Even if he kills a full base of workers, my guy's still behind. Like, it's not a great spot to be in at all. But again, Lambo, I respect it. Gotta give it this. He's making the best out of a terrible situation, and not a lot of people could even have held up to this point, much less tried to recover. And I think, of course, best of 3s, you're tapping out. You're moving to game 2, right? You're not wasting time with this. But best of 1.
Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. Overseer is finally going to see the Spire. Elazer actually was really insistent on Overseer scouting, but like a little bit later. So that is the first sight. You know, and he doesn't have roaches going across the map. He maybe could. He has such an army supply lead that even if it was 7 mutas immediately, like maybe he could do some damage. But I think the priority goes on getting that Hydralisk Den down, getting your Spore Crawlers up, and well, he is going to send some roaches across the map. It's not all of his roaches.
So, for those who are perhaps less familiar with this, because I mean, let's be honest, usually you don't have this kind of desperate disparity between the two in a mirror matchup. In every way, on every math, in every way you would look at this looks great for Elazer. But there are some situations here where, for example, he's going Hydras and counter the mutas, and if Banley's connected to the Hydras, bonus damage versus light is super sweet. Maybe the mutas cause splits, and then they can pick them off kind of like Marines when they split too far. I'm not saying that Lambo is in a great spot, but I do want to make perfectly clear that he's not actually out of the game just yet, even though he is in a bad spot.
Right, yeah. If he had gone for pure roaches, Elazer sizes that up so much nicer, so much quicker, and just pretty much just steamrolls him. The mutas cause a lot of questions. They put doubt in your minds, they make you readjust your entire plan. And so far, Lambo's done everything he needs to try and crawl back into this game. But he is up against a defensive Zerg player who is already successfully on 4 bases, who can afford to go for all of these upgrades, including Tunneling Claws. So while Lambo initially deflects these roaches to the left and to the north, these ones getting some damage done. Yeah,
I was a little confused there for a moment. I'm like, wait, Tunneling Claws isn't done yet. How do you get in here? It's a drop overlord sitting right above the roaches.
Yeah, actually, I thought that was Banelings when I first saw it soak up, and I was waiting
That's
for the big hits.
That's why you assume. Because, I mean, roach drops aren't uncommon, but I think we see Baneling drops a little bit more. But he does have Roach Burrow now. It's going to take some time to deal with. Here comes the big push. There's Hydras with this too. Not so many Ravagers out of Lambo, which is what terrifies me. Also, the Roach is trying to dig on top. I think Lambo knows this. He's walking away from it because he saw the animation, but I mean... What can he do? He doesn't have detection, and he can't abandon the front line because if he does, he loses. So stuck between a rock and a hard place. He takes the fight where he can, but he's going to lose a lot of drones behind this.
Yeah, a lot of drones. And the
where are the
game is
mutas?
decided, I feel like. I don't know where the mutas are. I was going to ask the same question.
They're chasing the Tunneling Claw roaches.
I was going to say they could try and chase the roaches that are doing harassment, but they're going to take forever to clean up even those small number of roaches.
I feel like this would be normally the right call if there was more Hydras, but there's actually so few Hydras. I kind of feel like you could have actually brought them to the fight. Regardless, 42 workers dead. Lambo's been on borrowed time this whole game. I'm not going to try and make it sound better than it is. This sucks.
Yeah, when I was facing Maynard earlier, my last 2 matches went really poorly. Both of them kind of started off like this for you. You know, like you knew they weren't going to win, so you felt like you just were like, yeah, no.
It is what it is. You know, broken clock, right? Fight today. GG. All right, respect where it's due. GG, Elazer.
Yeah, GG. This is what we're hoping for, man. It would be a crazy upset if I feel like we don't get any. Like, if your guys took a single map right now, I actually think it'd be a bit of an upset. I'm not gonna lie. This is the non-biased, just fan zombie group talking, being like, I look at those matches and I'm like, we should be winning every single one.
Oh, I just got your message. Is my mic not going through properly, Wardy?
I imagine it was okay for him, so it might just be like a server thing for me.
Does my mic sound okay? Sorry, zombie messaged me saying it was blipping out a bit before I start plugging and unplugging. I check with production. It's what? It's good with 40. Okay, well, forget you, Zombie Girl. Whatever.
That's fine. That's okay.
Because I remember, I'm actually just now remembering because it's been a while, right? We had to do a lot of casting together. I'd always have to swap things around for like you specifically on Discord versus what was going on the stream, and
Right, yeah.
I'm glad I don't have to do that right now.
Oh, it's all good. If it goes to stream, fine. I can deal with a little bit of screechiness, a little bit of scratchiness.
So your win just now has actually greatly upset a lot of plans for today, and
yeah.
I think it's worth talking about because this isn't going to be normal like server complaining per se, but for those who don't know how the map picks work, there's like and server preferences, there's a coin flip, and if you win the coin flip, you'll get like you can either let Zombie Grub pick one map and then you'll get two, or vice versa, right? And we were doing a lot of talking about this. We're like, well, if we want to try and make this a 3-1 and try this, like not go to the ace match, it's probably best if we let her have the ace for the server preference and one map for the non-ace server preference. So giving that to you, you picked, I believe, the next match, right? Clem and Innovation for your server preference?
Yeah.
Which does mean in the PvP Deer versus Showtime, I do have a technical advantage here. But if Deer doesn't win this, we're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. You know, Showtime is a little scared of Deer. They kind of were talking about it, right? Everyone was discussing the server thing, and they wanted Innovation to 100% for sure win against Clem, was the idea. And Showtime was like, I already feel it's like going to be not great against Deer. So Showtime wasn't feeling it, but again, going back to whole like fan Zombie Grub thinks that this is actually a total victory for us. I think Showtime's PvP is actually great. I just feel like no Protoss thinks her PvP is great because it's such a wacky matchup.
It is so volatile.
Yeah, and like that's part of the reason why Deer had, you know, a bit of the throw that he did. But it was because of PvP. I'm willing to blame the matchup a little bit, but I just think Showtime's going to be the better player today. I think he's more consistent. He is the wall. He is in the bottom left, and he is on my team, the Grub-Lubba-Dub-Dubs. It's Showtime.
So I was hoping Tempo would have woken up by now. I'm gonna have to do this one like on the fly. So, every match for him, it's another PvP. Your team's lucky it's not a best of 3. So everyone raise your glass and have a beer. Cheer this guy on. Let's go, Deer! I hope that works. This is tough to do on the fly.
Yeah, I always feel like you made your job so much harder by trying to be the clever wordsmith, you know? Like...
I just, you know, you guys are also boring bringing your normal ass intros. Gotta add some flavor, some cringe, if you will.
Yeah, but the greater, you know, the greater the reward, the harder the fall as well. You know.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, let's talk PvP for a moment, because I don't know what it's been like for Showtime, but Deer has literally just had the bad luck of doing PvP every single time. And he told me on like day one of like the picks, like he doesn't like PvP. He doesn't want to do PvP. He doesn't want to practice PvP. But he's been forced to. And to be honest, aside from a couple of blips versus Mana and parting, I mean, who's keeping track, really? He's had a really good handle of things for the most part.
So what you're saying is PvP is great for Deer for the first 90%. I'm
just saying, if Deer wanted to pursue a career in baseball, he'd probably do well as a pitcher.
Yes, I love your way of avoiding BMing your own player.
I'm not going to. You can't make me do it. I love Deer. I actually respect Deer a lot.
Now, Deer's pretty cool, but unfortunately, he is one of those Protosses that, you know, they're overshadowed, right? So it really sucks for him already being overshadowed by so many other Protosses being aces. You know, parting obviously for Maynard's been doing pretty well. That those throws hit a little harder. Otherwise, he should have been a very solid pickup. And he is trying to cheese this one out. Twilight Council comes down to the bottom right. Gotta assume it's also going to be a Dark Shrine. Banking on Showtime getting the later Robo, which Showtime has been doing.
This is really interesting because I think for a lot of the games with Deer, they've been longer, non-cheesier games, right? He hasn't been proxying starports. He hasn't been doing a lot of these other moves. And it's been more standard, straight-up play. And I wonder if this is a bit of a YOLO move on his part, or if he's expecting Showtime to also expect standard, upstanding play, which I just don't think to be the case.
Please get a Robo. Please. Showtime has been delaying his Robo. Like, it's so good to get that faster Blink. Blink is really become a staple, but it's at the cost of the Robo.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so here's the thing. I want to wince with you and start being all maniacal, but of course my hubris ends up getting me killed. I will point out he's got sentries, right? Like, and if he's paying attention, Showtime's looking. Sure, you might not have detection, but if you can force field out the DTs, then they're less of a problem. But also, this was a terrible move out of Showtime.
Oh no. He scouted so well in the top left and never scouted the bottom right. He could have continued probe scouting and maybe eventually see it. But I think this is actually just, like, it's a build order win, basically. You know, there's a lot of things that could be changed up with scouting, but you have to scout it.
It should be a build order win. I agree. But I mean, a Forge is coming down. And while I'm not saying cannons will save him, there's like, between Deer's own... Oh.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he's so smart. Dear. He's so smart. I can't believe he just pulled that off so perfectly. The building cancel to make sure that thing is like safe. But I mean, no, realistically, if Showtime puts a paranoid cannon down, and I'm not saying he would in a normal best of 3, but in like a best of 1, if he puts a paranoid cannon down, he could be okay. But he's not. And the time's ticking, and the DTs are on the way.
No idea. He has no idea. He sees a Forge.
No idea.
Oh, Hallucination is going to see the DTs, but they're cloaked, and then it's going to see the Dark Shrine, and the DTs will have literally entered into his base.
Looking though.
Please. Okay, he's building a robo. He could force field off his main. Once he sees the Dark Shrine, please, for the love of God. This is emergency mode, man. He's gonna yes, exactly. Go up to the main.
He saw the blur. I 100% think he saw the blur.
I think he pulled when he saw the Dark Shrine, but either way, please. I think he's gonna live, but it's gonna be a lot of damage. I mean, at the very least, no mining in the natural, right?
Right. Probs are getting pulled. He's aware of what's going on. A force field's gonna come down in a hot second, I'm sure. Unless he loses. Oh, that's a perfect force field, honestly.
Oh my God.
I don't think Deer can kill a Nexus. I'm surprised he doesn't just take the shield battery of the pylon with this, but yeah, goes for the Nexus. I mean, the shield battery's tunneling into the Nexus anyways. Overcharge the battery in a pinch, I suppose.
He can't. He already used the chrono on the he's chronoing the robo like crazy.
And you can overcharge any battery within any Nexus globally. So you can battery charge the Nexus or the battery in the natural from the Nexus to the main.
Yeah.
But okay.
I would have like, okay, he did put chronos into the robo, but you're right, he had backup chrono.
Credit where it's due. Showtime held out like a pro. As you mentioned, that should have been a build order win, and lesser protesters are dead right now. So that would be really impressive out of Showtime. And Deer, he doesn't come out of this with like 15 workers ahead. He's got a third base the same time, actually a little behind Showtime even. I don't think Deer's actually got that great of an opening off of this, but he also doesn't suffer for his opening either.
Oh, you're right. I need a couple seconds to calm down. You know, I was absolutely just like, you don't understand. It's going to be death. I'm admitting defeat right here, right now.
Does your heart start palpitating when you're casting these matches? Because more than any other game I'm involved with, like I'm so close to being tied in with the players and stuff, I'm like, ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Oh no, Blink's gonna get denied. No way.
9, 8, 7,
no,
6. Yes.
Oh, this is huge. This is huge.
Yes. Oh, Showtime. Oh.
Okay, so Deer, one advantage Deer has right now is he knows where the army is at a Showtime. Sure, he's not gonna blink, and that's really gonna hurt trying to fight, but he's gonna try and I guess cut these units off. No, he's going for the third.
I think he realizes. I don't know
Showtime
how.
Showtime recalls.
Yeah, he saw something. I don't know where he saw it. Maybe there was Zelnaya that was taken. I don't know, but I love it. I love this kid. Showtime is my #1 favorite player now. He was my favorite Protoss, but he just got bumped up.
Oh, promotion. Wonderful. Okay, so unfortunately for Deer, he does have to reserve Blink, but he had also already made the Twilight Council elsewhere. He knew that the bottom right wasn't going to stick around forever. So, wait a minute. Is that a UI bug? That's a weird UI bug. Do you see that?
I don't see any UI bugs.
The Twilight Council's not completed, but I'm seeing Blink researching at the moment.
Well, he...
In the production tab. Oh, wait, no, it's over here. Wait, he's just going Twilight Council? No, never mind. Sorry. I'm looking at the wrong UI. This is all me. Forget it.
I was so confused.
I was so confused. I'm like, how is it building? This is impossible. Never mind. It's good.
Yeah. So he has fallen behind on +1. Oh, sorry, +2. Because his Twilight Council was delayed, but also I think he was just behind, right? So, +2 is going to be so good. Charge is also going to be faster since all Twilight Council tech was delayed. And Showtime, I mean, just has to not run into disruptors, okay? Just don't pull an innovation.
It's not even just not running into disruptors. He's got a lot of control over this game that Deer's simply not going to have. And I think that, I mean, +2 weapons is part of this for Showtime. And Deer obviously has no way to know the timing of the upgrades right now. But things like Charge can be so clutch where, for example, Deer's not going to have that option. Right? He's still researching Blink. He can't even start Charge right the second if he wanted to. And I'm surprised there's no chrono boost going into this either to make up for that lost time.
He might be just playing a little bit risky, but only a little bit because he has such good scouting, you know? Like, if he puts all of his chronos into the Forge instead, like, that's definitely the right call. But if he thought he's going to be attacked at any point, then he probably is chronoing that blink. So you're smart. Your player's smart.
That's just so much damage to the Zealots. It's ridiculous.
Oh my god. Oh.
I don't know about that Blake. That was so risky. Goes into with the force field, capping a lot of Showtime stalkers. Hold on, this might pay off. The last time I saw Deer do a Blake like that, it cost him the game. This time around, it's a big win.
Yeah, it was kind of awkward because Showtime showed nothing but stalkers that blinked forward, and then he was like, oh, just stalkers, I can take this. And the rest of Showtime's army appeared, but it actually ended up being more awkward for Showtime. Now, Showtime is still going to have +2 advantage for defensive engagement. He's going to have charge, which really complicates the micro of Deer's defense. You know, it messes things up, basically, where that's something that Deer can't do. Plus, Zealots can just be generally good, right? But Deer now has a bit of a stronger attack than he should have, because he took at least one, like, pretty good half engagement.
What's really cute, neither player's floating a lot of minerals to make... Oh, no, Deer, what are you doing? Deer, what are you doing? Oh, my God, what's that walk?
Oh, my God. The aggressive blink forward to take out the Immortal, and Showtime has 2 of his own. He doesn't have the upgrade lead anymore, and he should have faster reinforcements. The War Prism comes out to save the Immortals. Here come more Zealots. Come on, Showtime, make this work. This should be working.
It's so close. They should disengage. I don't think this is a fight either player should commit to be honest. Yeah, that oh man, Deer again, just for like a second. It was like 2 auto attacks. He was move commanding for. That was brutal.
Yeah. I really gotta give props to your player, though. I mean, with the delay of the blink, I really thought was going to be it, because it also delayed his upgrade, because it also delayed his charge. I really thought that was going to be something you could capitalize on. But Deer, he just done really well, making the right decisions.
Yeah, we're gonna make this the most polite cast of all the matches in the team league, because respect to Showtime as well, right? Like his reaction in the early game to those DTs, like what I respect for this more than what is Rifkin versus Zombie Grub is how like amazing of a PvP this is. And I don't know if I've just been blessed or if it's Deer. All the PvP games that we cast in this team league have been like next level nuts. And here comes some more of that. Zealots forcing a recall. Oh, how much is getting recalled though? Because that army now moves in towards the bottom right. Zombie Grub. Oh, he's not going to commit though.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know how much was actually there, right? He has no other. There could have been a second Immortal. There could have been Sentries. There could have been Zealots.
I like this though. I think for Deer, I'm just sitting here screaming like, don't throw, right? So not committing for me is a win in my books.
Yeah. I'm a little worried. Showtime, I think he has already gotten better just through this team league, honestly. Just through like playing stats and like Korean Protoss he doesn't usually get to play. I think he's already gotten better at PvP. The Dark Shrine being included is absolutely critical, I think, for late game PvP. I love the Disruptors, and I know he has it in him to go into late game, Tempest. We've seen that before.
What do you think? Oh, top left. Oh, it's DTs. So it's DTs for the sake of DTs in the top left. It's not Archons.
Yeah. Only a single cannon.
Yeah, but that's not gonna be done in time by the looks of it. Oof, this is gonna hurt. I love the attempt to block with the pylons, but it's not there.
Nope, that's nice.
I like that he walks past too. He walks right on by. Only one DT's got surface area though. The shield battery might just be able to hold with the overcharge.
Probes are still gonna go down in natural as well. Or sorry, the third base, I should say. Fourth base is under attack, though. Deer trying to go for the, at least a little bit of like a quote-unquote base trade, 16 probes for a Nexus. But Showtime's army really wasn't all that out of position. He still has +3 over Deer as well.
With those 2 Disruptors, there's no way he can commit to the Nexus. Deer could have, if those weren't here, but they are here, and he's got to be careful. The Zealot run by getting blocked out by the buildings. The Sim City out of Showtime, so sick to defend at the bottom. But of course, those Zealots are going to eventually break through, and they do break through, and they get on top of the possible Disruptors. Now, burning a shot, I'll take that right now. DT's warping in for the defense too, and meanwhile, of course, Deer's biding his time in the bottom right.
Good save on the Disruptor. Yeah, Showtime's not going to be pulled too far apart. He knows the bulk of the engagement's happening on the right side, and he still has his own Warp Prism that if he ever feels confident can start warping in hella DTs even, because they're going to start banking. Aggressive blink forward. He knows he has the advantage with his Disruptors. He's about to have +1 shield advantage as well. Takes out a couple of Archons as he continues committing to the fight. Deer, I'm surprised he's committing. Whoa!
Yep. Oh, he just blinked. The Disruptor's gonna hurt. Oh, he plays to the side. Zealot's coming from behind, but it's when the army's mostly gone.
Oh, wow. This actually is so dangerous for both players, but Disruptors are probably gonna win the day. Oh, good blink back.
Dude, I'm on the edge of my seat. I can't. How is he blinks off? It doesn't seem physically possible to me, but every time he's got to blink.
But I think Showtime just has a better army, once again with an upgrade advantage, and using those Zealots to force Deer to blink backwards. He even got a couple of DTs. They're adding in some damage, and he still has that War Prism. Showtime could always continue harassment, and there's still only that one cannon, but everything is focused on the defense right now. And Deer is finally getting his own Disruptors, and that could really change things up.
I think that's the big deal too, because in every one of these fights, you can have 11 Archons and a ton of Zealots, but it doesn't matter if those disruptors hit just right. So without his own disruptor force to counter this, there's no going all in. And if he does, it's just asking to lose.
Fifth base only for Showtime. He's gonna have that superior economy. Maybe. I mean, he would have superior production if he doesn't keep losing it on the left side here. 2 more gateways.
Those gateways have been so worth it, though. Each gateway that's died has completely denied an attack. I mean, that's 300 minerals to completely shut down deer. I'll take that every time.
I am with you. I just need to, I need to not be worried about his production. He needs to be able to continue using his bank, and he certainly is.
What do you do you think we're going to get to the point of Stargates to start lifting these disruptors? Because, I mean, these are becoming really influential in the game right now.
I feel like Protoss is a true mirror matchup. They kind of anticipate those types of things, right? So we haven't had Phoenixes being brought into the play against Disruptors. It's usually either just continuing to stick on this composition, or one person dares to dive toward Tempest.
Ooh.
More so.
DT on the other side of the map, by the way, just won, forces a full cancel of the 5th.
Oh, pretty worthwhile DT right there. Ooh, Showtime. He's gonna maybe go for a big old surround. He doesn't really have great sight.
I don't like the set of deer. He's playing a lot of games with those disruptors, but they're also very exposed. And if at any point Showtime commits to killing them, they're dead. Showtime's gonna kill them from the backside, though.
Oh my god, oh my god, on the backside, the disruptors are probably gonna fight each other. Who shoots first?
Oh, he gets a shot, but it's not enough!
Oh my god, what is this fight?
What are these army supplies? I don't know. I think Deer's got this, but I don't want to say that confidently because I can't say that confidently.
God, what? How? Oh, Showtime lost the left side so hard. He needed those disruptors on the left side. He's down 50 supply. How did it done? PvP, why?
Next to 3 disruptors walking forward, and the fact that they didn't fire at each other for like almost 10 seconds, I can't even, Zombie Grub.
Oh! Showtime. He can't get the left side disruptor to get a pop off. He's going to try and go for the 2 on the right side, which he does grab. He's going to click on top of one of them, but another one's coming from behind. It's going to get the shot. Good split, but Showtime's still down 50 supply. He wants to hold on because he's a 5th base, but Zealot's coming in here means that Showtime probably has to tap out. DT's coming in as an emergency, but there's 3 observers. 3!
I think DTs are a good call for their damage alone, but you're right. This is not going to be the clutch. Not even a battery overcharge being. Oh, it's on cooldown. You already burned it. Yes! Let's go!
Damn! He thought he didn't. If he had seen those disruptors on the right side.
I have to readjust. I was actually bouncing around my chair so much in that game.
Seeing the disruptors on the right side, man. I think he repositions. He puts the disruptor on the left and then just blinks on top of the right. Oh god.
Dude, that was one of those games where even if I lost, that was an incredible game. I don't know what it is about, if it's just the best of one, if it's the huge prize pool of the War Chest Team League, the fact that you have to your teammates are on your back. There's so much that makes these games so much better than your average. I cast, you cast, we both cast so much StarCraft. Nothing looks like these games look.
Yeah, I think PvP is just a beautiful matchup, actually. I've been saying it for the last 6 months. Okay?
It's growing on me.
I've loved it for a while. I feel like I've loved it the entire year, because I remember going into Katowice being one of the only casters who liked it. And I liked what direction it was going, and then it just advanced, and now we're talking about, Blinkstalker versus Blinkstalker all the time. I mean, I think it's great. But you're right. It's especially good today.
It's been so unchanged for literally years, right? The opening's 2 gates all the time. And now, at halfway through 2020, we're finally seeing people experiment with a 1 gate fast expand because of the new battery overcharge. And I'm just I already love this matchup, and it has been literally stale for so long. And now it's starting to change. It might just actually go up from here in terms of enjoyment.
But the players, I think, are rightfully still kind of complaining about it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is where this gets really interesting, by the way. So server pick, it's going to be Innovation versus Clem coming up next. And Zombie Group had server preference. She got to pick which server would favor her players. I would get the other 2 by default.
Yeah.
She chose Clem and Innovation. And for us, this was actually a really great pick. This was the best case scenario we could hope for picks, because I don't think any of us are counting Clem out, but Clem is very expressive about how TVT is not a strong suit. Right. And going up against a really great player like Innovation, who By the way, can we just rewind a few series? How does Fear Dragon think Innovation is washed up? I listened to that and I'm like, excuse me, sir? Like,
I mean, Rifkin, is Fear Dragon being wrong really something we need to talk about?
I felt like there needed to be like a league penalty or a fine or like something so heinous being said. But yeah, this actually for us, this works out because I think for us, Clem and Innovation was a bit of the throwaway match in terms of like, we weren't super confident he was going to be an Innovation. If he did, it'd be really cool. So this works out okay, and it does lead up to a possible ace match if we close it in the 4th game. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We are now loading into Death Aura, and I'm actually going to start thinking of an intro, which I can't do.
All right, then I guess I'll go first. Swap it over, Wardy. All right, the top left. As the Green Terran for the Grublubba Dub Dubs on Death Aura, also on Team Kaizi Gaming. He's a machine. He's great. It is Innovation.
I really appreciate you drawing that out, by the way. That was a bro move if I've ever seen one.
You're welcome.
Okay. I've got it halfway figured out. I hope I can figure it out towards the end. This is going to be some slam. No, it's not. Okay. StarCraft. Team Draft. First pick. One chick. Zombie Grub. English Dub. Both suck. All luck. No chance. Team France. APM. It's Clem.
APM and Clem really rhyme.
Okay, I'm doing this like on the fly, man. Give me like 5 minutes. I can do way better.
Like I follow that chain of events. It was less a rhyme, beatdown, and more like one of those what are they called? Where they just go to like a coffee house and they're quote unquote doing poetry.
Right, and you don't clap, you snap.
Yeah, they snap. Yeah, but it was just didn't make any sense because they were just going like beer, barracks, emotions,
bears, beats, Battlestar Galactica.
And then they stop and people do the clap and you're like, that wasn't anything. What are you doing?
Exactly, like a little beret on instead of my regular hat. Okay, so Clem and Innovation though. Again, just context, this is on the West Coast server, so it favors Innovation in terms of clicks and lag and whatever. Who cares? I think Clem's my all-star player, and every time I've had a chance to send Clem out, I've always enjoyed it. His ace match versus Sarah the other day, fantastic. But all of those things don't count when it comes to a matchup that you as a player might not feel super confident in. And if Clem's not feeling great about TVT, it doesn't matter whether it's Innovation or Uthermal or whoever. So this is going to be a real uphill battle for Clem. I'm crossing my fingers. I want to see him do well. I think I believe in Clem more than Clem believes in Clem. Like how Fear Dragon is attached to Neeb. I'm very much that way with Clem, I feel. And so I'm going to be very upset if he loses, but I don't think surprised because Innovation, your guy, he's a legend.
He's always been good at TVT. I don't think it's ever been a weak point of any Green Terran, I guess, really, but it's because their other matchups are so much better, right? Like Mario's TVT is probably his weak point, but that's because he has such good other stuff as well. But always feeling confident here. Clem, I mean, he's particularly like right now not that great a position. He's in a rut for TVT, but it's also certainly worth talking about just that lack of European Terrans. Like TVT probably not the most popular ladder matchup that they have, right? So now he has to face not just a Terran, but also a Korean Terran. Styles, Ping, as you're pointing out.
I feel like the skill gap in Terran's so wild too, because you've got like all these players like Uthermal, Clem, Soul, and it just drops off really hardcore. There's not like a lot of in-betweens, right?
Yeah, here, Marie. Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, that was a nice pickoff, but also nice that Innovation got a full scout.
Whoa, wait, concussive shells?
Yeah. So, oh my god, I actually stole this build from Clem. So I wonder if Innovation knows about it. So Marauder Hellion, right? You can jump on top of anything that's trying to defend, including a Cyclone, if like you really catch them by surprise. Slow it down, pop it off, and at this point, if you're not doing what Clem is doing, if you're doing a regular 1-1-1, which is what Innovation is doing, you're dependent on a few Marines and one big unit, a Cyclone or a tank, right? So it's actually pretty effective, but I think it also relies on being a bit of a surprise. And that's my question. Does Innovation know about this build or not?
I'm not, this is something that I think with a bunker, with a siege tank, knowing versus unknowing, I think it's going to be okay to hold this. I don't know. I'm just not convinced that he's going to break. Like, I think he breaks the siege tank or the bunker, but not both type thing.
Right. Yeah. It also, I think, goes better when they're pretty greedy, when they don't have a bunker. He is anticipating a medevac drop. I mean, if it's a Liberator, so be it. He's also in position for that, but I think he's anticipating the drop. Looks like Clem might just go for the buff on the natural because the units are not down to the natural.
He dropped the top of the tank. Oh,
Yep,
if he drops the top of the tank, he'll be in the dead zone. SCV's going for the repair. Big splash damage coming from Clem. But that bunker, it's not going to lot in it. He can just walk away from it, I feel.
12 SCVs go down at the end of the day, right? So that's actually already pretty darn good. Even though every single unit of Clem's go down, Innovation is now down 10 workers. That's painful. That's painful. But he knew the threat of letting that continue, you know? Like, he didn't want to be like, oh, I'll just run back home and let 7 SCVs live, because then what if he loses everything else?
No, I agree, because I've seen this build too before, and I think that, like, that was the best in a bad case situation. He was going to take damage no matter what. It's about limiting how much damage gets done. I just didn't expect that to go as high for the SCV kills it did. Like, I was thinking 7, 8, easy. But 13? Oh.
That's painful. That is painful for me. Now, Innovation is still, I think, the better player, and TVT is all about comebacks, so that's just a great start for your guy, but I feel like it's going to go to 9 minutes, and by 9 minutes, we're going to forget that even happened. It's going to be about whatever else happened.
Your guy, he has a name, Zombie Grub. You literally stole this build from him. Have some respect. It's Clem, okay?
I should have more respect. I did steal that build from him.
Clem's actually been such a sick player to watch, because you and I think, got on top of him when he was still really young and getting into the scene, and not really a name for him.
Phrasing.
He wasn't that great when we first discovered him, but he's so good now, dude.
Yeah, he is really good now. He is. I mean, it's been kind of crazy how good he's gotten in the last.
No, don't say anything else. Oh no!
It's kind of crazy how out of position he is for this big old drop into the main base.
Vikings with their rally to the natural, waiting for the. Oh no! Oh no!
Revenge is in. Oh, the command center. What is that? Is that 40 out of 40?
That's like 100% is what that is. That's Yo, it's understandable why people didn't understand the bailing math change, because like Blizzard can't figure out how 100% works. That guy said it should be finished. He's desperate, but it gets the job done because the bonus damage versus tanks. So this hurts, but this also evens the score up a fair bit, because that's 12 SCVs dead. Oh, what's going on the map?
So a Banshee was not being controlled. If a Banshee had been controlled, there was actually an equal amount of damage done. Yeah. And even without being controlled, there's actually just not much that shoots up right now. Innovation, pull the SCVs away. Don't let them just die. Pull them away.
How much damage the Banshee did to the refinery? That should have all been an SCV HP instead.
I know, right? Like, this would have been so bad. Some Vikings are on the way out, but only just started. He lost the Viking, I guess, brought it with him. Missile turret's gonna finish, but that is good returns.
I'm just gonna be really upset later when we're done. I gotta go to call him a liar, because like whether he wins or loses this, he's like, my TVT's trash. I'm like, bro, what? This game versus Innovation's amazing. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is a lot to do with some like sneaky stuff, right? Like nothing has happened that really determines, I don't know, like, you know, the Marine tanks, right? There's no concaves, there's no who splashes, who has better map control quite yet. It's been a lot about their build choices. And, well, they both have done some serious damage to each other. It is actually Clem, I think, that comes out ahead because, yeah, they both have 3CC, they similar lurkers, but he has Stim already.
So this is where I get a little jaded. I'm going to go back to the server complaining for a sec, because I really feel most games before 3 bases, the server latency doesn't really come too much into effect. But we're talking multitasking 4 different drops in the late game while deflecting your opponent's drops. Like, that's going to really start favoring Innovation a lot.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point. And in general, I think he's also just favorable for that situation.
Yeah, I mean, even if the server wasn't a factor, but I think it needs to be mentioned because it is a factor at the end of the day.
Innovation has excellent map presence. Marines in every single attack path.
Yeah.
And he needs to do that because he needs to be in position. He's not going to have combat shields. When Clem's finishing it up, he could push. Innovation will have upgrade leads, but the combat shields makes me a little bit worried.
I think you mentioned the map vision. This is something I really appreciate out of all good top tier players. Like the spreading a Marine like this feels like a waste of a Marine, I think, but then you realize that's 50 minerals for the most essential information you could possibly get if you see the push coming. So it's worth it, and it's good, and the spread is so far that I can't see Clem sneaking anything anywhere on this map.
Yeah. So now I get to take back when I was like, Clem, I think might be in the lead, because I thought he was going to do something with Stim and combat shields. This guy's known for his multitasking, his aggressiveness, sometimes his rashness. You know, he's a little bit, in a hurry to get things done. I thought he was going to do something. But if he's not going to do anything, then absolutely, Innovation gets a stronger presence in about 2 minutes here with 2-2 on the way. Even a vehicle upgrade, where Clem is just way far behind in the upgrades.
Oh, upgrades are so fickle though, because like positioning I think trumps all in a lot of situations, because there shouldn't be a situation where Clem's down like 40 Marines, right? But oh, he's not in position. He doesn't have that scouting. Innovation pushing up to the natural just as Clem's left with the worst possible situation.
He's gonna go to the natural. There's the tank. Oh, that's actually not a bad defense at all. I thought he was gonna go for the fourth, but good turnaround.
Another tank set up. Oh, Clem! Thank God Clem's playing on the defense this game.
Yeah, yeah, probably very well aware of his limitations.
Oh, can you get the medevac? Oh, nice!
Nicely done. Innovation, not finding any. It was so close to being perfect too. If he had just waited 5 more seconds even, he might have actually gotten maybe the command center canceled, maybe the drop into the third base. Now it's Innovation's turn to be on the defensive. His upgrades still have about 45 seconds to go. He's behind on the 4CC. Where are his tanks? They're already set up actually.
I mean, there's no question about this fight coming here, right? The sensor tower sees it from so far away. He's trying to set his own up back at home, but it might get sniped. Yeah, if you can just get the sensor tower, sometimes that's worth. This thing is so good at like seeing things coming, but it's also just an expensive building. Meanwhile, Clem on the other side of the map takes a small bit of pressure, but Innovation's not committing down there.
Yeah. Oh man, Clem's gonna be a full 2.
What a weird tank spot, but I kind of love it at the same time.
Mostly bad. When I like the tank spot's not bad, but the drop, I'm always suspicious of like 11-minute single tank drops. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so he gets the sensor tower, which is a pretty nice pickup. That takes away some of the vision that Innovation had with the map, but it also, of course, like I said, it's an expensive building. Nobody can really afford sensor towers when you think about it.
Oh
no. Is he about to get sandwiched in?
Innovation. Yes. From behind, from the left. I mean, he did go up in the choke on the left, though, so he does lose his own fair amount of units. But... Oh my god, Innovation actually has no idea about this attack on the left side. No Innovation. He's gonna lose his planetary. He has no tanks back at home. Oh my god, Clem.
I was worried this was gonna come too slow, to be honest. I saw this attack moving out, but Clem's dropping the third base. Innovation's gonna have to make a stop up there.
Oh god. Oh, he's going for a big old doom drop into the main base. Yes. No Vikings, only single missile turret. Base straight time.
Well, appropriate for this cast, I suppose, but...
Take attention! No! God! His tanks weren't sieged, but they do siege up the last second in the main base. Everything is going topsy-turvy for both sides. He's gonna pick up the third.
Clem is cleaning it up! Oh, he's
oh my god. Fourth base has already been killed. Innovation does need to get at least one of his opponents. No, he's gonna lose! Oh my god! Why?
Okay, he just killed his own tank because the SCVs friendly fired it. That sucks, but Clem's got a good position on Innovation's side of the field. The worker count here for both sides, like off the charts, but obviously Innovation hurting way more than Clem is right now. I'm surprised he didn't go finish up the... because he's coming back to defend the tanks. Okay, smart call. Good move. Innovation drops on top of these siege tanks. But no matter what, like at the end of the day, Clem's pulled out a huge lead out of this fight. And one that honestly I didn't see coming. When he got caught on the ramp to the top right side, I thought, oh boy, this is trouble.
He's on an army supply lead though at the end of that. Like his left side attack, if it had been scouted, doesn't do that much damage, but he actually still had more opportunities. He just had more stuff.
Whoa. Innovation's almost 2 upgrades ahead. I didn't even realize that up to this point.
Yeah, I've been trying to emphasize that because it's usually one of the more determining factors, but I mean, they kind of been avoiding straight up clashes, which means the upgrades haven't really gotten to do what they should.
I don't know if that's intentional or not, but that's worked out really well for Clem. Innovation's just picked up, so there's no danger for Clem to be pushing up like that. Grabs a couple of the Vikings. Please tell me he saw the medevacs. Please tell me he saw the medevacs. Please tell me he saw the medevacs. He saw the medevacs. He's going to race Innovation back to his own base. Tanks are set up defensively, though.
Innovation, don't do it. Innovation, don't do it. Innovation, don't do it. Oh my god.
This is so big for Clem to defend this. This is so big for Clem to defend this, because this was Innovation, by the way. If that drop had gone off for 10 seconds, Innovation would have had 3-3 versus Clem's 1-1. That would have been like game-ending damage for sure.
It should have been a 4-0.
Excuse you?
I'm so upset. So mad.
Excuse you?
Oh, it should have been. Last game, Showtime was in the lead. This game, Innovation had a lot of leads. I'm not going to say he was in the lead, but he had a lot of opportunity, and he's not going to win it.
I suddenly don't miss you as much as I thought I did.
Why? Why?
I love this scuffle, by the way, that's been going on nonstop. Like, every player's Marines are like almost dead. Nobody's had time to stop and heal. Clem's still pushing forward, grabs another Marine out of Innovation. Little leads add up to a lot, and it's like double the army supply. And frankly, my players have a bad track record of throwing, so I'm not going to say anything, but this is looking good, and that's all I'll say.
Yeah, okay, it's looking pretty much better than good. Clem didn't just have a 5th base finish. He's been mining off of that this entire time. And he has 2 more command centers on the way. Innovation just doesn't want to lose. He doesn't want to admit defeat, but he is absolutely defeated.
I'm surprised too, because like I don't want to be too hard on Clem, but like I said, what I heard about his TVT when he didn't have the server preference, so much of this was stacked against him that I went into this game just kind of, I'll be honest, I just kind of wrote it off before we even got into it, thinking if we win, cool, it's a gamble, right? But here we go, final push.
Yep.
Doesn't start so good for Clem. Has to back away.
Yeah, but he has just so much more stuff. The reason it's not going so well today is all of his army stacked up in the natural.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, the longer this goes, Innovation dies to like attrition, right? Like he's eventually going to mine out on 3 bases. Clem's going to keep expanding. If Innovation at any point picks up to go for a counterattack, Clem's going to move in. And that's why he keeps scanning to confirm that the army is in fact sitting right there. Innovation moves into the siege tanks of Clem. Clem's not paying attention initially with the Marines or the medevacs, but he does still kill like 2 out of the 3 tanks.
I mean, can Innovation win a 40-30 army supply difference with 3-3? Maybe.
To be honest, yeah, if there's one guy, I'm like, yeah, this would be the guy, but it's unlikely still.
3-3 is usually that good, honestly. Like, that is to say, a 2 upgrade lead is that good.
Yeah, if it was still 1-1. Oh yeah, that drop, if that had gone off, like, I don't think a lot of people realizing that could have been game over for Clem if Innovation got that full Doom drop off with 3-3 versus 1-1.
Yeah, well, even the drop before that, the reason it didn't really do him as much damage is because he didn't siege his tanks. He was so focused on defending. This is the last hurrah here. Innovation needs to break so many tanks. The concave is great, but his own tanks aren't even a part of this fight. 3-3 versus 2-2 really coming into effect. And oh my god, oh god, the main base. Oh geez.
I think weapon upgrades and combat shields are some of the most noticeable things for Terran in general. Like if Zerg player roaches, they get +2. It's like not as obvious, I feel sometimes, as like 3 weapons are, but okay, goes to another big drop towards the main base. We still have a couple tanks sieged up here. There's nothing in the medevacs to chase, which is super awkward. Is that missile turret about to get like a triple kill, by the way? The most useful missile turret of all time? No, never mind. He's dead.
Oh, I love you, Innovation. I love that you're trying to stay in this game, but down half the army supply. He lost his natural. Well, he's going to lose his 3rd, actually. He saved his natural, but he's going to be down to 2 orbitals and basically no SCVs. Like, Clem, I mean, getting on top of production is usually what kills a Terran. But Clem could literally rebuild all of his production anywhere on the map. Anywhere.
Anywhere, you say?
Anywhere. He could build the Innovation's main base.
Even over there?
A little too far forward with the Liberators, but Innovation tries to take advantage on the left the back at home, and he is actually going to take advantage of the back at home, and FGP has just been playing like this entire time! Innovation, it is too late to play like this!
He's 1 SCV with 2 Gs.
God!
Clem, my man!
So many games that I'm just like, yeah, it's gonna be fine. We're gonna win. Like, not just because of what's like the lineup, but the actual games. This started day 1 for me, where I was like, Innovation is doing great, and then he doesn't. And then everyone just loses all their matches that they were winning.
I mean, now you know how I feel with every ace match we keep losing, dude. Because like I really feel like I know it's not, and nothing I say will change it, but like I feel very confident we should be like 4 and like 2, not like freaking 2 and 3 or whatever the map scores. Like it's tough watching your own players lose games. It's really brutal. But yeah, we keep moving on, guys, and it's not over yet. If Zombie Rob wins this, we go to the ace match, which is worth noting. She has server choice 4 if we go to the ace match.
Yeah.
So going into this one, it does favor Rogue. We'll be playing on West Coast, I think it is. So Uthermal will be slightly disadvantaged going into it.
Uthermal has been disadvantaged with every 4th match, it feels like. Even he was joking about, like he's at home on the West server. He's fine with it.
Uthermal, I really wanted Uthermal for my team. Like I really did. And I think he's one of these guys who can overcome the odds. Do you remember, like, because I always think back to like the 6 months he couldn't win a game versus Zerg and then finally did and became like a TVZ god for the next year. Like, if he's in the right pacing and the right place, like mentally, I feel like Uthermal could actually take the game versus Rogue. Maybe not a best of 3, maybe not a best of 5, but definitely a best of 1.
That he can. Like, he's every single time it feels like it's been off of his server preference against a Titan. You know, it was against TY, it was against Trap. Like, these are the guys that are supposed to beat him. And so far he's beaten those 2 guys at least. So maybe I should just believe in Uthermal as the ace maker. That's what I would call him.
Maker.
The ace maker.
Like a pacemaker for your heart.
He's the ace maker of the Grubble Tub Tubs. It works, right?
Sure, why not?
Oh, yeah. What is Uthermal doing? What is Uthermal doing? Is he...
Give it a second. Maybe his keyboard's broken or he's AFK. There's no he's AFK, right? Is this a remake situation?
Yeah, I think he has to remake.
Because, like, yeah, there's the pause. Something was off there.
Yeah, I mean...
So, it happens. You know what? This gives me time to think of an intro because I totally wasn't doing that actually at all. And, we're gonna wait a moment. I guess for Wardy to make the executive decision here. For Uthermal, though, I will say this: I don't want a free win. I don't want a cheap win. I don't know what's happening with Uthermal, but I personally think it should be a remake easily.
Yeah, of course.
There we go. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna remake the lobby, guys. This will take like a hot second. We gotta get 100 casters into the game. But yeah, so I guess Uthermal mentioned his keyboard was dead.
That was the only thing I could even think of, right? And then he confirmed it.
Right, because for a second I'm like, okay, command center first? Like, I don't know what's he doing, right? Like, nothing makes any sense here.
Yeah, I think he's gonna maybe replug it in and play like a, type racer or something, make sure it's working. But yeah, he was trying to warm up before, so this is just like a really poor timing. But he said he was alt-tabbing to watch the game. He was like, I should be warming up, but I have to watch this game.
I've got my map intro, but I'm going to be honest, it's 100% stealing lyrics from something I've done before. So
okay.
Mine's ready to go. I will also note that Tempo is home and awake, so I guess versus Nate, which I'll be doing next. I'll have my hype man back with me, which will be nice. You know what? I can't believe, by the way, Nate's team is blowing me away. I'm actually terrified to fight him next. Because I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I'm not, because I am in no way assuming we're going to beat you here. Anything can happen. But like, I need to beat you and him to get set for the playoffs, because I look at Roddy's team and I'm like, oh, that's untouchable. If I don't win the games here today, I could be screwed.
The Cyril and the Rainer boys, they're pretty good.
Did you see that match of Clem versus Cyril, by the way?
I did, yeah.
Oh my God.
I watched it.
Dude,
it was good.
I was even watching it. I was sitting there. It felt almost like I was dizzy or something. I just couldn't believe how good it was. It was so euphorically amazing.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, we just gotta get Uthermal back. I just noticed, by the way, his name is Uwu Thermal, and I hate it, by the way.
I was Uwooing against Fear Dragon's team. Uwu Thermal.
Uwu or Owo? Chat, you decide.
How is it Owo?
Well, no, I mean, like, because like the popular one is Uwu, but the next one I think everyone goes with is Owo, right?
Oh, really? I've always seen it Uwu. Whoever's doing Owo probably pronounces Naruto as Naruto.
Dude, Naruto? Yeah, exactly. And what's the Mario? Luigi and Mario. Oh. I hate saying it.
Looks like you're going to be waiting a little while. Uthermal to test his keyboard.
Whilst we wait, I have to ask you a bit of small talk here. Okay. Have you delved into Fall Guys yet?
No, I saw everyone hyping it up and a bunch of streamers were playing it yesterday. It was just one of those things where someone mentions it and then suddenly it's everywhere.
I really like the mini games in StarCraft, like Rainer Party and Star Party, and a lot of the custom games have been really fun. And I feel like I haven't had like a mini game I've loved since, ironically, StarCraft. So I've really been playing a lot of it recently, actually. I grinded out my Stone Announcer pack, doing all the 10th anniversary achievements for StarCraft. And then as soon as I was done, I'm like, okay, time to play this other game.
It's fun. Yeah. I mean, I'm not totally convinced yet after just watching a couple like trailers and stuff, but let's see. By the way,
have you tried to tackle any of the 10th anniversary StarCraft achievements?
No, I knew it was going to be bugged like heck.
Well, even the non-bugged ones, there's actually a couple of difficult, just like normal ones.
I'm sure there is, but I was going to wait to do like a whole rerun of a whole campaign.
Oh, you're gonna go like start to finish type thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be cool.
Why do it now when there's at least one bug?
Well, my Wings of Liberty campaign was bugged, and I had to actually replay the whole thing from scratch. And I'm like, I don't want to do this, so I put it on casual so I could just speed through. I did not. I've never played the game on casual. I didn't realize that it cuts the HP of all the units in half. So like enemy Marines have like 17 HP. I'm like, okay, cool. Just pull the SCVs and win every single campaign mission, basically.
You know, people are like, oh, it'd be fun if maybe a pro could play with a handicap against, other people, because StarCraft literally has handicap.
Oh yeah, wouldn't it be great if they could one-shot an SCV?
Yeah, all it does is reduce the HP, which doesn't really, it doesn't work. I remember we tried that like 7 years ago. Yeah,
and my Widow Mine still did full damage, but had like 10 HP. It was horrible.
Oh yeah, that was like a 2v2, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. All right. Well, we're back in it. A little bit of a hiccup aside. I guess camera's on my guy, so my last guy might be from Korea. He's so freaking good, you have no idea. Rogue's creeping in to try to win less than a best of 3.
Wait, what?
Oh, that was it. That's it. That's all I got.
You didn't even introduce the player.
Well, yes, I did.
Wait, what did you say?
Rogue's creeping in to try to win.
I guess maybe you cut off for the first word of that when I was just like waiting and waiting.
This is why I bring tempo.
Yeah.
This is why I bring tempo.
All right, in the bottom right, as the green Terran, he is Uthermal.
I hate hearing you do it. It's so much work. Reading it in my head is one thing. Hearing it out loud is another. Yeah, this is tough. I want to try and play the fair card and all that, but I mean, my boy's in the finals of GSL right now. He's got server advantage on his side, and Rogue is just a god in his own right. I can't wait to win 3-1.
I'm not gonna lie. Some of us were discussing some things, and it was like, is it GSL finalist Rogue or Potato Online Round of 32 Rogue?
You know what? He's had some pretty poor performances here in the Team League too, so I'm totally like boasting my chest and puffing it up more than I should. But yeah, Rogue Online is. I feel like there's a lot of players like that actually who offline their performance is so amazing, but then online, I don't know if it's just they don't care as much or what, but their performance is like less than stellar.
Mm-hmm.
And Rogue can be that guy for sure. I don't think he's good to be today.
Well, I'm just gonna say that like Uthermal. I mean, he's not won every single match I put him out for, but every single time I'm like, yeah, it's just like too tough. All right, like I'm already kind of defeated. Uthermal really has brought it back against people he's not supposed to, and on servers he's not supposed to. This is like feels like it's never been on Central for him. The one thing is that I am a little scared about TDZ because I know, regardless of when he's been played, regardless of what server he's been played, matchup wise, he has not won his TDZs. Every time he has gotten like hard countered, and it really physically hurts me. So I feel like he's going to do a 3cc here thinking it can't possibly happen again. And I'm going to go Uthermal. I banned this build for a reason. Oh, okay.
You banned it? Did you reprimand him for doing it?
No. I did it with, I think it was Innovation went for 3cc. Or maybe it was Uthermal. I don't remember, but I just remember
screaming. You go 3cc again, I'm taking 10% of your prize pool as punishment.
I just remember yelling like, it's done. You guys can't do it anymore. Stop it. Oh. I'm so glad he's not doing it. Like, I don't even care if Rogue does the greediest thing ever and doesn't punish it at all. I like this better.
Well, I will say real quick, Golden Wall, I fell in love with this map because my first cast on this map was Uthermal, actually. It was him versus Rainer or something. It was a crazy, 25-minute macro game, right? Players expanding top and bottom, and the fact that it is Golden Wall, I'm not even going to try and, hype this up. It's just the fact that I know Uthermal plays well on this map, and it's Uthermal. I'm going to be honest, I shouldn't be rooting against Rogue, and I'm not doing this to be polite, but just because I am, objectively outside of the team, a huge Uthermal fan, I want him to do well here.
I thought you were going to do a different direction with that.
Nah, dude, I'm all... My problem with this team league is, I've got loyalty, obviously, to my team, but there's some players I just love watching,
I thought you were going to be since I'm such a huge jerk outside of the team league, I'm going to be nice to every player in the team.
No, I'm the opposite. What do you mean? What am I, Nathanius on Twitter? Come on, Zombie.
Oh my God. I feel like there's frying pans that are hot every which way. We're going to get burned if we continue going along this path.
Yeah, we've become arsonists, transitioned from casters to arsonists. Just burn it all down.
Yeah, burn it all down. So Uthermal is doing something a little bit tricky, actually. I was glad to see him not do a third CC, but I didn't realize why he wasn't doing a third CC. This is a build that he's done before. We've seen it from a couple other Terrans as well. It could be hard to scout, but didn't the Overlord?
Oh, yeah. Well, this was I was oohing at there for a second. He just saw this. He has Overlord speed.
Wait.
I didn't expect that. But he's not scouting the main base with it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like he doesn't actually understand what's happening.
Wait, now
he does. Now he does. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because he saw the barracks on the reactor up until literally just now. So he might have thought it was like a legitimate 2-1-1 when it's not. It's not. There's no stim. You know.
I don't like Rogue being on the wrong side of the map right now with those links.
Who did this? Someone did this in the team league, and I feel like it was my player.
You're a really great captain. You know that? Like,
I know, right? Yeah.
Inside and out like this. Oh no! What are you doing? He walks into the one of mine, eats the queen, makes sense, but then he walks into the Marines. Oh god! I know he wanted to kill the medevacs, but in doing so, he's throwing everything away. This position for Uthermal could not be better. Can Rogue actually? No, Rogue! Another queen! No! What is this? What? I mean, Uthermal was crap earlier. No, don't kill Rogue too.
Goddamn Ace Maker! Oh my god! Oh, what is happening? What is happening, Rifkin?
For those who don't understand, it's not about this win here with the Marines. He just killed all the queens. There's nothing to shoot the battlecruiser when it finally comes out.
There's not even spore crawlers. He didn't actually go far enough back to see he saw the fusion core. What is he doing?
The priority right now is definitely not thinking about the battlecruiser, because if he doesn't stop this attack, he loses to these Marines and the medevacs, right? Here comes the Hellions.
Oh my god.
So much more better.
I mean, he doesn't have Hellbats, but the Hellions could go after the drones. Oh my god. Oh my god, the battlecruiser is gonna win the game! With the ace match! Oh my god, oh my god.
I don't even know why I doubted you Uthermal for a second, because it's my team. Every single match I've played on the team league goes to the ace match. We never go to the ace match.
Oh god, I love it. Uthermal has now been bumped up. He's been promoted. #1, going into mech from this after killing 20 drones. The battlecruiser about to teleport in. GG out once that battlecruiser teleports in. Just GG out.
Dude.
Come on.
Okay, so he's the ace maker, but is he good enough to be your ace player? That's the real question.
No, because it's his preferred server, I'm not going to play him on ace. He only wins when it's on West.
Rude. It's so awful. You're the worst mom. Oh my god.
He only wins
with like an A, and you're like, it's not an A+. I don't care.
Oh, just get out, Rogue. Stop it! Stop it! Do not try and make this game something. Yes!
Excuse me! Did you get Rogue of all players in the universe out? I can't believe what I just can't even.
Oh my god. That was literally the easiest game of my life, Uthermal, yes!
I'm pissed. Out right now, Zombie Grump! Okay, well, guys, for those who don't know, this means we are going to go to a break because we have to go confer with our teams and see who we send out for our ace players. It will be blind pick. We won't know who's sending who, but we do know that Zombie Rob gets server preference in the finals, which is not good for my team.
Okay, let's go to a break. Let's go to a break. Let's decide. Going to a break. When we come back, ace match time.
Welcome back, everybody. We are almost ready to go with the ace match. I mean, again, with my teams, it's like I don't know if any other team has this stat, but like every single one of our games has gone to game 5. And I'm not sure if I'm proud of that or I hate it, but we do know that it is going to be on the map Everdream. We know that it will be Zombie Grub's server preference. And we are actually waiting on her team to still deliberate and select their final player. I have privately submitted mine to Wardy, and we'll find out in a moment what the matchups are going to look like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this, because when it goes to the ace match for us, everyone frantically decides not me, right? Like everyone's like not it. Are your guys in that same boat, or are you guys like, no, I want to go, no, send me instead? Like, which way does it go for your team?
Mostly there is some discussion. It's mostly like, oh, is Inno available? Like, does he want to play? But it's not like a go. It's like, hey, Inno, how you feel? Says other player play.
No, that's almost word for word how it goes with Deer and like Clem and Lambo and everyone. I'm still kind of hung up on that last game because I'm really impressed with the win out of Uthermal. Again, as a Uthermal fan, I'm obviously pissed as a team captain, but him versus Rogue, I did not expect to go like that. And I think if you ever have had anyone like, how do we defy the odds? Why do you even give faith to these other players? Like, that's a good example of why. You don't count anyone out in the best of one.
Okay, we made a decision.
Is it Uthermal?
Can we say it now, Wardy?
Yeah, mine's been submitted, so.
Well, I'm going to just say it instead of submitting it. Okay, we're bringing out Showtime.
Really?
Yep.
That is actually a massive surprise. We were like so sure it would be like Innovation. But I guess after what happened with Clem earlier, I understand you got to put the big boy on the bench.
Yeah. Well, honestly, like Innovation is not done so hot in general for an ace match. So.
Oh, sorry, I should say mine real quick. We picked Rogue. Sorry, I just realized.
Yeah, you never said it. Yeah. So like even if it was against Rogue, like I don't know, Innovation just hasn't done so well. I don't like. We basically asked him like, hey, how are you feeling? You know, because we thought Rogue might be too tilted.
It's tough for me because I want to send Clem out every time, and basically if we send Clem out, then I got to pick, and if we don't send Clem out, then I didn't get to pick. I would have loved to have seen Clem versus Showtime, man. Oh, I feel robbed right now.
Yeah. I mean, do you feel like community felt when Maru versus Cyril didn't happen?
You know what? Here's the thing. I did not care about that from like day one. And I'm not saying that to be the cool kid who it didn't seem like that big of a deal. Like obviously it's cool if it happens, but I wasn't someone obsessed with it as people still are literally years later. So I don't know. I'm like, whatever. Maru, Cyril. Like, I'm actually so much more hyped for so many other matchups right now. And that's not to say anything bad about them. It's just that's where I'm at headspace wise.
Oh, I absolutely agreed with Nathanias's pick, and not because Hiram ended up winning, right? It was just like I think it was much better. Maru's got like shoulder injury. It was late for him. You have, for the community's sake, like it's going to be a best of one online thing. Like that's never been what they wanted. So would have been amazing to get 2018 Maru versus Cyril offline, best of 5, best of 7. Absolutely. I was hyped then.
Yeah.
I've been past that for a while as well.
Well, folks, we're getting into it, and we gave Zombie Grub the coin flip the way we did because we were really hoping it would be a 3-1. I bet against the ace match, which is clearly not something I should ever do. So we load now into game number 5. It is, of course, the deciding match of all deciding matches. It is Rogue versus Showtime, and it is notably on the West Coast server. Or, excuse me, no, not West Coast. Central server.
It is notably on the Central server. All right, me first. In the top right, as the Green Protoss, we believe in this guy. Oh, please do it, please. It is Showtime.
And in the... oh no! Is there anyone out there who can do the intro for me instead?
Say no more. Better call the ambulance for someone, but not for us, for the grubble of a dum-dums. He's back again and he's ready for Showtime. It's Rogue! Now to the shadows I go. Bye.
Tempo came home! Woo! Thank you for the intro, dude. Welcome back. And of course, he'll be joining us here for Nate's series after, which is going to be really tough for us to go on. I got to be honest. If we lose against you, Zombie Grub, it puts us in a really dangerous spot for even making the playoffs. But it's even worse knowing that like going up against Nate, it's another precarious situation with really good players.
Yeah.
There's no easy team in this team league.
There isn't. Like, I think it's been proven pretty much that like no one's a guarantee. Innovation was supposed to be like the strongest player on our team, but his scores were actually not great. And the only player that seems to have actually like perfectly met expectations, and I don't mean to be BM, I'm just trying to say a fact, has probably been Supernova. He has lost every time he's gone out. But
that's a terrible way to put it. I just
sorry.
Now look, here's where I get a little worried because I don't know where Rogue's loyalties lie. Rogue obviously has a GSL finals coming up, and it's versus Stats, a Protoss player. I am praying Zombie Grub he's willing to go all out in a best of one versus Showtime and hold nothing back. Because if he's holding builds back or he's playing reserve because of the GSL, it's understandable, but not preferable for me.
Hey Rifkin, can you do the rolled R's thing?
Excuse me, what?
The rolled R's thing, the blah 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 whatever.
Like that or?
The printer thing.
Oh, burr.
Yeah, okay, but okay, you just do what I do. I just say burr. Never mind.
I mean, I can roll my R's. I just didn't know what you were talking about.
Oh, because I was gonna ask you. I was gonna be like, you know what Showtime's gonna do?
He's gonna print zealots and have fun.
It's gonna print a depths, my dude.
Oh man, depths is gonna be interesting. So I will say, I guess we can talk about this a little bit since the match is already happening and there's no way for this to be influenced at this point. One of our big points of discussion wasn't who it was going to be because we assumed Innovation, but the second it was revealed to be Showtime, Lambo immediately started calling this build, like so far exactly as it's gone so far. And so if Rogue listened to Lambo and chooses not to ignore him, he should be okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that. Like, there's so many reasons to do this. The map, the server, the meta, the expectations of both these players, right? Showtime's going to be coming in feeling like he wouldn't win in general. Like, there's so many reasons to do this. The problem with the Adept thing is that it has been predicted.
Well, it's so standard, right? It's so flavor of the month. Everyone's doing it. But
it still works. That's the point I was leading up to. Like, it basically, since maybe the month after Katowice, when every Protoss had been doing it, Zergs were like, okay, like, oh, it's really smart, really cool. And yet some of them would still lose to it. So that's, I think, what we're banking on.
So I'm just curious. I don't know, how many matches do you have left in the team league, by the way?
Just one after this versus Roddy's team. So
you really need me to lose on this.
Oh, absolutely. I need
you to lose on this too. Okay, I'm glad that we're both in a terrible situation. Like, we both require the other players to lose really badly.
Honestly,
here.
though, it's getting stressful keeping up with the BM. You know, I am absolutely a sore loser and competitive, and
you're
having
a sore winner too, if memory serves correct.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just sore everything, and
my bones hurt. Like, it's just constantly sore.
It's so difficult to be in this league. I'm way too invested.
I know, it's really fun though. This is the most fun I've had being involved with anything. I'm so blessed that Blizzard invited me too, because I'm Mr. like outside the inner circle, I guess. So I'm having such a good time here, man. This has been so fun. And I'll just say real quick before we get into this, GG's one way or the other, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Adepts are going to start up. So this isn't the all-in version. It's just 4 gateways. We're looking for a lead here. We're looking for Rogue to overcommit one way or another, or undercommit, I guess alternatively. Basically, we're looking for him not to perfectly respond.
So the first wave of Adepts started a little bit earlier than I think Rogue's comfortable with. But with Roaches on the way, this is not something that should snowball out of proportion. That being said, he also shouldn't have lost to Uthermal the way he did. So I'm not going to count anything until the fight's over. But with Glaives like this, it doesn't matter who the players. You can't let them buy for even a second. If they get to the mineral line, drones are going to die.
Yeah, exactly. It's too many things to keep track of usually. You know, you got Adepts in the main, you got a Warp Prism in the main, or vice versa, or both. Like, there's 4 Adepts here, 4 Adepts there. That's the idea, is that it doesn't actually usually commit unless the Zerg player really misread the situation. It just gains benefits while you macro.
I really like this, what he's done with the links too. He's kept them in the main, waiting for that second wave of Warpins to come in, but it's not going to happen. Rogue's ready for it. Downside for Rogue, this cost him a lot of drones to do this big of an army.
There is a follow-up 2-base push. You know, there's obviously the 3rd Nexus can come down. Okay, he's going to do the 3rd Nexus. But there is also a follow-up push that I wanted to at least throw out as an idea. Not going to be what's happening here, though. I do prefer this. I like Showtime's macro. gonna grab the 4th drone and only the cost of 2 adepts so far. I guess that's that.
I
As you were
don't
pointing
like
out, his economy's already hurt because of doing this.
Yeah, I don't like him being on like barely 40 workers like this, which is unfortunate. But he's droning now. He's making up for it. I think he knew too. This wasn't the all-in version. This was a very good quick read on it. And I think what's beautiful is when it comes to StarCraft 2, there's kind of like the layers of the game. You know, we call it early, mid game, late game, whatever. But this stuff like, okay, you survived the adepts. Now it's time for Rogue to make some plays.
Mm-hmm. Well, now it's time for Rogue to shine. You know, they have that blip where their drone count doesn't look that amazing, and then once they go, then they drone, and they're back up to fighting spirit. So I'm not worried. That's exactly what usually happens with adepts. So I think Showtime was hoping for a little bit more, but I also think that it's okay for both parties.
This push is scary. There's actually not many there's no Ravagers in play right now. So those force fields are going to be absolutely brutal.
You know what? Praise Showtime for putting a Stalker there instead of an Adept.
I know, Adept always let everything through. They're the worst guards, honestly.
They really are. Some Ravagers being formed now. +1's not done for either player. Roach speed not done. But Showtime, I don't think he's really looking to commit to this. Again, unless he saw like the easiest fight of his life. I don't think he commits to this. He's going to be forced to commit. Good recall. Ancient recall might lose a sentry. Sickle sentry.
Still 1 sentry for positioning. That's actually pretty good.
He's got to get back into position, though, as Rogue heads right towards that 3rd base, being like, well, you're going to have to get through that tiny choke. Can you do it in time? The answer is yes. He was a little close, though.
I got butterflies in my stomach right now, Zombie. I hate it.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
I'm on your own.
Players ever do anything.
Yeah, well, because I guess for that, what's funny, for those who don't know, if you haven't looked at Wikipedia, like for casters, a win is like $50, right? For players, it's like $400 or something. Like for us, there's not that much in it in terms of like prize money or anything. It's just like winning. Like Zombie and I are so competitive. So winning.
Everyone is, man. Not only that, I think we really want we chose our players not because we thought we would win, you know, not just because we thought they would win, but because we also love these players.
Yeah.
We want to get the money.
I just want to give like an actual on-screen shout out to Lambo and Clem. I think they've worked really hard for this team league on my team. And like the foreigners, I'm like really in general, not just my team, have been performing so well in this whole tournament.
Yeah. I like how you specifically shout them out. Rogue is playing your ace.
I mean, like I said, I want to pick Clem every time, dude. I want Clem. I want Team Clem. I'm okay with Rogue. Don't get me wrong. But this is so dicey. Geez. The split here is going to be tough to manage. He does get on top of Showtime initially. The Adepts transfer out, so they shouldn't all die here. The force fields break, but the Roaches are starting to overcommit, going for those. Oh, the back attack. No, don't commit to the back attack. Yeah, there's still force fields. Those sentries have way too much energy for Rogue to commit to.
I thought Showtime was absolutely well set up for this, and I'm glad that it was correct. I mean, I feel like I say that, and then suddenly something goes wrong units in the wrong place, and well, one thing that could go wrong was Mutas. I didn't even watch the Spider-Man. I was so worried about the attack that wasn't even like really that threatening. Now there's a good old Spire transition.
I don't believe in much in life, but I believe in karma, and I'm so worried that I'm going to BM, be like, oh yeah, Rogue's got this, and then immediately it's going to flip around and cast a curse it. So I'm trying to be like very like
Showtime.
So vanilla with what I'm saying right now, but this attack, like it's not about this attack for Rogue, right? This is all trying to do what you just became victim to. Keep the eyes on the Roaches. Don't notice the Spire.
Yeah, he's trying to get a scout. I think maybe some. No, I don't.
I mean, he's got Blink and a lot of Stalkers with +2 on the way. I don't think the Mutas should ever snowball out of control this game, but they are going to initially get some kills.
I think they're already going to snowball a little bit. Like that's a lot of Mutas, and the problem with
Showtime's all the way at the 3rd with all the Stalkers.
Yeah, it's also kind of. Okay, that's actually initial goal. So, okay, I'll talk about it later because we do have a fight going on. It's a little more important. Colossus really helping out, but the force field energy has been very low since slapping him down the left side. Mutas even coming in to engage. Whoa.
Let's go, Mutas.
Anyways, the Muta threat, like you don't know if they're going to continue committing to Mutas or not. And if they do, then you're going to be forced into an inevitable base trade. Blink Stalkers, they're not Phoenix with, you know, Anion Pulse Crystals. They eventually are just forced into a base trade. And I'm already feeling very scared for Showtime, even as he gets closer to maxed out, even as his army is technically better in a straight-up fight. Those Mutas are going to start really getting out of position, digging into his economies.
And you're right, those Stalkers are not Phoenix. That would be a Dragoon.
Yeah, he's silly. This is good. On the left side, he blunked on top of Roaches to capture them without force fields. Stalkers on the right side doing well against the Mutas, but then Lynx come in. He's going to have to rely on some shield batteries, but they're all out of juice since that initial fight.
Henry overcharge is on cooldown as well.
Oh my god. He's got to return back. Showtime losing so many units
Oh my
without
God.
really grabbing that many mutas. And he doesn't have access to Archons.
I didn't realize what number of mutas we're at too, because like 10, 17, those are all manageable. 25 mutas is when it starts to get out of control.
I
These are
mean, he's a...
29.
Stalker's usually pretty good, and they're about to have +2, but he needs like Archons to stabilize his bases.
Archons are like a hard stop. Like if you see Archons, you're likely not going to commit to diving into the base.
I don't know what Showtime does here. He's trying to secure 4 bases, but he doesn't have any probes to use.
What he does is build probes to replace the ones he just lost. 32 go down. Oh my god, this is insane.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh no, what are you doing?
Guardian Shield, very effective against mutas, but that's not all the mutas. The Stalkers need to get back in here. Archons also would have been helpful in this fight. The Force Fields are slapped down. Good control here on the Colossus, trying to save both of them. He doesn't save the second one.
Juggling, that's really difficult to do, even if he was on server. That's this is such a I'm fretting. Don't get me wrong, Rogue's in a great spot. Showtime's in the dumpster in terms of economy, but like I'm watching these mutas and I'm like, they're gonna stack up. Archons are gonna hit them. I'm gonna cry.
There's no Archons. Even with Archons, it's too many mutas. Like there's nothing he can do.
Okay, Rogue's just going for it. This is so risky to do. He's just gonna sit for the A move. He's not target firing the Stalkers. Now he starts target firing the Stalkers.
It's so easy for him. It's so easy. GG.
Yes! Rogue did not choke in the finals!
The transition is pretty strong. No aggression from Showtime to stall it out or anything. GG. GG. Zombie Up, out of every cast I've done, this was probably my favorite. It was so good getting to work with you again, man. Yeah, it was fun. I'm obviously pretty disappointed. I'm sad for my guys. I think we're officially out of playoff contention, but we still have one match to like mess up all y'all.
Someone else, yes.
Yeah, so there's always that to look forward to, but oh well.
For those who don't know about
season.
A little history before we go to our break here. Zombie and I, we worked together for years, and we've always been kind of competitive, and she's always been the better player, so I always lose to her all the time. And even though it wasn't me beating her per se, this is like a victory won in like 5 years. I needed this.
Well, good luck in the rest of your matches.
Thank you. I got to play the Tank Toppers next, so we're going to go to that break. I'm going to get set up. It'll be me versus Nathanius. Thank you guys for watching the War Chest Team League. More when we get back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the War Chest Team League. My name is Fear Dragon. I'm going to be joined here by Nathanius with the Tank Toppers for our next match. Nate, we were just discussing this right before we went live. This is actually like your final day of games. You finish up the last of your games today.
That's right. Well, I made some pretty big threats to the organization. I said, look, I needed to know that I was going to the playoffs before anybody else. Obviously, we didn't win every single match that we played, but I was like, hey, all we got to do is kick your ass and then kick Rifkin's ass. And then we've got our playoff spot secured, all right? We've got everything in our own destiny. And as long as our center doesn't snap it over Sanchez's head and he runs into someone's butt, I think we're going to be fine.
Okay. Well, I think that my players are going to have something to say about that as we move into our first game, by the way. But I think this is going to be really, really fun because for me and my team, this is also going to be pretty close. I actually think if we beat you, we might be almost guaranteed to go to the playoffs. It's like very, very likely. So
you definitely have to beat us.
Yeah. Because after you, then I have to play Benny the Boys. That might be a tough one. But yeah. Regardless, guys, we're going to be starting up here at the top right-hand corner of the map, on top of the yellow Protoss player. He is our local Thundershaft from Ting, Neeb.
You disgust me. In the bottom left, as the deal, tank top Terran, he is Supernova. If only I had a nice Supernova sound effect. Although, of course, if it were accurate, the amount of sound it would generate, even through speakers, would be enough to shatter the eardrums of anybody listening. So we are legally not allowed to do that because apparently there's some problems with that if that were to happen. But
I would definitely have a complaint about it, but this is going to be kind of interesting. So earlier today, Neeb was actually playing a PvT and also got proxy racks there. And I actually think he was in basically a winning position, but a few small mistakes actually really ended up kind of causing a lot of headaches for the game. And this game, he's going to get the same scout off and everything. He's going to be able to thread on the Cyber Core before Nexus. I really want to see how this one shapes out.
yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. Supernova's been mixing it up a lot because as I've talked about before, Supernova's definitely he was a pick that I was hoping for the spoiler side of things. He's kind of meant there to kind of tank the better players from some of these teams to make the matchups possibility a little bit easier for others. I still stand by my pick. I love my boy. Even if he doesn't get a single map in this whole tournament, I personally think the entertainment value of the games that he's been in has been very high. It's not like he's just been dying in the first 5 minutes of every single game, although that did happen once or twice. So I'm hoping that we can get a nice big upset out of him to start things off. Get that first cheeky probe kill. That's my boy. Even with the Cybercore first opener, Neeb. Ay. This might have to... oh my god, if he were to get another one. I'm getting excited. Although I do have a complaint. Fear Dragon, I have to make a complaint because you pissed me off, mate. You pissed me off.
What did I do?
So you did claw your way out from the abyss. But, the whole point of my morning was I was supposed to wake up and be like, I don't even know if I need to win either of my matches as long as Maynard kills you and then Benny and the boys kill you. And as long as Jess beats Graham, then I'm like, the worst case scenario is I barely make it in the playoffs, losing everything. So unfortunately,
everything went wrong.
Unfortunately, I definitely think that we need to beat you. I don't know necessarily if we have to win any of. I don't know. I have to reevaluate it.
3-3, so like it's definitely going to be an important match for you.
There was a thing though where I think if I tied with Jess, I think she actually has more map wins though. So if it comes down to the draw, as far as I'm aware, the first thing that it goes to is maps after match score. So because we've actually still done pretty well on that, despite not winning all of our matches, we haven't gotten like 4-0'd by any of the teams or anything like that. Thank you, Maru.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah, so I feel hopeful going into this day. I'm pretty excited. The conversation about preparing for going against your team was actually pretty easy because I'm like, it's all Protoss guys, like just don't worry about it. Just do your thing and
oh my god,
the hallucinated disruptor is
yeah, and you know what? The Cyclone actually locked onto it.
But the shield battery still healed it, right? Did it heal that?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
That is a good point. And actually, You have to do twice the amount of healing because it takes double the damage. Oh my god, the double Reapers making their way into the main base so late on are getting
boy awake?
so much damage.
Is your boy awake over there? What's going on, Fear Dragon?
I think Neeb's been a little bit on the struggle bus lately in the team league, but you know what? I think it's still gonna be fine. Still gonna be fine.
As one of the biggest Neeb fanboys, and you know that I am.
Yeah.
I do get it is weird and funny at the same time to be cheering against Neeb.
I know you're a homegrown American, so I know that you're a big Neeb fan.
Yeah, and I actually think the state of this game, you know, the advantages of Protoss versus Terran are usually economically based or early harass based out of these Cybercore openings, but I actually really like that Supernova has managed to already kind of get Neeb boxed in a little bit, and as long as he starts his third command center before that third Nexus begins, I'm pretty happy about the state of this game. He could easily kill that Immortal with the lock-ons if he does it right, or he'll just take the Stalkers too.
Yeah, it looks like the sentry's trying to look for a force field attempt. Loses one of the sentries, loses the Zealot to the Widowmine. And remember, there's an armory, so that Widowmine is still cloaked until that Observer pops on out for Neeb.
This is nice. This is a pretty good start to the game so far, all things considering. I like that he's going for the armor first opening. Cycles back the weak Cyclone to the rear. Get the Observer so big. He's got two mines actually behind. Just burrow them. Oh, you waited a little too. Oh my god.
Thank God.
Burrowed those in that spot.
We're getting a little victory there. Getting a W.
All right. Okay. Well, Supernova's warming up a little bit too. It's all good. It's all good. That Drilling Clause is going to be nice as well. Colossi to deal with it is interesting. I actually haven't been able to verify this recently, but you know the Cyclone used to do literally double damage. It used to do 80 damage a shot to the... It might still do 80 damage a shot to the Colossi. Now, the Colossi was bugged with the Cyclone because it counts for both air and ground damage in the same shot. I don't know if it ever got fixed, but honestly, I would love to see some Cyclones lock onto them, so
I don't know.
We'll just have to wait and see.
I thought that was always intentional. Like...
For the unit to do double damage against specifically one unit, I think that would be pretty wild.
Oh, no, not... Oh, sorry. I see what you mean. You meant that it literally did both ground and air damage.
Yes.
I thought that Cyclone's just, like, annihilated. Oh, my God. Widowmine drop? Widowmine drop in the natural kills 10
right, Fear
workers.
Dragon. I distracted you with a question while all your workers died.
God. Nate, here's the thing about Supernova. It's so infuriating because it's just such a strange play style.
Yeah, well, I like this. I mean, you get the early map control. The Cyclones get a little bit of the escape path covered by having Widow Mines. He's already got Drilling Claws. The only part about this I don't like is obviously losing the barracks hurts. If he had been able to get a little bit more damage done, I think I could have forgiven it. But looking at this, I actually think it's not gonna be too far behind the third base, so he'll be able to get that third orbital just fine. Now, I will say the biggest thing about Mech versus Protoss is that if the Protoss player gets the army that they want, they can still bulldoze you. There are still some big weaknesses to the Cyclone-based army, namely, like, if he could keep this alive and keep poking and harassing with it, then it's amazing. But if he loses this at any point, it's like at least 1,000 resources of Cyclones. They're not cheap by any means.
Yeah, it looks like Neeb's kind of strategy here is he's just going to try and look to grab a fourth base really quickly, defend and deflect whatever little harassment that Supernova throws at him, and then just kind of get into super late game macro Protoss style and see where things go from there.
I love this. You're just kind of giving me a couple of like random units here and there. That makes me pretty happy. I hope we can keep killing your observers. That's always very fun. It's one of the strongest parts of this composition, because even if the observer is like not usually an attack priority unit, Cyclones do not follow attack priority for their lock-on. Fun fact. Cyclones are one of the only units that because it's an ability, it will always target the closest unit. So it's actually really easy to kill observers with Cyclones against this army composition, which is one of the reasons why I know Supernova likes this style versus Toss, because people oftentimes have those beautiful observers in their control groups because it's a little bit too difficult to separate them, right? So then naturally your observer steps a second forward on accident. Boom, you're in 7 range of the Cyclone. Goodbye detection. Widow Mines are ready to clap.
Well, yeah, actually, that's pretty much what happened right now is there's one observer out on the map, and it's actually not making its way over to that fourth base, so that Widow Mine is off of cooldown by the fourth base. Again, it could actually end up killing another sentry or something. Man, Supernova definitely being very annoying, but he is at least losing a lot of his units during all this little harassment, so that's the bright side of things for me.
Well, we've got a Raven follow-up coming in. I think what makes the most sense out of Neeb, I would say, would be... Honestly, it's kind of hard. Usually, the Protoss player is like a base ahead easily against a Mech Terran player, but Supernova did so much damage early on in this game that his 4th is not going to be that far behind. I like the 2 extra starports. I'm hoping that we can get into battle cruisers. I want to see that +1 ship weapons start up, but he might just go for liberators and play an actual straight up regular macaroni on the ground.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you said, the double starport in the fusion core is definitely going to be something that Neeb is going to have to worry about, especially since he's got 6 stalkers, but obviously with charge finishing on up, that is going to be one of his big priorities. He is going for Warp Prism speed, and I do like that against someone who's going for mech. He's pouncing around on the left-hand side, might find some of the Hellions over here. Yes! He is going to be able to catch them, and I think he should be able to kill at least 1 or 2 of them before they get anywhere near his bases.
Well, if he could get even a probe or see some useful information, I think it's fine. Hellions in general are pretty worthless against Protoss in the mid-game stage because they can't actually fight against any of the gateway units or pretty much anything other than exposed High Templar and probes. But hey, if he's opening up attack avenues for Cyclones to kill stuff, you know what, Fear Dragon? I don't think I'm going to complain. Is that... I had to double check that. No, I think it's doing the proper amount of damage to the Colossus. With the mag field accelerator upgrade, it's supposed to do 40 damage versus armored, 20 versus anything else.
Oh, God, those 3 Cyclones have just done so much work this game. That's actually so infuriating. Getting multiple building cancels, killing off a lot of units, and they're actually going to be able to go home and get repaired back up. Oh, that's so frustrating. But I mean, I think we're finally getting to the point where Neeb is at least now going to comfortably get up to 5 different bases.
Yeah, but
Jeff has to defend mostly that north side now.
But battle cruisers are coming out, and the number of stalkers is actually not that impressive, nor do we have Stargate tech available. So I'm actually feeling really good. I feel like Supernova's been able to do everything he's wanted to do this game, Fear Dragon, because normally, at least as like a bad Terran player, I always get clapped trying to get my 3rd base against any half-decent Protoss player. But the fact that he not only got his 3rd with no effort, he got his 4th base up, completely set up and entrenched now. That Prism dies, gets 1. Nope, not even a tank with the Zealot drop. I'm feeling pretty good about this. He's going to try to push the natural expansion, but dude, this is the time to send those BCs across the map, if I'm being honest. Maybe wait for the 3rd and 4th and just TP straight into the main if Neeb tries to attack here.
Oh, this is such an awkward spot now because, yeah, I think as soon as those battlecruisers teleport across the map, it immediately is just going to force a recall. Neeb is on 8 gateways. That's not even that many gateways to warp in stalkers from defensively. Oh boy, this is going to get really awkward really fast, Nate.
Don't worry, though. I can definitely promise you, Fear Dragon, it is never impossible to throw a game when you are playing mech versus Protoss. all he has to do is take... All he has to do is try to siege while Neeb is attacking him and not already be in position, and he can still die pretty quickly. Don't worry. I swear, there's a chance here still for your American boy.
Yeah, well, we got DT Blink coming on out. It's kind of funny because I think, what is the missile turret count at now? 12? Yeah, 12 missile turrets.
Hey, man, they don't cost supply, and they keep you safe from air units. I'm not complaining. This is the time to go, though. The fleet beacon is just now starting. If I was Supernova and I scanned the main base, I teleport all my BCs in there as soon as possible.
He's just running him in straight through the right-hand side, right? Like that. He's not looking to go for the massive.
It's not the worst move. It gives too much time for the opponent to react, I think, is the problem, though. When you get the jump on somebody, that's the best. Because now he's not going to be able to like really guarantee any serious damage before something like Tempests are out. And now that means we're going to have to go into the Thors and then Disruptors. Although the siege tank count is still pretty good, so I guess it does still depend a lot on what else happens in this game. Another BC going to the northwest.
You know, I have not seen too many battery overcharges against the battlecruiser harassment. I gotta say, it's definitely not as scary when you can battery overcharge.
Yeah, well, the energy is one thing, but the shield battery by default actually out-juices a battlecruiser's attack anyway, for the most part. So the overcharge is mostly just for the energy there. However, DT Blink makes me nervous. I've seen actually quite a few players spamming this lately. It's quite frustrating with those planetaries if you don't have a little bit more than just a base there to defend.
Yeah, I've definitely been someone who has been very, very much familiar with how quickly a bunch of DTs can kill a base when it's unprotected. So this is going to be very much about positioning. This is something that Neeb has actually been doing for many years at this point, where he's been adding in late game blink DTs to try and snipe off bases. So he knows that it is kind of a high risk, high reward situation where you got to be very careful with the control on them. All those Hellions moving over to the north side. This is going to get a little bit problematic. I love the snipe offs over here with these charge lots, killing off quite a few units. But these Hellbats, they morphed in way too early.
He needed to have transformation servos for this, I think. This is a lot of Hellbats to throw away. And the reason why he's doing it is for supply to build more BCs. So I think he could have gotten a little bit more out of them than he did. And I think he knows that since he started servos as soon as he moved out. But it gave him the supply to build 5 battlecruisers. So was throwing those Hellions away when he had 3,000 bank bad? No, I think that's fine. You kill this. He could probably try to Yamato with 2 of them, save this one, and just kill that Nexus, get the hell out of Dodge. Very nice control of the Protoss economy, because even though Neeb has those upgrades coming in for his flyers, he has yet to make the investment to actually build them. And it is still possible that tech gets overwhelmed by a mass of battlecruisers if he doesn't slow down this production. Like, once Terran gets to 10 plus BCs, I'm going to be honest with you, Fear Dragon, the scales start tipping real hard in favor of the mech player.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to take on that many, even if you do have the 4 Stargates and stuff.
And he's got this. Look at these walking these stalkers in the tanks.
That's less than ideal. I gotta say though, I do like that Neeb is going to be able to probably deny that low ground base for a bit, because that I do feel like is the kind of turning point here for how easy it is to establish your new bases as a mech player. I think your first 4 bases, yeah, they're all up on high grounds. You got nice little choke points and everything. This is the first base that it's like, okay, this is in a wider open area.
By the way, Fear Dragon, this is time. This is the time to do it right now. He's got 11 battle cruisers. If they're all off, if he had them all off cooldown, this is the exact moment where you yeet them straight into the main base. The first thing you kill is the fleet beacon. Then you start to depower the Stargates, and then you kill any Stargates that are building stuff like Tempest, and he can just fly behind that 3rd base and just troll him forever. But I do think if he waits too much longer, this is going to get worse, because he's got a lot of blink DTs jumping into the 3rd and the natural.
I would love to see him running them over toward some of them over toward the natural, because there's so many defenses over by the 3rd. He's gonna actually jump in, kill off this orbital command on the low ground. The battlecruisers are still making their way over to Neeb's natural, but I mean, if he is able to kill off all these SCVs, use the DTs to continue doing damage, and just recall back home, I actually like that a lot better.
Well, he didn't kill the orbital. The only thing he's got really right now are those DTs pulling him apart in the natural. He killed a lot of the SCVs, but the Protoss production is about to be under attack.
Neeb is bringing his stalkers back as quickly as possible. All these battlecruisers do have their teleports off of cooldown. Right down the Nexus, I mean, I'm actually very much okay with him.
Get the fleet beacon next.
Oh my god, the Sim City is going to be really problematic over here for Neeb. He already used his blink as well, but he warped in a bunch of stalkers and he forces the teleport out. He honestly doesn't lose all that much. I mean, the Nexus in the main, it was hardly doing anything.
Yeah, the biggest problem he has right now still is actually the DTs that are inside of his base. 42 SCVs died. He still has 33 left and about a dozen extra command centers finishing. So not the end of the world. Plenty of orbital energy to go once he clears this out. I think maybe you want to reinforce something a little bit stronger on that other ramp. But
finally got a Raven.
He's got 7 tanks and 15 battle cruisers. There's not too much else that you need here.
Okay, well, finally it looks like the DTs have been cleaned up. The battlecruisers making their way along the right-hand side. This time there is an observer on that right-hand side, so Neeb should see this in advance. Can warp in stalkers defensively back at his natural, or you can try and intercept them with the stalkers right now. If he notices the BCs, he's not really reacting to them right now, though.
Yeah, the only thing that I find interesting here is it seems like Neeb is expecting Supernova to get rid of his tanks to build more battle cruisers, as he's still so heavily focused on his anti-air with the being just stalkers. But those siege tanks,
pushing in.
They can still do a good bit of work to this army. If he target fires them down, he's going to bring the Immortals with the Prism over the rest of the army. The battle cruisers need to get in position to help defend against this. There's the big TP.
Okay, how many stalkers are there? I mean, he's gotta have some good focus fire over here, or use these units as fast as he can to try and get some damage as quickly as possible. Archon's getting Yamato'd. Stalkers end up having to retreat on out.
It's time to go, Supernova. You got to bring those BCs across the map now. Defend with whatever you can back at home. You need to get across. Neeb is starting to really secure down some economy.
It's 18 battlecruisers. This is actually insane, and
yeah, this should be impossible for him to kill
still not producing any Tempests.
It should be literally impossible for him to beat this army now. That's way too many BCs. If they're all together, he's still splitting them up, which I think is okay, but all together, these guys can't be stopped. Actually, splitting them to attack each base on each half of the map at once. The stalkers can't really do anything about that, I don't think. As long as he controls decently.
Would it just be better for Neeb to just constantly try and basically base trade? Or actually, I mean, if he's going to find some of the BCs, like you said, split up like this is great. That's one BC down.
Big eco is still a really good way to play versus this style, because the battle cruisers are, at this point, borderline irreplaceable. The only reason why he can continue to build them is because of how long they take to build. That kind of balances out the cost of them. But like all these stalkers are going to come here. I think you just try to trade out. Just don't lose the BCs. Teleport out if you need to.
He's going to lose another one over there. The shield battery overcharge is really helping out a lot versus these BCs, but now it looks like there's some right-clicking focus firing on these stalkers. Another battlecruiser goes down, and this battlecruiser finally is going to get teleported out to the other bases. Neeb is definitely losing a lot of workers right now, but remember, he also shut down that low ground base. Supernova is running dry on pretty much his only 2 remaining bases that are mining.
I really think Supernova should go for the production in the main base. I think that's the biggest thing right now that is I'm struggling a little bit with understanding the choice to continue to go for the economy. He could depower all the gates, get rid of the ability to produce stalkers. Like he could really do a lot of damage to this. But you know, Neeb's out of money. He lost 43 probes. I'm not going to complain. Supernova, if this is how you get your first dub in the tournament, I'm going to be very proud of you, my dude.
Oh man, this is getting really stressful because yeah, Neeb he's out of gas specifically. I think he's finally starting to mine on the top left. But he really just needs some way to deal with all these BCs and
He's got 16 Minotaur class battle cruisers.
Teleport, teleport.
The stalker count is about the same as the BC count for your dragon. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel like I wish he had a bunch of Tempests. Oh man. Yeah,
Supernova only needs to win one of these weird games in the whole entire league for it to be worth it. I believe in him. He has achieved what I would describe as the number of BCs that if he brings them all together, pretty much no army should be able to beat this other than a field of cannons with batteries and Tempest behind them. But Neeb went for 2-2 on his air, by the way, built like 3 or 4 Stargates and never did anything with them.
That's what I'm saying. He's had the Stargate. Like I understood a little bit of why he didn't do anything with them before because he was maxed out at 200 supply for a while. But ever since he started trading out his supply, I thought he was going to replace it with Tempest or something. Never ended up doing anything like that. And now there's so many BCs, they can just go mono down individual stalkers.
Plasma raining all over that Protoss. I'm not going to lie. A hot plasma shower, antibacterial, definitely will get rid of viruses. I'm feeling very clean and refreshed now, Fear Dragon. Great first game. Great first game to start our match here.
Oh, man. All right, well, you know, we got to give you one. We got to give you your players a little bit of time to warm up here. So we can move into game number 2. And now that, you know, Supernova's finally feeling like, okay, I had some worthwhile contributions to this team. Like, now we got to shut you down. All right, this is
okay. Sure.
All right. You feel bad, you know, Supernova's just getting wrecked so badly. Like, you got to throw him a bone at some point, right?
Well, you know what? I tell you what, I don't think I've ever met a dog that has ever complained about getting a bone in his life. So I'm gonna take that and be very happy for your dragon.
Oh man. Okay, well, our next match is going to be Trap versus SOS. I think this should be if any of the PvPs we have seen thus far are any indication, this should be absolutely super duper freaking fun.
Hell yeah. Well, this should be an interesting match regardless. I will say, obviously, I'm feeling a lot more confident having Supernova get his first win here against a player that I do think is very good, playing a fun style, but underestimated the timing of when those BCs were going to come out. I really like that opening, by the way. I'm going to have to steal that. I think I've probably told this to too many people, but I take a lot of the builds that I like to use from Supernova. That's one of the reasons why I picked him. But he plays very fun styles.
He definitely, like you said, he has always pretty much produced some very, very entertaining games, one way or another. Sometimes it's because Raynor decides that he's not going to make anything but Zerglings against him, but it still ends up being very, very fun.
Yeah.
So
let's see what happens.
How you feeling about SOS moving into this next game? Because, you know, I'm going to say Trap is definitely the better performer lately, but I think SOS he's a tricky Protoss player.
Well, Fear Dragon, I think you might understand this better than most people in this tournament, but I channeled the power of anime by constantly putting extremely positive messages in our Discord chat every single day that we had to do anything. If, you know, a couple days during the week, I'd leave it quiet, not bother anybody, but, you know, it's all about getting the team mentality. And I tell you what, after the first day of matches, which didn't go super well in our favor, after the first day of matches, I got everybody saying this shit to each other now. All right. Their private Discord is literally them repeating the same things that I'm telling them. You guys got this. Easy. All we got to do is work together. I have built the teamwork. I laid the framework out, and the players have embraced it. And I feel like this chemistry bonus is going to help us elevate through as we get into the playoffs. And I'm expecting a good game out of SOS here.
I'm pretty excited. And you know what? I'm really happy I get to finally play against you, Nate, because I do feel like your team and my team are basically like the two anime teams, which go down a little bit in the beginning and they pull it back like straight out of a sports anime. These are the two meme dream teams. And I feel like
it's quite literally how Hero Marine beat Cyril, was the power of getting every single person to hype him up for 15 minutes before his game. I genuinely believe that had an impact.
All right, well, we are going to be jumping into our next game here on Pillars of Gold. We're going to be starting over in the bottom left-hand side of the map, atop of the yellow Protoss player from Jin Air Green Wings. He is Trap.
And spawning in the northeast, we got the teal tank top Taos. He is SOS.
Two teammates that should know each other decently well. And you know what? That's why I actually feel a little bit more confident going into this game, because I feel like when you have a tricky player like SOS, a lot of that trickery does get negated a tiny bit more when it's two people who just, they're teammates. They know each other. They talk with each other all the time.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption to make. But I also believe that that was one of the best reasons why, for the two Korean players that I got, I made sure that they were teammates. Do I know if they're like the best personal friends? No, of course not. But at the very least, they have somebody who's accessible that they can talk to about whatever it is they want to do, even if they're not both Protoss players. But kind of having that piece, it also means that nobody would be willing to tell anybody else on their team what they'd be doing, like if we were playing against Rogue, for example. And in this situation, of course, too. So I did think about that already. Prevent any backstabs or treasonous attempts at any tomfoolery.
Yeah,
Then again, it's
I'm definitely
PvP, which you could probably sum up with the word tomfoolery.
Yeah, and I mean, we already have like completely mirrored stuff for the most part on both sides, with just a slightly later second gas geyser there for SOS compared to Trap. But overall, I mean, it's all looking pretty much normal. We got pylon blocks on both sides to make sure that you can't just take the super fast Nexus up on the high ground while you wall off against the depths on the low grounds. Zealots coming on out to deal with those proxy pylons. It's just a good old PvP time so far.
Yeah. I mean, so this map, we did have not as much of a conversation around because we did the lineups kind of close to each other. But just in case anybody maybe doesn't remember, the last time SOS played on this map, he had that PvP series against Hurricane. He had the PvP match against Hurricane. And he went for a Nexus first, and he got clapped by the proxy Robo. Almost still managed to force a weird base trade thing, but couldn't get it done. However, we've got the... This is so hilarious. Who's the most popular person that ever does this for whatever reason? Is it Roddy? I think Roddy used to do this a lot to screw with people. I feel like Roddy used to swear by the Cybercore block, but it was against like Zerg, maybe.
I mean, the player I always think about is probably Jeff. Like Jeff would throw up 2 Cybercores. Like, just to block that as Zerg. And then he'd have a forge coming up behind it to build a cannon between his 2 Cybercores.
We would be like sitting, waiting like during like one of those breaks before the grand finals at a DreamHack or something. And it would just be those 2 trying to convince us that Cybercore blocking was the best thing you could do. And I'm like, I don't know.
Well, apparently you don't have to sell SOS and Trap on it because they both seem to be fans of it. We have a Stargate opening from SOS and a Robo opening from Trap, with that Adept coming on forward for SOS. We'll see what kind of scouting information we get.
Yeah, well, the Adept is going to send its little shade forward, wants to see what's happening, wants to see what's up. Seeing the Robo in the natural is pretty nice. He's actually on top of the Sentry. Trap, what a wonderful gift to bring us. Is that... Is that the Supernova's first win shower gift, perhaps?
Oh, no!
It's like a baby shower, but winning games in this tournament. Thank you. Thank you for the Sentry.
Oh, that sucks. That actually
I'll trade an Adept for a Sentry any day, Fear Dragon. If you want to do that again, just call me up.
That was the first Sentry too, so that was going to be the one that actually had hallucinated Phoenix energy. Remember that Trap is opening up with a Robo, not a Stargate, so he was kind of relying on that to get some scouting information. And now, oh boy, the Oracle's going to the main base. There's no shield battery. The Stalkers aren't actually in position. And he just warped in 2 sentries.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this one. The Oracle's getting some nice damage done, doing a little bit of poking and prodding, asserting itself, you could say. T-posing over those probes as they have no way of countering it.
Oh man, this is pretty brutal right now. Trap is definitely cutting a few corners here and there since he is in the dark and he doesn't want to fall too far behind playing too safe. But yeah, he's just kind of getting the unlucky end of the dice he's rolling.
Yeah, that is sometimes. You know, if you look at the Oracle with this skin, it almost kind of looks like it could be like a D20, right? Is that what it's called? A D20? It looks like a really funky die that you use to play nerdy games in your basement, right? That's it.
Yeah, I could see it. You know, it's a little bit more round, so maybe it's like a D1000 or something. It's so curved that you can't actually tell exactly what number it's on.
Since it's a video game, it can theoretically it's in a superposition where at any point it could just literally turn into a die. So that's fair to bring up as well. You guys you're killing some of my stuff over there. That's upsetting me with your prism. I don't like that.
Yeah, Adept's finally actually getting a little bit of nice damage here. 6 workers killed is definitely not too bad. Needs to keep the prism alive. Okay. Oh, got a little bit scary there, and that's just a hallucination for the Phoenix, so prism should just be fine.
Yeah, well, thankfully you didn't get the worker lead off of that, so I'm still pretty happy. Your Twilight's coming in late. I would love to see SOS try to get some bludgeoning going once this blink upgrade is done, because your Twilight Council is so late.
Yeah, Trap is gonna have a much later blink for Twilight Council, so Blink would definitely be coming out a lot later. I wonder if he's gonna go into Blink like a lot of pros players have been doing lately, or if he is thinking about just going into Charge or something straight off of this and just foregoing Blink for a bit.
I think if he's aware of the tech position of Trap, he will probably want to focus on Stalkers because he's going to have some wild map control for a bit. The only question I have, though, is obviously once he wants to move the Stalkers out, that warp prism becomes a little bit more of an issue. But he does have 1 Stalker still on patrol at home. He still has a shield battery. So I don't feel too bad about it. But Trap might move in with that prism soon. That's the only thing that I would even dare to be somewhat concerned about.
Well, keeping a few Stalkers in the main base is going to be really annoying to have to do. But hey, it looks like Trap is able to get up toward the main before the Stalkers have an opportunity to blink on up. They're going to try and rotate over to the natural, but Trap is doing a really nice job being in the dark, but still being in position to help defend on both fronts.
Yeah, and I think realizing that he's got him boxed in a little bit here, there's still that prism with the Adepts, but I would love to see SOS try to grab that third base. He's had such good map control this whole entire game. The Adepts are getting into the natural. Move the Zealots.
Done. Killing a few workers here.
Go!
5 workers? Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Well, the shield battery should be able to keep any other units alive over here, unless the sentry moves too far forward. Gets the force field out, kills another probe, and gets out of there with the Adepts. That is really nice. And it distracts SOS this entire time. SOS not poking with those Stalkers anymore. So really big fan of that little bit of harassment there from Trap.
Yeah, robotics bay. So your boy's thinking about, I'm going to assume disruptors, unless he happens to be a French Protoss who's amazing at posting memes.
Yeah, there's very few Protoss players who have really been buying hard onto the whole Colossus thing. It feels like consistently, and I do feel like Trap mixes it in every so often, but oh my god, this Adept damage is just bringing him back in this game so hard.
Talking about Petit Drogo, honestly, the only reason I didn't want to say should he build a Phoenix to kill that Prism is because I assumed a bunch of Protoss players would be like, it's never worth it. You'll never get it anyway. It's not. What a waste of money for.
Would have been worth it this game.
And now I'm like, nah, would have been worth. Yeah, Phoenix. Phenomenal.
All right, there's going to be the second Robo also being turned up there for Trap, and this is something he definitely was doing a lot of good with in his previous matches. Not only this week, but I mean, even in previous weeks, his Disruptor plays have been absolutely sick. So it's going to be up to SOS to get some really good control here, or to hit before that Disruptor count starts balling out of control.
Yeah. Well, that's PvP, right? Eventually, if it turns into the bowling ball game of knocking down Stalkers as pins, things can get awkward. But if I think about the things that I do like, It's supposed to be the Zealots with that charge. He's got the 2 Oracles still trying to pressure at the same time. A couple of Stalkers were left behind all game. That's probably the best thing that Trap has done, if I'm being honest. Between the Prism and the Stalkers in his main base, he's actually really mitigated any further damage that he was going to take past the opening. But SOS wants to push in and get some work done. Unfortunately, there's a Disruptor there. It's going to hit just Archons, but there's still the Immortals alive. I don't know that without killing those, he's going to be able to do too much more. He's bringing the Oracles in as backup to try and help kill those Immortals, but I think he might have bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Another reinforcement wave of Zealots is going to come in, though.
Yeah, the reinforcing wave of Zealots definitely gets a little bit awkward here. We end up seeing Force Field locking out any of the Zealots from retreating, actually.
Shit.
And enough Stalkers are here, warped in, pushing SOS
slow
back.
warp. SOS, no.
Oh my God.
I'm trapped in a warp gate.
25, 30 supply up now. The Immortals are finally going to come into the fight here, sniping off the pylon now. This is looking great. At the same time, Adepts on the other side of the map continuing to do more harassment. Looks like they will get picked off here, but man, Trap has got to be feeling fantastic now because he also kept a lot of the Disruptors alive, so his attack is just going to be even stronger now on the counter.
Yeah, I have no idea how SOS defends against this. I assume he's going to try to force a base trade like he has literally every other game in this tournament, but I can't say that I'm sweating it too much because we still got Hero Marine, we still got Maru, and Supernova did win his game somehow, some way, so it's not the worst thing that could have happened. Those Oracles died with so much energy because he just could not find anywhere to get damage done with them, but keeping this third base alive, he has to win this game. He gets 1 Disruptor, but that's it. GG.
That is a tied up series 1-1. Trap God, our wonderful, wonderful player who very much so holds a lot of the team together, is coming through once again. And yeah, should be a fun 1-1 series now because now we get to go into some of the very interesting matches. You know what I was really happy about when I saw the lineups, Nate, was that it felt like, for the most part, obviously Neeb versus Supernova, that's like Korea versus North America and everything. But then we got both of our Korean players on the same server. We got both of our European players on the same server and the same map and everything. Like, it all actually, for the most part, worked out for not having any massive server preference kind of mess with the matches.
Yeah.
I actually feel like it worked out really well.
Yeah, I will admit that I personally do enjoy being able to see the players go to the best of their abilities. I think for the average player, people probably like to complain about stuff like lag a little bit too much. I think the most important thing for a good practice environment is having a consistent ping. Like, that's why I play on Europe instead of NA, because there's like 7 servers there. But for the purposes of this tournament, it has been, I think, really impactful playing which server or cross server or whatever. And that's why I'm very happy that Hero Marine gets to have really good ping against a Protoss player. So should just be, easy clap. No offense, man, I love you. But, I think Hero Marine said it best on his stream yesterday, or his stream after our victory when he beat Cyril. Said, the big Gabe is taking over the world. They're going to take over the world. He's going to become so massive, they won't have any room. We'll be forced to colonize Mars just so we can give him half the planet as a bed. Excuse me. The other half of the planet obviously will be New Gabiesburg, to throw some honor back to StarCraft Brood War.
Well, I am going to give full credit to Hero Marine. He has been an absolute baller, right? There's no other word for it. I mean, especially taking on Cyril. There is one thing I have to say, which is that Mana, I think, while he hasn't always been like at the absolute peak level of performance and everything, I feel like he has been playing really well lately. He has beaten Hero Marine the last couple of, 2 times he played him. So I actually think that Mana's got a pretty gosh darn good chance of taking this game, even though Mana might actually say he doesn't feel the same. So let's go ahead and jump in. We're already seeing a little bit of shenaniganry here from my player, and down in the bottom left. Oh, never mind. No shenaniganry whatsoever.
No,
down here in the bottom left
shenaniganry.
I know.
There was something unusual about that. You're not wrong, Fear Dragon.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a second. Down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, representing Team Liquid and 4 Shades of Protoss, he is Mana.
I love when we don't have to do these off replays, so I can just follow Wordy's camera. That makes my life so much freaking easier.
Yes.
In the northeast, we got the Teal Tank Top Terran. He's Hero Marine.
Yeah, and the weird thing that we saw there from Mana, maybe just a little nerves or something, is that He did send out that probe like literally at the very beginning of the game, and just kind of had to wait around for a second.
He built his pylon at 12 supply. He built his pylon at 12 supply. That's not a normal thing to do. No, it definitely was weird.
Yeah.
He built the pylon. It was either at 12 or 13, but that's not when you always build a worker before you build the pylon, and he kind of just cut straight to it.
Is this the faster gateway in cyber cores? You can get an adept a little bit faster and snipe off the.
There's only two reasons. There's only two reasons you would do this. It's either the adept thing you're talking about, or he was going to send a probe earlier and do like the second gateway, like the 2-gate build, the one that just kind of like bops any Terran player that doesn't scout. But it is not the second gateway build. However, if Hero Marine is thinking like this is one of those situations where being too well optimized can hurt you. Because the majority of really good pro players and whatnot, they're not just good because they're smart or they have good micro. They're good because they know how people play the game. So if you know that they're going to come to your base at like, the 3-minute, 20-second mark with an adept, but it actually shows up at 3 minutes, all of the corners you cut to be safe at exactly 3 minutes and 20 seconds, they don't really do you a whole lot of good.
Absolutely. And the probe was able to get a little bit of harassment done onto the worker on that low ground. So as we end up seeing the adept getting credit boosted on out, it's going to immediately shade forward across the map. Reaper is actually busy looking around right now from Hero Marine for any kind of proxies or weird shenanigans. If there's the probe still out there, he is going to find the probe, and that is going to distract the Reaper for a little bit while the adept shades on forward.
That's right, getting that first good kill. Of course, this is kind of what I was talking about. That bunker is so close to finishing, and if Hero Marine doesn't react in time, yeah, well, this is literally how it always goes. 99%. Actually, yeah, 28 out of 29 seconds, and he's gonna block that. So pretty much the only thing he can do now is pull a bunch of SCVs and lose them to the second unit, that Stalker that's coming up. This is exactly the situation I was describing. Is he optimized it for a specific moment? And the Terran build orders, especially if that one specific moment, if it comes anytime at all, even as we can see right here, literally one freaking second early, that moment, he just completely gets derailed with the build order. Terran builds are fragile like glass. Good block on the depots to keep the adept from going up into the main.
I think the Adept's Shade actually did confirm the Hellions coming on out, which should have been pretty obvious already given what he's seen, but a nice little micro there from Hero Marine, but does end up losing the Reaper. So, and now the Hellions are actually just kept back at home. They're taking a lot of damage. This is such an amazing start for Mana.
Yeah, this is actually pretty bad for Gabe. He's got his depot at risk now, has to repair the Hellions, and then there's no way he's pushing the Stalkers back with just Hellions. He needs to bring SCVs, but he actually doesn't have the depots lowered, so while he goes for that repair, okay. Still that's not the worst thing that could have happened. He's gonna need to salvage this bunker. I don't know if he can save it. I don't think it's worth trying to save it. No, it's gonna die. Ripping Alfredo Fettuccine. Okay, did get a Marauder. It's a pretty early one, but one is not enough here.
Yeah, and it's still just stim on the way, right? So it's not even going to be like, oh, early Marauder and concussive shells will catch some of the Stalkers as they poke back and forth. Nope, actually, not only are there going to be Stalkers continuing to poke forward, but we even have the Warp Prism coming on out. So he's got that fake blink that's going to be available for him to keep these Stalkers alive against what? Again, it's Hellions and a Marauder. And there's only a few Marines here that don't have stim. They're not exactly going to be able to easily close the distance on the Warp Prism. So Mana just going to continue to harass over here.
This could turn into a 90s game of Bop It with the build order that Mana has gone for. Hero Marine is actually supply blocked, so he's only just now starting to build units again, which is only going to make things progressively worse as time goes by. But yeah, I think with this many Stalkers inside of his base, oh my goodness, this game really could not have gone worse for Hero Marine, huh?
Oh god, I could not be happier with how this game has gone for Mana. Now, he's gonna end up having to elevator these Stalkers out over to the low ground, but he's killing so many workers, and it's even the workers that are there that are actually still alive. They're not mining right now. They just keep getting pulled. Dodges the Widow Mine shot. Look at this micro. Mana, I was a little worried because he was having tech issues. His frame rate was low yesterday and everything. Didn't get to prepare as much as he wanted to for today.
You know what? Fear Dragon? Fear Dragon, I'm gonna say that I actually don't mind the situation for Hero Marine as much as I thought I did, because Mana, to make all of this happen, actually cut a pretty significant amount of probes. And had he been doing what your standard average Protoss player would do, which is getting that third base crazy fast and cranking out workers, he should still be like considering that he killed workers as well, he should be like 10 or more workers ahead, but he's only just gotten back into that probe production, and he is taking the third now, but it's quite a bit later than Protoss players will usually be able to grab it. So I do think Hero Marine is going to have at least a window for one big push, but it's all going to come down to the disruptor control on Mana's part, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually a very good point. The worker count isn't as high as ahead as I would have expected, but I do think, yeah, the advantage that he did get out of there was the fast robotics bay and also the warp prism speed with the disruptor. So now he moves on in, and this is where you should start claiming economic lead. Or, oh my god, okay, can't quite get the hit off on that army, but man, now the disruptor is already getting things so low on hit points.
Well, he does get some adepts into the natural during this time period. That's definitely a nice little bit of damage that he can accomplish, especially before that combat shield finishes up for the Marines. And I mean, I don't mind the strategy that Mana's gone for. His whole game plan seems to be, obviously, Hero Marine's a really good player, and I'm just going to try to avoid allowing him to do his thing. And that's been the whole theme of this game, is just chaos, constant attacks, and whatnot.
And that is the area that Mana usually thrives in, is just creating chaos and just embracing the fact that neither player is necessarily playing the cleanest level of StarCraft. And I actually think that's probably where Hero Marine would probably hit his stride a lot more. Widowmine drop does mention Snag 3 kills on some of those probes over the third base. Mana's going to warp in a few stalkers back at home. Deal with that. Oh, Disruptor gets a good connection on a lot of bio there.
It's a bit unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Yeah, well, Mana's definitely got the better end of most of the trades in this game. He gave up a pretty good amount to do it, and as long as with the supply and the economy at where they are, I'm not willing to write off anything for Hero Marine just yet. I think we got a drop going into that natural base right now. Gets a 5 probes with a mine. Not too shabby. I'll take that once or twice.
Yeah, this is where things might become a little bit more problematic, because Mana has also got all of his army over at the third base, and there's a few stalkers that are sitting in the main, ready to deal with that medevac that tries to move back into the main or something, but another drop heading into the right-hand side of the main base. At the same time, Widowmine tries to move into the third base again. 9 workers killed. This is definitely starting to snowball a bit.
Kills a pylon. That's actually going to block him a little bit to prevent another warp in. Has to move the probes at the same time to avoid the Widowmine. Mana's multitasking, dealing with that aggression, I will say, has been pretty solid thus far. But this is giving Gabe the time that he needs to, to reach his full size, shall I say. At the start of every game of StarCraft, Gabe is much like Groot, where a little bit small, he kind of blossoms up to that full size over the course of the game. Otherwise, of course, it would crash. So I don't mind the position too much. Don't lose to that disruptor, though. That's, yeah.
Yeah, and you'll see that Mana has been losing a lot of these little individual workers to the Widowmine drops and the little like bio drops here and there. And part of the reason is because, oh god, yeah, he's busy also controlling the Warp Prism with the Disruptor at the same time. And Hero Marine's doing the exact same thing. They're chasing each other around a little bit in the middle of the map. Mana is going to be able to find 2 of the Widowmines inside of the medevac, so that is a nice snag, but there's another medevac or 2 that made its way over to the main base, and Mana's out of position for this one.
Well, Mana does want to try to go for the throat, is what it looks like, though. He wants to try and use what he's been able to build up to get it done. However, that robotics facility only has a single pylon on it. In fact, he says, you know what, I'm going to kill that myself. The only thing I need to see right now is Hero Marine wrap some SCVs around that bunker and get his army in position to defend against this onslaught that is about to come from Mana. He's got the drop inside the main, but the bunker is dead.
Okay, yeah, the drop inside the main is doing some good damage, but the Colossus and the Disruptors are going to be so important for just taking out as much of this bio as possible, as quickly as possible, because it is just going to be about trying to do damage before Hero Marine can actually get over to the natural, and then he is going to be able to rely on reinforcements to hold on.
I really wish he would have denied charge. Mana has a decent bit of money, and now those Zealots are going to actually be useful for him. Killing that base is nice, but there's plenty of economy at the third of the natural. He's going to drop a probe in there. There's too much happening.
Yeah, the Disruptor shot killing a lot of work. Gotta keep that Colossus and the Disruptor alive with the Warp Prism. Nicely done. Also forces things out. Forces back the drop from the main. Keeps the Twilight Council alive. That's what you were saying. And that is actually, losing the main base, it obviously sucks, but it was starting to closer and closer to mining out. So, hey, I like this for Mana.
I tell you what, man, in Terran versus Protoss, I think your workers are a lot more valuable than mine. So if we have to bleed some SCVs out to stay alive and drop those mules again, I am a-okay with that. I mean, Hero Marine still built a very powerful army. He's got 69 army supply. Very nice setup, you could say, for the large Terran player over here on this map. Please, for the love of God, get the Forge and Twilight though. He could have denied blink and charge if he had gone for that just a little bit faster.
Blink.
There is no blink.
Oh, it might be on
keep on.
Oh yeah, shoot, right. Oh my God. I'm just so used to it at this stage in the game. Oh, this move across the map is going to be
on MP3.
Really, really important for Mana. Get on top of and make sure he's in position to deal with.
Oh, his medevacs have so much energy too. That makes me happy.
Disruptor. Okay, stays alive in the War Prism. Is going to be able to evade off to the right.
Be very happy you have charge. I think with that Cyber Core dying, I don't know if there's another, so pretty much can only warp in Zealots. Assuming that he ever gets on supply block. Denies blink. Nice.
Okay, this is... Oh, that's actually going to be really annoying because you're right. With no Cyber Core, that also means, the Twilight Council is going to take a really long time to rebuild. Robo Bay is being restarted now as Mana is thinking, all right, I got to get up some other types of units soon. 1 or 2 charge lots going on in. Mana's trying to take a 4th, and he's getting off a Disruptor, and he gets a massive connection.
Okay, well, I'm triggered. That hurts. That hurts a lot. This is definitely Mana's opportunity now. He's going to jump in on top of this. The Disruptor does die. Siege tanks need to focus fire down those Colossi in the back. Liberator Backbone is going to try to show up and help anchor this position. I'm not sure that this is the spot to try to fight anymore for Hero Marine. I'd really like to see him float that 3rd CC out and get the economy moving a little bit more again. He has a couple of extra workers on the main and the natural. Man, this has been a pretty intense game.
Yeah, Hero Marine is also going to go for another drop over toward the main base location. I say just location because there's not actually anything over there. The nice thing is it actually might give Mana a little bit more leeway time just to react to this. Does he even have recall off of cooldown? He does have recall available as he is moving across the map. War Prism got 4 Zealots inside and walks past a lot of the reinforcements.
He's going to try to push that natural again, though. That definitely makes me nervous. Photon cannon? Really? Against the liver? Okay. Yeah, that's... I didn't expect it, but it works. Okay, so he's got the Prism going into the main while the rest of the army tries to push the natural. This definitely sucks. Liberator dies. Needs to get the tanks in position. He actually has a decent surround if he could get to the Colossi, but he needs to kill them. He has to get rid of this army at his front door. The Zealots are warping in inside the main base. Actually, thankfully, they're in range of a tank. That does make it a little bit less painful.
Yeah, Zealots should be able to help defend over back at home. One Colossus does end up going down. Mana is starting to push back the drop, and the Zealots do get a full surround kill off on a majority of those units. And like you said, the Zealots in the main base continue to harass, but it looks like Mana's going to get pushed back. The thing is, Mana is actually mining off of a 4th base right now, which I guess is acting like a 3rd now, but he's got a better economy if he can continue to just keep Hero Marine pushed back. But finally, Hero Marine is going to start mining for that low ground. That is going to start becoming a problem soon.
Let's go, Guten Gaben. Yeah, I need to see it. I need him to bring it out. Liberator, if you could just kill every single probe at this base, I would be a very happy StarCraft 2 fan. Okay, it's gonna get 1. You know what? I'll take it. Everything, the boulder needs to be pushed to move just an inch before it can start to roll for your dragon. I
like how quickly you adjusted your expectations. You're like, I would be so happy if this killed every single probe at this base. All right, he killed 1 probe. Yeah, let's go.
I wasn't lying, Fear Dragon. I would be pretty happy. In fact, he even sent a couple probes to the edge as a sacrifice. How noble of him.
Okay, War Prism is going to survive. I was a little worried because saw a lot of units simming after it.
Mana's Prism is MVP of this game, by the way. If he wins,
it has kept him in this.
100% the reason why he did this. He did a really good job with it. Hero Marine did not really want to build Vikings. I don't think most Terrans do because that's when you get baited with the tech switch. But with a couple of tanks, those Vikings are probably even more important. If he could kill that Prism, would help him so much.
All right, Medevac is moving forward just to get some scouting information. Ends up losing its life in exchange for the information, though.
I like it though. There's no blink, so if he's paying attention, he shouldn't lose anything.
Okay, Mana's actually going to push into this. This is a little bit risky. A lot of the Zealots are kind of far back because they were just reinforcing just a second ago. Sentries are going to go down. Finally, the force fields do get thrown up. Are the Colossus going to be able to whittle its way through this army? Hero Marine is starting to collapse on in. Without the Zealots, it looks like there's just not that much over here for Mana. He's microing with the Colossus and the War Prism. Man, there's so much Terran.
I hate that Prism. I hate the Prism.
Oh, man.
Go Colossi! Get him! There we go.
That was just a lot of damage to take. I'm amazed that the
He still
supplies
doesn't
are
have
still
blink.
even though.
He still doesn't have blink. There's a medevac for each Marauder here. I wouldn't even mind. Actually, I guess there's no reason to land the Vikings. The Colossus is still alive.
the
Probes are going to
probe.
come off the line to fight. That's what I like to see. Fight me with your workers, please. It works for Terran, right? Keep on.
Colossus is finally going to go down. A handful of the medevacs will end up falling over here. The Stalkers do have blink, so they can kill off some of the Vikings as well. Okay, there's at least some trays coming back and forth. It's still just such low supply for both players. Mana is down in workers now, though. This gets so awkward for him because now, as he tries to replenish, Pyramine should just have better macro.
Yeah, this has been a wild one, Fear Dragon. This has absolutely been a wild one. I think Mana has done a really good job of forcing this game into chaos, which is certainly a place where he thrives in StarCraft. He's got 2 observers now, giving him literally full vision of everything at the front of Hero Marine's forces. He's going to float the natural over to the 4th position. Thank God for that Imbateran flying building crap.
That's definitely going to cause a lot of problems again, just economy-wise, if Mana does not contest that 4th base. But the nice thing is, for Mana, is that the 4th base will really spread out here, Marine. Just when you have a 3rd base location right there, and that's the only thing you can go after, then yeah, it's actually pretty easy to defend one location. But now we end up seeing those Stalkers moving on forward. We're going to right-click down the command center. They should be able to get it, but...
I think you should have tried to get the SCVs there. Good reaction time from Hero Marine. Doesn't really lose too much except for some mining time. Costs almost nothing to repair that, thankfully.
Yeah, I guess Mana wanted to play it safe there. He didn't know how far back behind the rest of the army was, so better safe than sorry. I love the idea for a Dark Shrine over here, just because in a low economy situation, that's when the Dark Shrine really hits its value.
It's the most obvious play, too. He's building a missile turret in his bases now as well. Hero Marine, he's smart. He's thinking about that. Actually, nicely enough, we'll get the Observer there as well. That Prism, though, the Prism is Mana's ace card, you could say here. If he kills this, please, for the love of God, let it end. No, of course.
Oh, thank God. Prism speed. Thank you. What a wonderful
Did you know
upgrade.
that there's literally nothing that he can build that moves at the speed of that Warp Prism? So it's safe. It's safe, Fear Dragon. There is no Terran unit that moves as fast as a Speed Prism.
Stalker's moving forward up to the to the north base. Are going to be able to snipe off 1 or 2 units there, but end up losing some Stalkers in the process. Storm is on the way here for Mana. I feel like if he can survive up until Storms, Hero Marine's really good with his late game army control, for sure. But I do think that Mana has really shown that he can actually take some fantastic engagements once he gets into that late game, once he gets up some Psy Storms and that Warp Prism, of course, to ferry those High Templars around.
Yeah, well, this Terran army right now has reached the point where if he were to have been able to attack with everything right here before Storm finished, I think he'd basically be unkillable. But
yeah,
he's got the Ghost Academy, so he can still buy time. He scans and sees there's High Templar with energy. So, I mean, pushing here would be the greatest risk. He should just wait for his Ghost to come out. I love the bunker at the 4th base that he flew his natural to, though. The main is the soft, weak underbelly right now, but other than that, I actually think he's done a very good job of battening down the hatches.
I love the DTs on hold position between the natural and the 4th base, ready for an opportunity to move in from a very strange angle later on, like right during an engagement. I think that's actually really
wait.
Cute.
That's smart. Yeah, he's waiting. Yeah. He's waiting. He
sends him in now because he's chasing the army.
Right, because the fight's about to happen. That's why it's smart. Yeah. It's very smart.
High Templars have Storm. There's one High Templar using its Storm pretty early on. The DTs are actually going after some of the reactors and some of the production. EMP is going off on a lot of the Immortals. This is going to get really dangerous for Mana unless he gets some really fantastic Storms. Force is going to lock out some of the army at the same time. DT's right-clicking down the main orbital command. It doesn't seem like Hero Marine's noticed just yet.
Oh my God, if the main orbital dies. Okay, he lifts it. He does lift it in the nick of time, but it is burning. He has to keep the SCVs alive. The army's coming up unless he's got an EMP or a scan. He can't really deal with it. There actually are no scans available except for on the orbital that's burning. So he definitely targeted the best possible base that he could have to do what he wanted to do here.
Yeah, 3rd orbital has to lift as well. So, I mean, 2 of the 3 command centers right now for Hero Marine are in the air and not mining at all right now. Mana is taking the low ground base and has taken the top left-hand base. And he's kept a majority of his army alive. Yes, he did end up losing a little bit there during those trades, but for the most part, his army is still intact.
Yeah, and that hurt a lot. I think I can't believe man has still been able to get all these bases now. This is what you need to do in these situations. He's got disruptors and storm, two things that synergize very well because ghosts are just very slow compared to everything else in this field. And he's trying to push through this choke point. That is never going to go well. Oh, Gabe.
Oh my God.
All right. Well,
I have to apologize on behalf of Mana for that one, Nate. That was a little bit dirty. That was a little bit disgusting.
That was brutal. That was disgusting. I don't know how Hero Marine wins this now. That he had such a big army, and he tried to stem through force fields, but he was never able to get on top of it.
GG.
Well done, man. Played a hell of a game there. I did not.
Yeah.
Did not expect it to go like that.
Yeah, I mean, to both sides, both players in a really, really hectic situation played really well. And I feel like Hero Marine did such an amazing job of controlling the map and everything earlier on and like continuing to pull himself back in the game from the awkward opening with just continuous harassment and drops and everything. But man, Mana pulled through in the end. I'm so happy.
Yeah, and I won't lie, there is certainly a bit of a question mark for the next match that we have coming up because
Yes.
I actually think that Estrella is the strongest player on your team, Fear Dragon.
I think he is. He is. I believe. I have to double check this. He is tied, I believe, with Trap for the most wins on our team. I think he's only lost once. I might be wrong. No, okay, hold on. He's 4-2. He's 4-2. He did lose 2 different times, but I do know both of those games were incredibly close games. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see what Estrella has finally kind of got in store for us versus Maru, because you know this is a match that a lot of people on paper would say, yeah, heavily favors Maru, but like you were saying, Estrella is a really, really strong player, especially in a best of 1 format.
Yeah. Well, also considering that we're going to be giving the ping advantage for this game is going to be a bit. It's going to be a bit interesting. You know, I'm just going to double check one more time. US West. Okay, so that's pretty doable though. US West is pretty doable for.
So the context here. I also like brought this up with Wardy and everything. Is that Estrella is actually in like West Coast. He's in California, Southern California. So it's actually like server advantage for him in some ways. But his ping to Korea is worse, and he also has to wake up at like 2 in the morning to play his games. So it's like kind of balances out in a different way than usual of the I have to wake up at 2 in the morning to play all of my matches.
You can say whatever you like, Fear Dragon. I'm just stating my piece. That's all. That's all. I think if we agreed on everything, that would kind of defeat the purpose of this tournament.
Well, our map is going to be submarine, and oh boy, my StarCraft actually just crashed. Oh no,
Fear Dragon.
Oh no, it's back. It's back. We're back.
It's
okay,
back.
We're good.
Your display driver crashed on the loading screen. What on earth are you doing over there?
Well, this is what happens when you install a new graphics card recently, right before broadcast.
You got it. DDU, man. DDU. Always.
All right. Well, I loaded into the game successfully, so I'm happy because the game is also getting started, and we are going to be moving into Submarine, the smallest map in the map pool. Makes me a little bit stressed out, but we're going to be starting over here in the top left-hand side of the map on top of the yellow Protoss player from 4 Shades of Protoss. He is Max Angel.
And in the bottom right position, spawning as the teal tank top Terran, he is Maru. All
right. So do your players talk a lot about the strategies and everything?
Do our players talk a lot about their strategies? Yeah, to a degree. To a degree. I mean, I don't know how everybody else handled scheduling stuff. I know that most of our matches, almost the first match we play every day is usually we don't have to do anything with like replays. Like this match is completely live. I don't know about the next match, obviously, because it's going to be really late time zone wise for them. But basically, because we have had to play some matches in advance, I don't want to be spoiled on anything at all. And there's a second area that does not have me in it, just with the team. That's just with the 4 players to talk amongst themselves. So I actually couldn't tell you all the details there because I prefer for them to mostly talk in there, just because I don't really want to know what's going to happen. Keeps it fun for me as well. But But I do like that, Astrala is going to go for the ultimate, the meme build. This is it. This 2 gateway crap that I absolutely hate with all my heart. Thankfully, he did not proxy across the map, or I think he would be dead. But it's still going to be quite difficult for Maru to hold. Not scouting this, is SCV seeing that there's no Nexus should hopefully tell him everything he needs to know. But since it's normal meta now. Yeah, this is a massive mistake. Yeah. It's a part of the meta now for Protoss to go Cybercore first. So not seeing an expansion actually doesn't mean anything anymore. The Protoss should not actually have an expo when your SCV scouts their base. That's the trickiest part about this new metagame that we're in. And he doesn't know.
Oh, the Reaper. Oh my God, yeah, it's just going to the north side to scout for other proxies. Oh, this is so perfect. Astrala was definitely worried. He was like, oh man, what do I do versus Maru and stuff? Like, I'm afraid he's gonna proxy me. And this is the solution he came up with. And
if this is how I go out, I deserve it. If the only player that wins on my team is the one that everybody harassed me for because I wanted to have a good time in this league, I deserve that.
That's a good way to go out if it's gonna happen.
That's a good way to do it.
Stalker's gonna be able to waltz its way straight on in because there's no reactor or anything building from that factory. He needs to get his AFP.
The SCV coming back from the Reaper Scout actually could have body blocked it on the ramp, I think. Possibly.
Yeah, I think the Stalker's so fat that it really needed every little bit of space there to make that work. But that's a full surround. Nice.
The problem is it doesn't stop, and Stalkers scale extremely well versus Reapers and Hellions as you get more of them. So basically, the only thing he actually has that's a counter to this in any way is the SCVs, because the Stalkers just don't kill them as fast. The Zealots are still really important, but the biggest issue right now is Maru's barracks isn't in his base, and he can't really afford any downtime on it. So all he can really do is just camp this spot. That engineering bay in the natural is gone. So now, if you were to try to scan to see what's going on, you just end up with no information at all to help you make your next move. Does get another Stalker kill there.
Nice micro with the Reaper grenades, knocking the Stalkers into the surround. But now the Widowmine really changes the pace of how this looks for a little bit for Astrala, because he cannot just walk his way up the ramp all the time. He has to wait for, I thought it was going to be Blink, but it's going to be a Dark Shrine.
But Fear Dragon, what if he does just walk up the ramp? What if he does just walk up the ramp?
Sacrifices the Stalker.
That's one Stalker. Try to move the Stalker into the Hellion so that it takes the damage, or he just uses the Adept Shade. I think he needed to wall this. He needed to wall this off, I think.
Oh, he's going to try and set it off?
No, he failed to set it off. Thank God for that.
Well, he's still going to be able to maybe kill 2 or 3 workers here. Oh, the medevac actually healing up the SCVs.
Thank you, Maru. Oh, he did do it, by the way. He just said, you know what, take a Stalker, whatever. I want to get up the ramp. So he did eat the mine shot, but thankfully Maru was able to kill the Adepts before the Stalkers could really do anything. And the Nexus still didn't begin. So I'm pretty happy there. He didn't block that, right?
No, it wasn't. The engineer bay has been taken out for a while, but I think the big thing here is that Astrala was just trying to keep Maru as busy and distracted as possible, because the Dark Shrine is seconds away from finishing up. He has a gateway with a proxy pylon in the natural, so it's the fastest proxy Dark Templar.
And there's no wall.
Oh, okay, there's a wall now, but the depots are down. The depots are down.
If
Maru does not notice the blur.
This is the most sad way it could possibly lose. He lands his stuff like he's thinking something else is going to happen.
Throw down a mule. Throw down a mule.
And he's like, this wall is kind of dirty, isn't it? Oh, he needs to see that DT. I hope he sees that. I hope he saw that with the Reapers. I hope he noticed.
He didn't start an engineering bay or anything, though.
He needs to. Well, he can start a Raven, but he can't afford it yet. Yeah. He needs to finish the wall. Just repair the wall. But the fact that he literally does not have a wall right now is actually the #1 problem.
I don't think that's a wall. Yeah, I see you're saying.
It's not a wall.
Oh my God.
It's not a wall. It's not a wall at all. Now the DTs are coming in. He does have a scan, but if they kill a couple of those Marines first, he can still get really ugly. Yeah. The Raven is on the way, but he's microing the Hellions inside the main.
Okay, this is the play. This is the play right here. He's already getting a lot of damage done. At the same time, the other side of the map, the Hellions did manage to kill off a few workers, but there's a shield battery there. He's not going to lose too many more.
Well, he's almost got another scan, thankfully. But yeah, both DTs survived that scan, which is incredible. I love that he goes for the focus on the tech lab there. He tries to build a depot to buy himself some time with that wall in the natural. But he needs to be prepared because there's a bunch more Stalkers that are going to be making their way over here. There's the second scan, and that will get him to the Raven.
The scan. Move it out. Move it out. Move it out. Oh, thank God.
The second, no, the Raven's going to get him there. The Raven will get him there. And I wish he had moved the Raven forward because the mine yeah. There's a little bit of awareness there that needs to be. He needs to know that he's going to be able to kill that DT with the mine if he has it.
Okay, Blink is on the way now for the Stalkers. So Astrala will eventually be able to deal with those Widow Mines by setting them off really, really easily. But until then, I mean, there's no Robo or anything on the way.
Oh, he
he's
eats
gonna end up
that.
having to sacrifice one.
That's really nice. He just eats that one entirely. I do like that quite a bit. He's pretty much got the clock running now until Blink is done. When Blink is done, I expect Astrala to try to continue to bring the heat towards him again. He's got a lot of stalkers. If these siege tanks are anywhere near remotely exposed, he's going to dive on top of them. I'm certain of it. Maru 100% needs to get another tank or two. Needs to get a bunker at the front as well. And he might even try to snipe the Raven. Astrala is the kind of player that would do that if he thought that could be the game-winning move.
I mean, he doesn't even have to like walk in a DT later on. He's still got a DT in the natural. It's just up in the corner because Submarine is such a wide open natural.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. The Raven and the Viking are by the main base right now. So he's going to be able to walk in, kill an SCV, probably force a scan and get out. Because if he scans right now, yeah, he's not going to get it. He avoids the bait, but in this situation, you really want to have that Raven there. But Blink is done, so while the Marines run away to deal with the DT, the Stalkers blink in, but thank God for the auto turrets. They're actually going to cut down 2 of the Stalkers on their own, which does help a lot in this situation. He's going for DT Blink next, too. Astrala is trying to style on Maru right now.
I actually think that Astrala almost could have just killed the Raven right there, but I think he misclicked and focused on a Marine instead. Oh, he tried to get high ground vision, but Blink his Stalker forward. But it died too quickly for him to react there. At least he didn't do a bad blink into the siege tank or something and just end up losing everything there. But man, yeah, okay. Astrala's still, I think, in a good spot, but this is definitely getting a little bit more awkward now.
And he's just going to try and camp the other side of this mineral line. It's like the potential to deal damage here is a lot lower, but you do this specifically in the hopes that you're going to be able to buy yourself that time that you need. And as long if he kills even another stalker in this position, I wouldn't complain at all. I would have loved to see him just throw an auto turret down on there. He could kill. That one was off cooldown for a good bit.
Okay, just
but
blink
now
down.
He's gonna just bounce on out of there.
Yeah, good damage. And there's actually a Banshee out now for Maru. So Maru's going to try and move across the map. I do want to note that Banshee does not have cloak or anything. But Astrala's got all of his stalkers on the outside of the map.
Knows. Yeah, really good DT.
Oh my God.
There. Maru loses this Banshee for absolutely nothing. And he's got his stim starting after Psystorm begins. So,
oh my God, you're right.
Honestly, I'm gonna invoke.
Oh,
I'm gonna invoke some dark magic here, and I'm gonna say we need like an MVP versus Tefl level of shenanigans right now for Maru.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Nate. The fact that it's not just like there's no combat shields either. Oh, that's. I think I actually might, for the first time in like a professional game in probably years, see Psystorm hitting Marines that don't have combat shields that stim once and then just die.
Well, Psystorm is guaranteed to tick twice in the way that the game engine works. So if that happens, they're all going to die.
Yeah, they're going to pop as soon as it lands.
Yeah.
Oh my God. My Protoss heart is going to love this. But I do sympathize
Psystorm ticks its damage instantly on cast and on exit as well. So you can't, running out of it doesn't prevent you from taking anything extra than the initial damage. You're gonna take more than that. You got to be really, really careful.
2 more stalkers going down. I am a little bit concerned about the growing tank counts, just because it's not exactly like we're seeing a bunch of charge lots or anything coming on out just yet from Astrala. So he is focusing on warping a lot of these High Templars in. And it's actually not a super crazy Marine count that he has to worry about. It is actually the siege tank count that's really scary right now.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Astrala is in a really good position, though. This army,
totally.
Everything that's happened in this game has been about as good as it could have been. I think if Maru had proxied the barracks across the map, I think he would have lost instantly to the first couple of units that did come out, because there's really just it is one of the hardest builds to hold in TVP, especially because it's no longer obvious. Like, it used to be obvious if you saw no Nexus with your SCV scout that it was almost 100% of the time the proxy gateway, but now it just means that your opponent's doing the partying opening and they could easily be expanding behind it. So if you overcommit too much to defense, you're still boned. Big storm drop, 8 workers killed.
Man. And you can just even see that some of the Marines that walked in there are immediately also in the red right now. Oh, this is actually a really, really nice spot for Astrala, but I think he's still gonna have some trouble breaking through this this area. I mean, is the plan over here to just wait? I feel like normally, yes, in like a normal game of StarCraft 2, that's fine. I'm just a little bit afraid because I'm just thinking of ways this game can go down poorly.
I'm just waiting for some Maru magic. I like that he recognized. I like that Maru has recognized that Astrala has very heavily tuned this strategy to punish him for leaving his base. Like Astrala has focused very heavily on getting map vision, having these backstab options open. Like at no point has Astrala really been like trying to power up for like the ultimate late game army. He's got a lot of stalkers. He's got a lot of High Templar, sure, but his army for the most part against Terran, he does love to just kind of spam out gateway units. So the opportunities are endless. But oh boy, right after that blink, should be some easy pickings on some of the stalkers. The storm up the ramp, I don't think is going to get too much. Nice grab there. Really glad he didn't go for feedback, by the way, with 10 ranged on that Raven. That would have sucked. It's at full energy. I think turrets would be really nice.
Lord.
In fact, I think his Raven can see Astrala's observer over his base.
There's a massive load up right there, and a little bit scary, scary to see. Astrala's actually,
I love Astrala. I love Astrala. He's such a good player for your dragon. There's only a very small window that Maru could try to put those 4 medevacs through that Astrala would not be able to see. And that does make things difficult because you know that Maru wants to try and get himself into a place where he can just start to out multitask and out micro his opponent. But Astrala has really clamped down like the most powerful vice in the wood shop.
All right, we got 7 High Templars that have just been building up energy this whole time, but finally the robotics bay is being added on, a second robo as well. So Astrala's thinking about the next steps, especially with a lot of ghosts going to be coming on out. The first 3 are about to pop. I also want to say, like, Maru has been leading up in these upgrades for a bit of time, so I know that Astrala is still in a good spot. He does have a 4th base and everything, but it's one of the dangers, I feel like, of StarCraft, where people, there's always the Tastos saying, when you're ahead, get more ahead. But sometimes when you give your opponent more tools, you have to play even more perfectly because your opponent has more ways they can suddenly turn things around.
Yeah, but I mean, Astrala, like, this is kind of funny. So I'm just gonna update everybody on the state of my mental state right now. As soon as I saw that second gateway opening, I assumed that Maru was going to lose this game because I really do think that Terran's 100% biggest weakness in TVP is in the early game phase. So when you take that much damage very early on and the Protoss can kind of coast to this maxed out gateway style, he will never be able to step out into the middle of the map and like get a position. Astrala's whole entire army design and philosophy is pouncing on the Terran as soon as they think that they're safe to move out. It is incredible that Maru, despite I don't think almost ever playing against Astrala, I don't know if it's ever happened, has been playing so very patiently. So he must have had some experience against some similar styles from somebody else, but still, Astrala, he's in a really, really good spot with the way he's been using this army.
Oh my god, those High Templars both taking some big damage, but they actually go for feedbacks and storms. Oh my god, they got both of them off. The Zealots are mostly going to get cleaned up. A few of them may end up surviving for a little bit there. Astrala doesn't really have the opportunity to move in through the supply depot wall on the south side, though, so Maru is able to get back there in time. And I really like, yes, +1 weapons, the Stargate, the Tempest, the big tank breaker, basically, at this point. I think that's a really good decision here.
Yeah, this has certainly been an interesting setup. Like, this is the most passive game that anybody's probably ever seen from Maru, and that is 100% due to him getting absolutely crippled at the beginning of this game. However, he is approaching that maxed out phase, and if there are people out there who can control their armies like this in the later stages of these games, Maru is definitely one of them. I'm just, at this point, I'm kind of taking my emotional self out of this, and I'm just like, I want to see if Maru can do it or not, but I've kind of given myself that expectation that he's in a possibly too deep of a hole. He needs to land the sickest EMPs of all time, but those storms on the third, it hurts. Disruptor shots don't land perfectly, but the last one gets half the ghosts. Maru's army's just been absolutely crippled.
This is the kind of fight that Astrala really needed. He's actually going to end up backing off. I guess the siege tank fire from the high ground was really scaring him off. I felt like he could have just hung around on the left-hand side there, use those disruptors to continue the zone, because, I mean, he has 6 of them. You should just be able to fire one out almost every, like, 4 to 5 seconds or so. But, yeah, I guess he wants to play it safe. He's going to move back in, but those EMPs, again, going to cover everything.
Well, there's just too many disruptors now. The only thing that can stop this many disruptors at this point is just siege tanks. You need an endless amount of them, but he's got the zealots surrounding the planetary. Templar ready to storm them, and yeah, well, Maru's just running out of everything. If he ever gets across the map, I don't think it's going to be possible versus 12 disruptors, but if he ever does get across the map, I think there'll probably be like 10 carriers waiting for him.
Yeah, there should be something like that in the back pocket there for Astrala. He's actually been building up a nice mineral bank with that nearly maxed out supply right there. So he's definitely been thinking about kind of what are the ways that I can try and make sure I solidly secure this game in the later stages.
Well, he's done a good job of taking a good amount of bases, and he leveraged the advantages of this matchup right now extremely heavily with that early aggression. So I think we're just kind of waiting for a very ugly fight that's going to 100% end this game, because I do not think it's possible for him to deal with all of these disruptors with bio.
Yeah, and there we end up seeing a lot of these tanks going down pretty quickly. There is a lot of bio on the north side that is starting to come on forward. I think that the disruptors are still going to be able to get some GC connections. It's a little bit scary, but again,
there's still too much here.
Yeah, it's just the fact that even if Astrala loses all this army and trades out even kind of evenly, or even somewhat effectively, yeah, he can just replenish it. Maru can't.
I'm just surprised we haven't seen the carriers start yet. Oh, he didn't get a fleet bacon. What's he doing?
Yeah.
The pan is hot and ready. He's got the oil on it. Oh, 12
okay,
DTs.
the DT warp
He's going for the humiliation finisher if this was Mortal Kombat.
Well, he's keeping Maru so busy on the south side, continuously forcing him to defend this southern base. With the disruptors and everything moving on in. Guess what? 12 DTs, right-clicking down an orbital. I'll tell you, Nate,
he doesn't even
goes
need to
down
do that,
in less than 4.5 seconds.
I mean, he could just kill all the workers in 2 attack volleys. He's got enough DTs to just do that.
That actually was the original premise for me going mass DTs, was I said, well, in Diamond League or Masters League, players aren't fast enough to react if I can two-shot their entire mineral line.
Well, if the peak human reaction time is 150 milliseconds, Fear Dragon, then it definitely takes a little bit less time than that for the DTs to wipe the mineral line clean when you're playing cross-server. He does have a good spread around this army. He's bleeding out a lot to it, though. That orbital you were talking about, super dead, by the way. The DTs are hacking and whacking and smacking. The Raven has been long gone from this game, so he wanted to go for a counterattack. He wanted to try to get something done, but unfortunately, what he ends up instead with is having to stim his whole army to chase back to his natural to deal with a very large number of Blink Dark Templar.
And context-wise, by the way, guys, in case you forgot or missed out, that was the main orbital command that had floated over to that 4th base. Maru's on 2 bases right now, 2 orbital commands. And that actually is not only going to be impactful for his economy, it's also going to be pretty impactful for the number of scans he has, because he's basically relying now on Ghost EMPs to reveal the DTs.
Yeah, it's about as tricky of a situation as it could really be, because now he's adding another Stargate. He's getting the shield upgrades. Mars
going to blink on the army, I think,
Does he see that?
Oh, okay.
He might. He should. If people are ever going to call you the best Terran player in the world at some point in your life, you better see that. He's got to deal with 2 Protoss armies at once, and this is a lot of stuff, Fear Dragon. It's ghosts coming from the side. They're going to EMP the crap out of the Archons, which is nice, but there's still multiple disruptors that Maru's going to need to get through to somehow kill this. The DTs are showing up to reinforce. The disruptors blow up almost all the army. GG. Well done, Astrala.
Oh, man. And Astrala secures the win for our team. Also goes 3-0 today, defeating Maru, defeating, I believe it was Innovation, and oh my god, I'm actually even blanking on the last player he beat from Maynard's team, but man, what a badass. Dude, GG, those are some really, really fun games today, Nate.
Hell yeah. Worth it to see Supernova win, if I'm being honest. Worth it to see Supernova win. I imagine a lot of very salty, two-faced people talking shit behind his back got their mouth shut today, and that makes me happy.
Indeed. All right, well, I think that's all 4 games, right? So I don't think we have any more.
That is it. Good job, Fear Dragon. I just need to win this next match. I think that's the big thing that we're going to need if we want to be able to get into the playoffs.
I'm rooting for you, man. I'm rooting for you. You know what? That last game that Supernova has made me a fan, man. I'm hoping that you can pull this out, and that is going to be the last match of the day as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching the War Chest Team League. We'll be back in just a little bit with that last match of Rifkin versus Nathanius.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the StarCraft 2 War Chest Team League. I am Nathanius. I am joined here by Rifkin. That's right. Get your mute buttons ready because we are going to have ourselves a good time, which I know may be considered toxic to hardcore StarCraft fans.
Without doubt, this is probably going to be the most complained about cast out of all the combos we could have had.
Oh, yeah. I say we make a point of not talking about stuff that Wardy doesn't show on the screen. Only if he really zooms in hard on it and then we observe ourselves and then we ignore it, I think might be the best strategy.
Or, alternate suggestion, find a way to balance wine about literally everything that's going on.
Well, we've got a TVT, so that gives us a great opportunity to start with some balance wine, Fear Dragon.
Wow.
In the bottom right, we have the teal tank top Terran. He is Big Gabe.
Oh, are we busted out the cool sound effects? Because I
have to compete with you, so.
Well, here's the cool. I got this one mixer button. It makes me sound just like Tempo. Check this out.
From the day that his first medevac took flight, he was set on showing what a real hero looks like. There may be two Terrans, but one clear favorite, Big Gabe's Goliath, that makes Clem David.
It's my stand.
That's some good shit.
Grandmaster.
I like that. I like that a lot. Tempo's been doing a really good job with that, by the way. Shout out to Tempo. Shout out to everybody who's gone out of their way to make this a more awesome tournament. This is actually the last match my team is playing in group stages. So since there's a good possibility that we get eliminated since we lost to Fear Dragon's team, I'm just going to say that I've had a lot of fun and I hope that you guys have as well. And I hope that this, at the very least, ends up being a great match for the tank toppers to finish up on. This isn't your last match though, right, Rifkin?
I have one more. I have versus Rotterdam, so this might as well be my last match.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hey man, anything's possible. Let's be honest.
Yeah, actually,
let's be honest. The only person on my team who could win against Fear Dragon's Protoss spam was the guy that had not had any wins up to that point. So anything is possible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Today especially, you've got Uthermal taking down both Trap and Rogue almost back to back. You've got Supernova winning versus, like, what is this? What happened today? We're in some kind of bizarre world for StarCraft, and don't get me wrong, I love it, but nothing is going according to plan.
No, not at all. To be fair though, that's what brings in the fun. That's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it exciting. I can at least say that I brought the 18 battlecruiser game to the. For me, that makes me really happy. And I'm also just going to say again, even from that last match, I really enjoyed watching that. Even though Maru lost, I do think that some guys in this tournament get to show where their talents really are to a good degree. Like Astrala. He's actually coming up as my probable number one pick, I think. I think he's the best American StarCraft player right now. I don't think he's the most consistent yet, but I think his games especially have been some of the most fun to watch, bar none.
I think the three pillars of NA right now really are, like, for Protoss, Astrala, for Terran Future, and for Zerg Silky. Obviously, I'm talking about the players who are regularly in North America, not the players that keep leaving to go across the world. But, like, yeah, there's been some really cool. I'm loving that the NA scene isn't as dead as it was. You know what I mean? Like, we actually have real contenders.
All we had to do was get everybody out of NA to be able to make it a little bit better. Thankfully, some of the more supported regions able to help elevate those players.
So wait, are you telling me the region lock was the right idea? It was just the wrong place?
Well, I'm just going to say if everybody makes jokes about something being worthless and investing in, and then nobody invests in it and uses it to justify it, you know, the American StarCraft scene can be compared to a lot of other current events issues where we just talk about how bad it is and use that as an excuse to never try to fix it. But despite that, I do like this little Reaper Scout coming in the back.
Yeah.
He can't really see much, but did he think that, like, Clem was going to hide something there? That's kind of cute.
Well, I don't know what this is the same as CD Scout. Like, the first return trip, he mined the first mineral patch, right? Like, Jeremy wanted to get back here. I like that he's making sure there's no cheese, but it's also uncharacteristic for Clem to do something like this anyways. Like, I don't think he would have been putting 2 barracks back there or anything of such untoward nature.
No, but I do think that it's a fair assumption to make that some players might try to go even more out there as the tournament progresses because the desperation goes up, right? Like, your team and my team are both we're both on the bubble right now, right?
Right, like, we're on, like, the precipice of, like, maybe making top 6, maybe making bottom 7.
Yeah, I don't think either of us can make the playoffs if we lose this match. So
Clem, by the way, gets away with that scout. Barely Hero Marine sees at the last possible second. So that medevac got away scot-free for the most part.
Yeah, this is a dangerous attack coming in. I'm kind of scared.
I mean, the bunker should hold at least long enough for Hero Marine to react. Yeah, he tries to go for the lock on, gets denied there a little bit.
If he had scanned with that lock on, I think he actually could have put enough pressure on that tank, but now it gets a little bit uglier because he has to either wait for the Raven to get the energy to try to disable just the tank and then move his tank into position, or he's going to have to risk something far more valuable. I don't know if one of our observers is lagging like hell right now, by the way, if you're getting that.
Nope, smooth on my end.
All right, my game is just dying.
I was noticing on the other side of the map that Reaper. Oh no! Wait, went up the ramp. Oh, Clem, what are you doing? He wanted that tank so bad. Too greedy.
Riff, thanks for that, man. I really appreciate that a lot. Actually, that helps. Thank you.
So, you want to just like cut out the middleman here, Nate? Like every match I've played up to this point has gone to the ace match in every single series. Like we're 15-15 in score. You want to just skip ahead to the ace match? Just bring it down to one game. Save some time here.
No, I don't. I need to see all of these maps. At the very least, even if we don't make it, somehow getting back to being perfectly balanced, as all things should be in our map score, would make me happy. I like that Monsieur Gabriel is going to open up the minerals in the back of his base. He's going to try to move out.
Yeah. Actually, kind of interesting thing to add in here too. I know Clem earlier today did beat Innovation, but he has been regularly harping on how he really doesn't have faith in his TBT. And I hated hearing that, seeing this matchup. I like because Gabe through the weekly cups and Hero Marine just in general has been such an all-star player that when I saw it was Clem versus Hero Marine and Clem versus Innovation today, I went, oh no.
Yeah.
But you know, he did beat Innovation, so I'm not gonna count him out just yet. Gotta have some faith.
But,
gotta believe.
StarCraft fans fall into this trap of like, oh, I watch all the games, so I know everything that's going to happen, and I'm like suddenly an expert. But then a best of one happens, and you're like, oh my god, what an upset! And you're like, that's the thing. That's the real truth of StarCraft, is that this game is so hard that in a best of one environment, in a vacuum, almost any player can just take a random map off of another.
Yeah.
Like once you're at this level, the cost of making a single mistake, with the way that certain types of builds especially work, is so high. Like, well, it's impressive. It's impressive, like for sure, to win in these upset matches. But like the majority of these games, like if Neeb was playing Supernova in a best of 5, do I think Supernova wins? Of course not. But obviously that's not why I picked him. So
I'm a little jaded about the double Ravens. I like the idea of the harass, but I don't feel like Golden Wall is a great map for it because there's no hidey hole spots that these can sit around all day.
No. Well, you can't cheese this map as hard as some of the other ones with like the positions that you can abuse on them. Like,
yeah.
Outside of going very early on the minerals before your opponent can and like sieging up under, but that doesn't really work against Terran because like Clem has that one tank inside of his main base that basically says, yeah, with this plus anything coming out of my production isn't Rifkin. Look at Clem's factory.
Oh no. I've seen this happen before one time and I thought, was I supply blocked? I didn't understand what happened. For those who don't,
I'm getting lightheaded.
This is a fully completed tank, and as soon as there's room, it can pop out. But his own siege tank's blocking it, plus buildings. There's no space for it to spawn right now. So Clem is not just losing out on one siege tank. He's losing out on all factory production. And this is devastating. This is a mistake you don't see very often, but you know, Zerg players forget adrenal glands, Terran players mess up their Sim City. And this build placement out of Clem is the worst possible. Like a barracks getting sold out, who cares? A Marine is not a big deal. He's
you know what the funny thing is? You want to know what the funniest part about this is?
No, I don't want to know what the funniest thing about this is, but you're gonna tell me anyways.
I'm gonna tell you anyway, but the funniest thing is this type of problem right now is only as bad as it is because Clem is too good at the game. He's too fast. If he was a slower, worse player like you or me, he'd probably look at his main base. He'd probably look at his main, but he's not. He's only looking at his main to build a depot or two. He's not going to build the rest of his production there anyway. If he was a worse player and like clicked on his buildings ever, he would see that he hasn't built a siege tank in like 5 minutes now. I don't know if he's like asked himself, why do I only have 3 siege tanks at 9 minutes while my opponent is pushing 6 or 7? But it's because you haven't been building tanks. I'm sorry, you haven't.
And the worst part is you can see like he's got more tanks queued up. Like it's not like he's, oh no, why am I not spending my money properly? Where am I taking? Like this is such an easy mistake. Now there's some auto turret harasses get some pretty good STB kills. but he's also taking a pretty piss poor fight in the middle of the map, and he's already fallen back. I wish you hadn't pointed this out to me. I wish I just obliviously not known and thought,
Just stare at it, Graham. Stare
I
at
can't
it.
stop staring at it, Nate. It's the only thing I'm looking at. Look at it.
That's beautiful.
It's terrible. It's horrible. And for
I
Clem
wonder
too,
if, you know, that tank, man. Could you imagine being that tank driver, by the way? You're just sitting there. It's like, yo, dog, we're going to deploy you in like 42 seconds or however long it takes to deploy you. And then the siege tank guy's just sitting in there like, holy crap, what the hell is going on out there? Like, seriously, man. I've been sitting in here. What's the Loki line? He's like, I have been building for 20 minutes. There we go.
oh god, he's got to kill the tech lab too. You hate to see it, but it's got to be done if he wants to get that tank out of there.
It had to be done. Well, there you go. The longest.
He's like 3 tanks behind now, or 2 tanks behind from this. Like,
we could go on record of saying that was the longest tank build time in the history of a professional StarCraft 2 game.
Yeah,
Rifkin, we did it.
High stakes game too. This is a big deal.
We did it. We officially made esports history commentating this wonderful TVT match. And I just want you to know how happy and proud I am to have been able to experience this beautiful moment with you while Big Gabe kills all your SCVs.
Sounds like Lou's pretty happy about it too in the background.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't like. He's a Protoss player. Lou's a Protoss dog, so he doesn't like it when there's TVT or when Protoss loses stuff. He was cheering for the disruptors though. He always barks when disruptors kill bio.
Oh, the interference matrix on the tank. The anti-armor combo. How does this man have so much energy on this Raven?
Because he didn't waste them all dropping turrets in his opponent's base. Bam, 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 bam.
True. I don't think Clem's gonna die to this push, but this siege up is like unbreakable. I feel. There's a liberator. Well, there's 2 liberators, but like he can't really push out with these. Those tanks are just gonna sit there for a while. Top side, he's pushing. Okay, Clem, make it happen. Make me happy.
I just want to see him bring that chop to the bottom, really stretch this thin. Hero Marine's been maxed out for a good while. His production and his upgrades have been phenomenal. Those 2 liberators though are going to be able to push these tanks back. I was waiting for that to happen. I'm like, yeah. He doesn't really, Hero Marine's not really playing the Viking game. That big bio push tried to get his tanks. Unfortunately, not able to get them for Clem.
I think he could have. I don't know. He was scared of that bunker, dude. Clem, you got to play without fear in your heart, man.
Got to be scared about that 100 hit point building that gives you 4 Marines. Sorry, no, should I put sarcasm there? People usually think I'm being very serious unless I write a huge disclaimer about what a joke means.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe he just didn't realize it was tanks in the medevacs and thought the tanks were still up on the high ground, because that would make sense of why you wouldn't commit to that. But that, whatever the case.
To be fair, running up a ramp into the natural this late in a TVT usually does mean that you're either base trading or you're desperate and you're gonna die.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, as far as macro goes, you know, they're both on par. 3-3's not been stalled out for either side. They've both got a lot of bases. The way they're expanding is the big difference in this game. And all things considered, the army supplies are about like the same. So I think positioning and decision making are really going to be the biggest factors going forward.
Yeah, no, this is that's the name of TVT, right? I'm not gonna lie. Watching Hero Marine attempt to fit his whole entire freaking army through the tightest choke point on the map that he created himself, by the way, is nothing short of disturbing.
I'm surprised there's not more Vikings in play, by the way. There's been such minimal Viking usage out of both players this game.
Yeah, that has been the weirdest thing. I was thinking about that when the Liberators shut down the tank siege that he had outside the main. But honestly, what Hero Marine's tanks right now in the middle are defending is nothing, right? He's kind of been posturing for a position that he's no longer contesting. So 1 tank will be left behind to die. I do like that he immediately shuffles over to this ramp because I don't think Clem was expecting there to be
Clem's getting baited through the same choke. Dude, you just saw this happen to Hero Marine. Don't let it happen to you.
Okay, don't give up your medevacs though, dog. Look at this high ground cliff though. You're going to try to push this into the planetary?
Tough. It's tough. This is really good defensively for Hero Marine, of course. Clem is, I mean, he's not being too brash. He's not charging up the ramp, but he is like, the tanks aren't covered. His tanks are totally exposed.
Gabe and y'all get them tanks. Big spread for Big Gabe.
I hate it. I hate everything about it. I hate you. I hate the accent. I hate the fact that Clem's losing. I hate everything.
It's okay. It's okay.
Again though, I've got such faith in Clem. I really like Clem as a player. I think it's really fun watching him play. And even though he's taking these bad fights and he is definitively behind, like, he still has an army supply to fight with. And until those tanks and Marines are gone, you know, the fat lady ain't singing.
That's true. That's true. I will say that's the biggest thing about what makes TVT TVT. And that's why TVT games always end up being so epic, because having a lead is rarely the same as having a lead in any other matchup. He's going to spread out, going down a ramp into a concave. Literally the worst possible position Hero Marine could have taken for this fight.
Huge drop in the main. Oh no, turrets.
No,
Clem,
just
you're a
one
god.
turret.
Why do you have turrets? I love it.
Do it now.
No.
Go.
Okay, these guys don't drop coming back to try and respond to this. Those tanks are in a good spot, but they're low on HP. If you can get rid of the tanks, you can hold this.
Clem with the counter drop of his own tanks back into his base, by the way. Really good lightning quick decision making. And we've got quite a few Marines stimming their way to the natural. If Hero Marine, he's going to try and dislodge this base and kill him right here. I'm getting pretty nervous, Graham.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the similar play versus Innovation earlier, so I'm glad to see Clem keeping it up for this. But those SCVs, it's not just about killing the SCVs. Oh, he's going to lose a medevac to the turret. No, he targets the turret. Oh, God, Clem's so good.
Okay, well, we are going to have ourselves quite a long TVT here, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up. So, Rifkin, to continue to try and keep us not too much on the topic of StarCraft, if you were to establish an award that you were going to give out to a pro gamer at the end of every year of StarCraft, can you give me 5 names for the award, and why would you settle on calling it a Grammy?
Oh, wow, this is a multifaceted question. Sorry,
I was going for the double entendre
again?
versus the single entendre.
Oh, God. Oh, no, you don't want to see that. I'm sorry. I'll answer your question later. He just flew past like 17 medevacs. He knows what's coming his way. And he's going to commit to the drop anyways. Clem, all hands on deck at home, dude. All hands on deck at home.
Well, he does have multiple. He's got 2 tanks in the north side of the main. If he dropped the bottom of the main base, then I think he could do some cataclysmic damage. But there's another drop from Clem actually hitting the natural again. So both players have really been getting pushed to the limit. No, don't drop there. No, the tanks. All the tanks are below that ramp. I don't know if he realizes that. Well, he's got a decent spread from the units that are there, but Clem has tanks shooting from the main and below the natural too. If he gets this orbital in the SCVs though, I'll be happy.
The orbital's probably going to go down.
Well, he did just kill Hero Marine's orbital, by the way. The natural base just died.
Okay, well, tit for tat. I'll take
an
that.
eye for an eye.
Okay, I don't remember the exact parameters of the question, but the pun was.
It was a joke about your name, Rifkin.
Yeah.
It was a joke about your name.
But I want to answer. I think like the award, despite being called the Grammy, would be for like top 5 most like butt clenching moments in StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
And in terms of like who would give it to right now, both of these guys.
Fair enough.
Oh, don't push into a tank. Oh, it's tough. You know what? I just want to go to the command center, go down. Less scans, less orbitals. Clem's gonna try to take the fight. They're on 3-3, but he's a little outnumbered. Hero Marines and medevacs are so numerous. He's got like a medevac for every single Marine, but in doing so, he's got less Marines to fight with. So he loses the fight.
Gabe's been, it's like Terran players float a lot of gas usually when they overbuild Marines, but Gabe somehow managed to have way too much tech units and still be floating gas, which I just want to give a shout out to that. That's actually weirdly impressive. The biggest, I don't even know how to like look at this game because they're expanding in like a yin yang formation, right? Like Hero Marine's he's kind of carving out clockwise. Clem's going counterclockwise, but it's not like this map is, where they both spawn in the middle on opposite sides. They spawn in the corners.
Yeah, I need you to look at the units lost real quick. Same to you, Wardy. 200 Marines a person minimum so far this game. 20 tanks each.
It's been a bloodbath.
This is insane.
It's been a bloodbath, Graham.
I mean, a lot of TVTs, I feel like they either go really, really long or they're pretty short. There's not a lot of like in betweens. And like the fact that we've got this many dead units, this many bases, like this is not a TV. This is not a typical TVT. Clem's taking the top right base right now.
Yeah, he's crazy.
What is happening?
Oh, I like this Liberator harass too, by the way.
I hate it.
Since neither player seems to want to focus on actually building air units, I don't mind the Liberators here at all. I mean, the Marines can get through it, but not easily.
No, that's actually a really good call because there has been so little Viking involvement in this game. And normally, I feel like TVTs have a huge Viking influence.
It's because of this map, just the geometry of the map. I don't think you can really like just deal with how much the bio can run around you because this map is just so freaking large. Big concave for Gabe. He's going to be able to pick off one of the siege tanks here, but there's a little bit too much bio supporting them to get the rest of the kill. But the problem is there's just way more bases available if you're only expanding on like mostly the top half of the map for Clem. So I can see Hero Marine's economy running out after this gold base mines like faster than it usually does, but
the army supply is really getting too spread out now. I mean, Clem's picking off Liberators and he's taking small tank fights, which is great, but his army's not taking over Hero Marine, and it hasn't for like 5 minutes now.
Yeah, I do need to see Gabe get onto a base though. Gabe's been getting some decent trades, but I'm tired of trading. All right, I want to see a big investment. All right, I want him to put every dollar he has on the on some puts here on this base, on the top of the base. You know what I'm talking about? On top of this cliff, just get them all. Every option possible.
Well, I gotta say, we talked about the Vikings and the lack thereof. I think these Vikings right now at Hero Marine are huge. I think the 4 Liberators are big too. Clem's got a standing army, don't get me wrong, but if he doesn't have air control, I don't know that he can actually take the end game fight. That being said, Hero Marine's gonna push this before it becomes a problem. No Liberators involved with the fight, and Clem's army's disappearing. No! Clem,
Great
get it
spread.
together!
Great arc. The tanks are still alive. We've got 12 tanks versus 2. Clem has 2 tanks. You know what, though? He would have had about 10 more tanks if that factory was building the whole game.
You know what? I hate you so much for bringing that up. I'd already forgotten about it. I was finally over it. And now I'm reliving the trauma. Oh.
That was a good one. That was a good match to start off.
No, it wasn't.
That was a pretty good game. I mean, outside of the fact,
mouth. Why don't you go back to Twitter and piss off all European Zergs, okay? I can't believe. Oh,
I don't know if you saw me pick Supernova, but they are plenty good at pissing themselves off, Rifkin.
Yeah, well, you know what? Here's the thing. I was with you, right? I've been publicly with you. I was just so stoked for this Supernova pick. And I'm really glad that you gave Rogue a free win in our matchup. So that was really kind of you.
No worries. No worries.
Everyone's like, I remember who's the other one? Patience. People are like, why didn't people pick Patience and stuff? I'm like, well, because Patience doesn't build battle cruisers.
Just because, okay, well, you have to think about it this way, right? Like, what are players known for, right? Like, Patience has his moments where he plays really well. But do we consider him an X Factor player? No. Is he a spoiler player? Yes. But the meta hasn't, like, the strongest players in this league, I would be willing to guess. I don't know what all the win rates of each individual player are right now, map-wise. But I would guess that the players that are going to win more would be like, you know, your Serals and your Rainers. Obviously, yesterday was a bit of an exception for Seral in a big way. But I would never pick a Protoss player to go against Zerg right now. Like for any amount of money or odds, honestly. Like I would always want to have the Terrans playing versus the Zergs or a Zerg playing against a Zerg. But that's just me personally. So when I wanted to get a spoiler player that I'm like, who could upset? I'm like, well, the guy that's going to also be least affected by the ping.
The guy who will
that was the other big
everybody.
Thing. Yeah. And then I literally upset everybody because I picked a player that I really like that I wanted to have on my team. And he qualified for the tournament, by the way. Just to be clear, he met the terms required to sign up.
Yeah, very true. Big true.
All right. Loaded into another beautiful map. I think the way we're doing it is my players first, right, for the intros?
Wait.
All right. Well, then in the bottom left, we have the teal tank top toss. He is SOS. He's pretty good.
I think you ordered for the hot tip. Of course, I've got a player to introduce, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it to my man Tempo.
Making Protoss look imba since the first probe. I'm sure he has fangirls all over the globe. The W is even closer than it appears. Wee, wee, wee. That isn't for deer.
Great. PvP. Noise. I don't love this matchup. I don't love that Deer told me, I'm telling this every cast we get. Deer told me like day one of this tournament he doesn't like PvP. And then like we tried to pick maps where he wouldn't get PvP, but Deer has had like literally every one of his games be PvP. I feel so bad for him right now.
It's okay. I think the number one comment about SOS's games across literally every platform, which really says a lot because, you know, you get different sorts of folks in different sorts of places. I think most people have been questioning whether SOS has played a single game in our league sober, and I'd like to confirm for everybody out there that I have no freaking idea. I was watching his stream the other day. He was playing with some good players. He was playing with like Prince and stuff, and they were having a jolly good time. But you know what? That's actually what I like to see. SOS was actually the first player this morning who said, "Good morning, everybody." He was the first guy. He was the last guy to say goodnight yesterday when I was like, all right, guys, let's go have a good game tomorrow. Let's go get this dub. Let's get these tendies. And I really appreciate that because I feel, you know, we always like to talk about the barriers in language, what people can or can't say. But I take it back to the inspirational superpowers being funneled into Hero Marine for that victory over Seral, channeling both SOS and Maru's spirit. And that's why I like having these guys on my team.
I'm wondering if Deer's misread this. So he scouts SOS's base. Full scout sees one pylon. You don't see the second pylon. First thoughts go to proxy, right? But SOS just put out like the fake pylon. He's kind of messing with Deer. Deer, I'm hoping he doesn't overreact to this. My fear is that if he does, he could put himself really far behind in the game. Oh, this is interesting. He puts a pylon at the bottom of SOS's ramp, so I guess he can see what comes out of it.
Yeah, he wants to know what's going to come out of the gateway. So, and he does get the confirmation that it's 2 adepts. And then there's going to be 2 sentries behind that. Interesting. He's going for a Stargate.
I am okay.
Right.
I think in most games, in regular PvP, when we're talking like SOS and Deer, I think Stargate's a safe. It's fine. It covers a lot of bases. SOS also put a pylon outside of Deer's base too, which I think is hilarious. I've actually never seen this in a single PvP, and now we see it twice here. But I don't like the Stargate for this at all. I think the Stargate units are way too weak now, and like there's not enough time to go for Romance Phoenix in a lot of situations. The Oracle's kind of flimsy, right, against Stalkers especially. Oh, the transfer is gonna get blocked out by the shield battery. Okay, so it's Nexus to Nexus. Nobody's one basing this. I just can't see. Oh, no. There's like, is there a shield battery in the natural? Okay, so the shield battery's going into the natural, not the main base, which means there's a chance for the Oracle to do damage.
You're saying there's a chance. Yeah, no, that could be painful. That could definitely be painful. The Twilight Council is coming in at a time that's not going to be super fast. I think with this probe on the left side, though, your boy's going to need to make sure he gets a robo quick, because I'm expecting a Dark Shrine. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Dark Shrine on the left side of the map.
I'm jaded because the new Revelation, I think, does struggle to deal with this DT thing that SOS is going for, but more to the point, he's also built a shield battery in the main. There's no opportunity for this Oracle to really do any damage. And my fear is
neither of us play Protoss. It's okay to admit that DTs are bullshit sometimes. It's okay. It's okay to admit that.
I'm down with it.
Sometimes they are. Sometimes they are. Not always, but sometimes for sure.
But in terms of like the actuality of how this goes, like I think Revelation's there, but there's no room for damage, and I'm afraid he's going to turn his guns on and then have no energy for Revelation.
I hope he turns his guns on and has no energy for Revelation.
See the shield battery and back away. See the shield battery and back away. No.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, man. That's what I like to see. There you go. One building counters your harass. Kappa Kipo Kapu Kapow. Well, okay. Now we don't have to deal with your Oracle anymore. And we've got our blink a little bit faster.
If Deer's paying attention near the ramp, obviously that's a big focal point. You can block out the DTs, you can buy some time, you can warp in a sentry. There's a lot you can do, but he's so focused on damage, he's not looking for any of these things. So I'm so terrified that these DTs are going to work.
Well, the real sad thing is the hallucinated Phoenix. Theoretically, units still run from them if they're not on hold position. Like, he could have actually been booped into seeing the Dark Shrine. His Oracle's really not that far from it. Honestly, if he had just taken a slightly different direction. By the way, your guy didn't even start a robo yet. So
the Oracle's over here out of juice. I'm looking at his vision. He's not looking at home. I'm on Deer's camera right now. He's not looking at home. There's no shimmers to look for. The Stalker could have seen it, but I think it's too late at this point. DT's already made it up the ramp.
His camera's on those adepts trying to micro against everything else. And then he's going to realize your probes are under attack. It's like,
they can't even build anything at home. In my base. The DT will kill the pylon before another Oracle can be made. This is heartbreaking. Dear. I don't want to start off 0-2 versus Nathanius. Come on, man. It's kind of like smack talk, isn't it? It's karma. I hate karma so much.
It's my favorite club on the shore. Thanks, man.
All right, what's our next match? I actually don't remember the order.
I haven't. Do you think I pay attention to my own map order, man? I'm still emotionally recovering from Maru dying to my least favorite build to play against in TVP. I'm so glad he's doing this build to Maru. Now I can see how to counter it. No.
Yeah, it's Maru versus Lambo coming up next. I don't actually know, Wardy, who had server preference for these games. I don't know if that matters at all. But
I think the server heavily impacts this game.
Yeah.
It was on US Central. Okay. So both players probably playing with like 250 MS then.
I mean, terrible for both, but slightly less terrible for Lambo, so that may be beneficial.
Yes, it is still possible to right-click banelings behind enemies with 300 ping. You are correct.
I'm all down with you, but at the same time, you got Maru, so I'm like...
That is true. That is true.
Which, I still can't believe you, as 6th pick, got Maru. Like, how did so many people on our draft, like, just sleep on Maru? That blows me away.
Well... You know, the funny thing is, like I said, people who are experts at stuff recognize that just because a player is highly rated does not necessarily mean that they're always going to be the best pick for certain types of situations. I like this tournament from Maru because I think even with any sort of injury type stuff, only having to play like one game a match, which is all I'm going to ask of him. If he can play one game a match and win it, That's all he needs to do. But, you know, like even in real sports, player value drops a lot because of injury related type stuff. You know, I think it's possible that they were like, well, TY and Innovation should be more consistent at least and be able to play as ace match players. Whereas maybe they didn't think Maru would be able to. And he hasn't been able to do ace match stuff for us. And I wouldn't ask him to unless we made it to the playoffs. So I think that's something worth considering as well. But I'm still happy to have him on my team. He is the teal tank top Terran in the Northeast. He is Maru.
And he's doing what Maru does best, not staying at home. So I got to quickly get my intro out of the way. Tempo, take it home.
Tank toppers? More like tank floppers. This Zerg here is a straight tank bopper. Shaking in the boots now, are you, Maru? Vroom vroom Lambo, as fast as the car too.
Nice.
I think even if your car can go 0 to 100 in 3 seconds, getting shot by a tank, I don't think a Lamborghini would survive. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disparage their brand, but I just don't think they could survive a tank shot. I'm just going to put that out there. If anybody disagrees with me, I'd love to see some video evidence of Lamborghinis surviving tank shots, but I doubt that many have been made outside of Jake Paul's basement. So it's probably not much video evidence out there.
Oh, not a good time to be talking about that guy with recent events. But the 2 racks opening out of Maru is, I think, expected. He's been doing this for years, and it's like so sick because for him, it's rarely all in. For him, it's like, oh, this is just my normal opening. And Lambo, I think the best thing he's got going for him.
He scouts it though.
Like, he scouts it, but he's also smart enough that I think he knew this was coming. Like, this is why he's scouting like this specifically. That Overlord path is not normal. And that's what I was going to get into. Like, Lambo, I think Lambo knows every player in this league better than anyone else.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lambo's biggest thing as far as his StarCraft gameplay is that he's a very smart guy, right? Like, he has a lot of specific adjustments that he makes for individual opponents, but Maru has put him into a place now where he's like, look, we're both going to be laggy. So instead of dealing with banelings, how about you try to micro drones and I try to micro my Marines with tons of ping, and we'll see who can come out on top. But Lambo's got quite a few drones already pulled over here. Now, can he actually get that surround? I think it's going to be a lot harder than it would be against, you know, a European Terran, for example.
I think what's really important here too is the Overlord continued to scout to make sure this wasn't like a hidden third. Because if it's a 3 racks, man, that's way different than just the 2 racks to deal with. So Lambo knows what he's up against. He doesn't need to rush to deal with it, but he does need to get this underway like quick, or this becomes a big problem.
Well, there's a lot of lings that are coming with all the drones. Should 100% be able to clear this out. Maru could try to continue to build more Marines and pocket them by those barracks, but at the very least, he forced an insane amount of drone pulls as well as an insane amount of larva to be spent on the Zerglings. So he's getting the factory back at home. I expect him to maybe build a command center on the high ground. The way that these barracks are positioned, I don't think he can actually pocket the Marines. No, so he cancels them. He's going to float away. He doesn't want to waste money for no reason. I do like that he sent the Marine to the left side of the map so the Lings would not be headed perfectly over there. But yeah, the SCV is going to finish the factory, and past this, yeah, just build a Hellion. Maybe start a 3rd CC if you're feeling frisky, or get the starport.
You know, because I've got the wrong overlay on right now on my side, I can actually use the income graph, and I can actually see that the drone pull damage, man, that peaked out at about almost 800 minerals for if it had been a full minute even pulled. That would have been so brutal.
I still dream of a day. I mean, we got like 1,000 editor changes, but I'm like, man, can we please get resources gathered as a stat? What I would give for that. What I would give for that.
Dude, I want select damage meters. I think that'd be pretty cool to see how much damage banelings had done over the course of a game or something.
Yeah. You can kind of evaluate a lot of stuff between resources lost, but the one thing that's always hard to explain commentary wise is when you're like, oh, it's like he didn't lose any workers. I'm like, dog, he pulled all of his drones for like the first,
he was
like
mining.
a total economic impact of like 1,000 minerals, right? Like almost.
This
I do like this barracks too. I love
a block.
that.
It's buying a lot of time denying the 3rd for Lambo,
which is being super annoying. I'd land it again, honestly.
I know, it's worth it to say screw it. Oh, of course, it's a tank top Terran, and it wouldn't be Nate's team without a fusion core coming down behind this.
Oh hell yeah! Well, we're up 2-0. I have no issues with Maru having some fun here.
Yeah, this really kills me because this is actually, I'm looking at this not so disparagingly for Lambo yet, but like it's Maru for a second. So I'm just gonna say, if Lambo loses this, we don't get to go to the Ace for the first time in like literally every series we've played. And that scares the hell out of me, Nate.
Well, I'm happy to free you from your shackles then, Rifkin. You don't have to worry about picking an ace match player this time. It's my honor as a fellow North American to grant you that privilege of being able to wrap up your day of games
Quit being pious. You suck. Your team sucks, and I hate you. This is actually, though, for Lambo, I mean, he's getting the tools out that he needs, right? His tempo's been thrown off, though, with the third being delayed. You've got this barracks open. It was a problem. His drone count was like a little bit lower because it's spent so much time not mining. I fully believe that he could deal with most of what Maru was doing if he knew better, but he doesn't know better. He doesn't know about the future. Or he has no idea the follow-up spore crawlers and queens. So right now he just has like the bare minimum of queens, which is not enough to deal with a battle cruiser. And two of those, by the way, are playing, I don't know, hooky in the middle of the map.
I love it. I love the Viking opener too. The side effect of the way that this build goes down is it's not possible. It wasn't possible for Lambo to try to rush any sort of early tech, because with the amount of resource income that he was denied by dealing with that 2-Rex, even though he didn't take game-ending damage from it, it basically gave Maru the go-ahead to play that slower style, because the only thing that Lambo could have really tried to do before this would have been to squeeze out like a stupid fast Roach Horn and try to counterattack or something, but he didn't do that. He kind of chilled back, got an eco up. He does have a really good drone count, but Maru is going to be allowed to do what he wants to do. So as good of a position as Lambo might be in, Maru, one of the greatest Terran players to ever touch StarCraft, is going to be able to do whatever he wants to do. So
and the battlecruiser is going to pair up with a lot of Hellions too, so this just gets so much worse before it gets anything close. Well, it's just going to get worse before it gets worse, honestly.
He's got the armory as well. I mean, I think you just yeet the BC and A-move the Hellbats, and we do have a Baneling nest, but there are no Banelings on the map. Lambo 100% needs to have started them a couple seconds ago, to be honest. If he teleports the BC, and he could even try to click on the Banelings with them, but he's going to take it a little bit slower than that. I don't know, and I can't blame him for it. He's focusing down the building Banelings too, but some of them are going to finish.
Yeah, the Queens are doing an okay job splitting the Hellbats, but then the battlecruiser comes as a huge surprise for Lambo. Transfuse it before you translose it. Using all the energy on these Queens, he does start pushing this back, and the ground defense is solid. No workers are killed.
Not bad. Not bad at all. The Viking, by the way, went into the main base. He's going to get another Overlord.
Kills. 4 Overlords. That's so much money out of that Viking. The value out of that's nuts.
Thank you, Mr. Viking.
Oh, it's Mac behind it? Cool, great. Maru.
If we have any tank topper fans in the chat, can we please get a thank you, Mr. Viking? Okay, we want to show some love and respect to the units that are putting in the work for our team over here, all right?
You know, speaking of love and respect, I do appreciate that no matter how this goes, how poorly it goes for me or whatever, you and I at the end of the day can sit down and both agree Fear Dragon's results have been total bull, and he doesn't deserve any of his wins.
No, I can't say that. I want Astraya's stock to go up, man. I invested forever ago. You have absolutely no idea how much I have riding on Astraya becoming a good player. I love that guy.
That'd be so cool if there was like player stocks.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, with Mana, you've got a guy that's got a bunch of trophies, right? He's your veteran backup quarterback that you can at least rely on if shit goes crazy. But Astraya, he's your first round project pick that you're hoping turns into a stud in the next year or two, and I think he's
I heard they're making a Sandra Bullock movie with him or something.
Yes, actually, I did hear about that. He's going to be, well, it's Sandra Bullock, but I think they're also currently filming in Venezuela for. He's doing a music video next.
They said the blind side is like the blink side or something really stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, the battlecruiser may have teleported out, but another one just comes in to take its place. Teleport's off cooldown for this one, so getting out will be a cinch. To the bottom right, we got Hellions running in.
Mr. Viking's back, BT dubs.
Oh, Lambo with the Baneling connector, still not enough. These Hellions are roasting up the drones.
I love this hold position, by the way. I love when Zergs do this. Like, I want to shoot you and let my drones mine. And then the BC, like, hold position. Some drones still come in range. Uh-oh, but Mr. Viking might die to the Corruptors now. I'm scared.
The problem with the Corruptors, they're a necessity, but they're also not good units to have, generally speaking. Like, you're not going to want to have 18 Corruptors on.
No. Well, I think the focus should be to build as few Corruptors as possible without getting overwhelmed. Because if he loses these 6 Corruptors that he built, then he's in very deep. But at the same time, there are still 3 battlecruisers on the map, and he's going to get Magfield. He's going to be playing mech, which obviously makes a ton of sense considering the amount of latency that he's playing with. Trying to play bio, would honestly just be foolish. So I like the way these compositions are rolling together. The biggest thing he has to worry about, in my opinion, is going to be the roaches on the ground, like the Roach Ravager Link.
This is
Because, yeah.
I get jaded because I think Mech obviously it has its strengths, it has its weaknesses, but Maru, like he's putting a bunch of missile turrets right down. There's no chance for those corruptors to chase through if they force a teleport back. Like these missile turrets look so out of place in any other situation, but these are actually such sick missile turrets.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely the best way to use them. You definitely don't want the Zerg player to be able to fight your army without the BCs involved. And the only way to do that is you're going to have to add some missile turrets for tanking and DPS. Gets 10 drone kills. 12, excuse me. A nice little run by.
Total of 38. Ugh.
Feels good, man. Feels good, man. Feels good, man.
If this was not my player, I'd be so over the top with my Terran bias screaming about how good Maru's doing right now. But it's not
He's
the
getting
case.
servos. Maru's getting servos. Ah, I
Dude,
love it.
I feel like not enough people do it. It's such a cheap upgrade.
Dude,
it's fast.
Transformation
Why is this
servos
not, like, more
is
standard?
easily Transformation servos is the most underrated upgrade in the game, bar none. Period. There is no upgrade that has a better impact for how little people use it or talk about it.
Oh, here comes those battle cruisers to the bottom right, by the way. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Corruptors should be able to solve these out, but with Yamato's, that's 3 Corruptors dead upon arrival, right? He's only got 11.
He doesn't have enough Corruptors to kill the BCs before they could all Yamato and TP out, and that's the biggest problem. Because he gets to do that now. Now he just gets to delete 3 Corruptors and then peace out. If he has enough to like 2-shot him, then that becomes a nightmare scenario for Maru. But then again, you don't want to overcommit to that because it's all about having Roach Ravager to overwhelm the weak backbone of Battle Mech. The backbone is pretty weak. You don't try to build a ton of tanks. You try to avoid them a little bit as much as you can so that you can use your Hellions to harass. You want your Cyclones to be poking on the map and trading cost effectively. You want your battle cruisers doing the same thing. The siege tanks are nice, but the Zerg player is always going to be looking for the opportunity if they kill any decent number of your BCs or Cyclones to dive in on the handful of tanks left behind.
Lambo's getting Infestation Pit, and I'm praying we see Fungal and Pathogen Glands. I don't want to see a Hive Tech. I don't want to see Vipers. I don't think that's going to be the answer for this game. I think his only real hope to really get these fights is like Fungal stall out the battle cruisers so the Corruptors can actually fight.
No, he's just got to do the Zerg thing. He's just got to do the Zerg thing and just try to force this game where he can try to deny the outer bases, eat the map, and then just basically try to make Maru step on the creep and die. Ooh. You know, give the position up. But attacking into this is always going to be terrifying for Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, Maru's got mobility on his side and everywhere, even on creep. You know, Hellions and Cyclones are fast units.
Oh,
he's never going to stand his ground and fight.
This is some good stuff though from Lambo. He's not only posturing outside the north southeast base. Oh God, he might lose a lot here, but the Corruptors are going to try to get that PF in the northwest.
But in the meantime, Maru kills the entirety of Lambo's front line. The Banelings didn't even hide.
Oh wow, you know what? That's why you want the Corruptors with the army then, huh? That's unfortunate. A lot of Ravagers died there, huh?
A lot of everything died cheap. There, including
more Corruptors are going to die too. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Keep following with those Cyclones. Oh mama.
He kept the CC alive through the Caustic Spray, by the way, which is really impressive because if you've ever been on the receiving end of it, Caustic Spray does way too much damage if you let it ramp up.
Yeah, so, Caustic Spray is dumb, but yeah, he had a lot of Cyclones there to defend against it, which was awesome.
Yeah, it's Hive Tech, and I don't know that this gets better with Hive Tech necessarily because
I love that your Terran bias is turning you onto my side, even in this cast, Rifkin. This is beautiful.
Well, I feel like it's just knowing how the matchup goes, right? Like
I feel like I'm an AoE priest. I didn't even say Wololo, and I've already got you on my side. Feels good, man. That's all. Welcome to the Tank Toppers, Rifkin. It's nice to have you.
No, I don't want to be part of your stupid team. I'm not gonna wear some dumb tank top. All I'm saying is like I know how this matchup goes. I've seen it so many times, and like the mass banelings is not appealing. This doesn't work.
Especially if that next nerf goes through. I'll tell you what though. If we win this match and we make it to the playoffs and you don't make it to the playoffs, Rifkin, I'll let you be. You can be Tank Top Tiger. You can be the first one that gets his ass. Am I like
the Green Ranger? I just come in later.
No. Tank Top Tiger was cool. He just wasn't. He just didn't win. That's all.
This is tough. I see so many Banelings, and in so many other scenarios, this would be great. But 55 Banelings against like a line of siege tanks, battle cruisers, and units that move faster than Banelings, I don't like it.
The Cyclone Hellion count is what makes me kind of like it a bit, but honestly, never ever doubt the power of a billion Banelings, man. Easily biggest problem in this game. Thankfully, he runs through.
He was kiting perfectly. They just stopped. I don't know why he gave that away the way he did, but okay, small bit of hope for a brief second, but then you got to remember Maru's got such sick control over this game. There's missile turrets, there's planetary fortresses. There's no easy way to break this, and the Cyclones are still kiting. I want to have hope. Lambo's up in supply. It looks like it should be good, but again, I've seen this stupid match play out so many times, and I think the mech is just gonna be too powerful. Like the battle cruisers, I think. Well, he lost one.
Well, the biggest problem is that he can't afford to make another giant wave of banelings, because that 100% was the reason why he cleared out the majority of that army. Even siege tanks and Thors, honestly, like you can, if you build enough banelings, you're gonna be able to crack open just about anything.
I'm actually feeling slightly better. Not great. I thought all the battle cruisers got out alive. 2 did die, and that's pretty big.
Yeah, he is rebuilding them as well, so you know that he wants to have them.
Yeah, he can't. Well, the thing for Lambo's right. I don't think he's going to compromise and start building 14 corruptors. Like that's just never going to happen in this game. If he does,
good lock onto some of those corruptors though. He peels off a few of them on the east side.
Everything about Maru right now is actually really, really cost effective. I just looked at the resources lost, and I want to throw up in my mouth a little bit.
Yeah, feels good, man. Feels good. We haven't even lost 10,000 resources. Then again, I would like to also just mention, Lambo's done a really good job of taking bases. He's been spreading himself all over. Not all of them are saturated, but if he knocks his planetary down, could be nice. Good splits on the Cyclones, actually. I'd love to see some repair, though. Get that PF going. Good target fire with the planetary onto the Banes.
Yeah, I saw that. That was impressive. I mean, fuck that, but that was impressive. That was cool. I hate it. God damn it, Nate.
Go! Get him!
The Cyclones aren't going to take the bait. None of these Terrestrial Battles are ever going to land. And so it's just going to be it's like a bullying game. Like, you just can't do anything about this. And this is why I was screaming fungal growth. When you see Cyclone Hellion, fungal growth, I swear to God. Like, I'm not a Zerg player, but
the lack of infestors in this game is definitely questionable. Lack of Vipers. He got a hive. Did we see any hive upgrades? There are no hive upgrades, by the way. He didn't even get Adrenal.
He needs caster units, right? Like, he needs infestors. He needs Vipers. He can't just brute force this. And unfortunately, that's what he's trying to do, and it's killing me.
Yeah, especially Maru's like, he's starting to eat the map now. A lot of extra command centers being thrown. Like, the whole thing with this army is that if you kill it, this is a stupid expensive army that Maru has. If you kill it, it takes a while to rebuild. A handful of Cyclones will not defend your bases from a big army, like a couple of extra tanks or mines could. And that's the hardest part about playing this style. But the number one thing Zerg can do to force that scenario is usually to hit them with the fungal growth or use a bunch of abducts, because then the Cyclones can't lock on. But that has not been the way that it's been playing out. And now Maru, he's Lambo's got some lings to try and deny that northwest base, but it hasn't landed yet. So not much
really
to do
sucks?
just yet.
19 corruptors have died this game, and the funny irony is if Lambo had just gone to 19 corruptors, which he's been trying to avoid doing, he wouldn't have had so many deaths. He would have handled the battle cruisers better. But of course,
it's hard,
man.
It's very hard as a Zerg player to decide how many corruptors that you want to build at the start, because you don't know if the Terran's going to keep building them. A lot of Terrans will just do one. A decent number of Terrans will go to 3. Like very few Terrans go more than 3 battle cruisers, though.
I feel like if you see Yamato that early, you know there's going to be an investment in the game, though. Like, no one goes Yamato quick and builds like 2 BCs and stops.
That's fair. That's fair.
Regardless of the read or not, and I fully believe Lambo probably, like, if you look back at this replay, he'd know exactly what to do to fix it. Oh, he takes the planetary down on the right side. Okay, small wins. But again, for me, I'm just screaming eternally because, like, I love Lings, I love Banelings, I love Roaches, but only Pathogen Glands starts at 18 minutes and 23 seconds. That's way too late in the game for Pathogen Glands, Nate.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of realized now, he's like, oh, well, if I had fungled this army once or twice, it probably wouldn't have, kept him about, looks like, is that 15,000 resources lost ahead right now for Maru?
I don't know. You can read it. I don't need to. Shut up.
Well, I can't read, Graham. I went to school in Pennsylvania. That's why I asked you. So rude. God.
Well, how did you go to school, though? It's all closed right now.
That's true. That's true. That's partially why I can't read.
I hate being this guy. This is over, though. I can't see Lambo making this work. Too little supply, too little income, too little investors.
I think the fact that he did start Pathogen Glands really says everything. Is he's kind of realized now that would have helped a long time ago. And unfortunately, at this point, he doesn't have the money that the income he used to as the interior bases mine out. He just doesn't have the resources to keep throwing stuff at this army like he was before, which was the only thing that kept Maru away. It was just that he had so much to flood out, but he's out of money and out of time. GG, Maru takes it.
There's a sour look on my face because I feel like I'm sucking a lemon. I hate this so much.
That's okay. Lemons are great for you. I mean, the citric acid from that will actually kill a lot of the bacteria in your mouth and keep you from getting possible things like gingivitis, Same reason why you should eat oranges.
This puts us either out or like basically reliant upon like the Muslim beating Fear Dragon to even have a chance to get through. I mean, I don't want to count my boys out. I feel like there's a world where we could beat Roddy, but this puts us in a really bad spot. This is actually worst case scenario. If you had beat Fear Dragon, I would have been in a much better spot, but you had to go and lose to Fear Dragon and then beat my ass.
Well, Maynard was supposed to win his match. If Maynard had won his match, then I don't even know if I had, like, I could have theoretically still gotten in without winning my last 2 matches. I needed between you and Zombie Grub and Fear Dragon to only win one of your matches each today, I think, was what I needed if I wasn't going to be able to win any of mine. But thankfully, that's not the problem anymore.
This still does play the 4th match, folks. So I've lost. It sucks. We at least get 1 win here, I think. I'm going to assume. I don't know. It's Rogue versus Supernova. If Rogue loses to Supernova, I actually give up. This guy's in the GSL finals, and if he loses to Supernova, man.
Yeah, no, you're right. This should be a pretty easy dunk for you.
You know what's cuckoo bananas though is I have watched within, like, we're talking in the realm of 2020. I've watched Supernova beat like Zest and a couple other people, so I know that he can punch up. But please God, don't let him punch
almost
up.
Every known pro on his stream too. He wins random games against everybody.
Yeah, he's actually got really good smack talk too. I remember when he was playing against Zest in particular, he was like, "Oh, how'd you lose to a streamer, Zest?" or something. I was like, "Damn, dude, that's rough."
People who are fans of Supernova know the truth, and everybody who doesn't complains on Twitter instead about it.
Take it away, Nate.
Spawning in the top left position as the teal tank top Terran, he is Supernova.
I tell Buddy just spit fire for one last time today, bud.
Can he be stopped? Nope, I thought not. There may be no land, but this boy is a hotspot. He's just as tough as the leather he's rocking. Y'all better hide when Rogue comes knocking.
Nice. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little salty. I'm feeling very morose. Because I guess at the end of the day, if we still need a win here, because it could come down to maybe like a tie and like map score and all these other things. I don't know. I know that we need the win though, regardless if the series is over. So I'm still very much rooting for Rogue to take this. But yeah, as far as people asking, am I out and stuff, I don't actually know. I think there's like a world where if we beat Roddy, we probably aren't gonna make it. I want to believe we can beat Roddy. The fact that Clem took down Cyril, the fact that we won versus Pig makes me actually believe we could possibly take on Roddy's team. But Rotterdam seems the last team left for my team at this point. It's going to be tough. That is the most uphill battle ever.
Yeah, well, I think everybody knew between the guys that they picked up that they were always going to be an extremely, extremely powerful combination, extremely powerful team setup. But everybody else has rallied well enough, and I think based on the upsets that we have seen, I do think anything is possible going into the playoff bracket. We're gonna have some serious shenaniganery ready.
I wasn't sure if this was gonna happen. I wanted to check on it. I just refreshed, okay, Liquipedia, and when we win, it takes like 7 hours to update our win. They've already updated our loss. That took like what, 10 seconds? Getting BM'd by Liquipedia, Nate.
It's okay. It's okay, Graham. You and I are two people who know our place in this society of StarCraft memers. It's okay. It's okay. The real reason why the results got updated so fast is because someone thought Maru was about to lose another game to a non-Korean and really wanted to get those Aligulite stacks plummeting as fast as they could to justify their hatred of him. with all the washed up comments that keep coming in.
So I'm actually curious. I don't know if Wardy can comment on this or if it's too much to explain on the cast, but assuming in a world where I beat Rotterdam, that would put me 4-4 in score, where I would tie with Nate. So what would the tiebreaker be? Is that maps?
Well, I think it goes to maps, and if it's maps, then I think it goes head to head.
Interesting. So okay.
Wardy just said maps, but he didn't go past that, so I don't know 100%.
Yeah. Well. So he's saying maps head to head and then round robin. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to sit on that obviously until we.
So this map does matter for me then. This map is important for me.
Yeah, it's important for both of us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's okay because I don't think you're going to beat Rotterdam. I don't mean to, I'll be honest and realistic, and I'll say that I do think there's a higher chance that I actually think there's a higher chance Supernova beats Rogue here than you beating Rotterdam's team. So I'm feeling pretty confident about that.
Well, I'll revisit that in a week and either be
we'll see. I'll tune in. I'll tune in. I'll be right there cheering against you in case you knock me out of the top 6. I don't want to get eliminated.
This is interesting, actually. Rogue went Overlord Speed versus Uthermal earlier today, and obviously we saw how that went. But I've just been noting that he's been doing Overlord Speed a lot quicker, more consistently, and I'm a big fan of this, actually, across any Zerg, whether it's Rogue or whoever.
The best Zergs in the world pretty much do it every single game.
Right, exactly. Scouting is so valuable.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100% agree on that. The meme interview with DRG about copying Cyril's stuff or whatever, I'm like, no, it's just the most real stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, if the players who are consistently dominating, even if they mechanically can't always keep up at like at the same level where they're literally untouchable or with lag, it still says a lot that Cyril and I believe as well pretty often Raynor go for Overlord Speed very early on. Like, there's a lot of benefit. There's clearly a lot of benefits to it. Whether people can like quantify it into an actual like, whoa, they get this from doing it. Like, it obviously is something that is good if all these players are doing it,
So I'm also taken aback by this. The fact that there's Banshee's coming out. Cloak Banshee's fine. Cloak Banshee Hellions fine. It's not Battlecruiser and it's Supernova.
I like it though. What better game, like what better opportunity would you take to just slam roaches and lings into somebody than when they try to do like a double battlecruiser rush and have nothing to deal with a ground attack, right? Instead, he's opted for a composition that actually really allows him to put a lot of pressure on between the Banshees and the Hellions if there's not an Overseer there or a Spore Crawler at the front. So I don't mind it at all. And when he gets into the battle mech phase, he's going to have a lot of Hellions to back up his army. The Banshee's going to go around the southwest with the Hellions again.
I'm wondering, this faster Spire, like this is part of Zerg just loving mutas, but I have to wonder, like a part of me has to wonder if he's thinking like, oh, I better get this for Corruptors because it's Supernova and Supernova only knows how to make battlecruisers.
Well, I mean, it's meta to get the Spire though for other reasons too. Like, it's not just that the Spire can deal with battlecruisers. So the Spire does kind of erase many options for, like, you can't have Hellions running around on the map if the mutas are being actively controlled in front of you. Did you see he just pooped creep with the Overlord in his main? He can't build add-ons with his factories because of the Overlord.
Oh, that's amazing.
He blocked it.
I didn't catch that initially, but the factory's flying, so I believe it. I do. Oh, the Hellbat attack. Oh, it's hitting before there's any mutas. Roaches are here.
It's actually a lot of Hellbats.
Please, God, Rogue, don't die to this. Please, cancel the base. It's a 4th. You don't need it this early.
Send the Banshees into the main Kappa. There's way too many. There's 2 spores in the main. Yeah, well, if you think about it, he kind of psyched himself out a little bit there then by building so many spore crawlers. He has 2 spores per base because he was scared of battlecruisers.
Well, I like that this didn't kill him, and I like that at least he didn't overreact to a problem that didn't exist, but it's very clear that he was worried about what Supernova was going to bring. And I think that that's respectable because, again, I'm like, outside the team league, outside of saying F you Nathanias, I like Supernova a lot, and I was actually super behind Nate taking that pick. So the fact that Rogue is respecting the build, like respecting the player enough to know what he's going for, with those, like the double sport tells me that he took he took it seriously. He wasn't just
Rogue
like,
is smart enough to know.
Supernova.
Yeah, Rogue's smart enough to know if he underestimates Supernova, he can lose to him. So it's very important. That's why you build all those spores. Someone could be like, well, why would you do that? He didn't even go BCs, and be like, well, anyway. Maybe this could just be it, by the way. The roaches and the mutas are coming in together. Do we have enough turrets to defend this?
I don't think there's enough anti-air. There's a Thor coming out, but I was gonna say, I like that you're justifying the spore crawler usage because I imagine like somehow it justifies your over turret usage.
Oh, well, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. If the one thing that your opponent is good at, if the one thing your opponent is good at is using battle cruisers, and you're better than him at everything else, why not double down on the anti-BC just so you don't lose to the one thing he's good at?
Yeah, dude. Sure. That's why you also build like 8 missile turrets, so like other air doesn't affect you and your matchup. I get it.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah.
I see the train of thought.
People who think missile turrets are bad are idiots. Missile turrets are incredible.
Dude, missile turrets with building armor are so good, though. Honestly.
Missile turrets with early attack range against these types of builds are weirdly good.
Oh,
But-
the missile turret is. Ooh, it's gonna go down.
Well, Big
Come
Daddy
on!
Thor is trying to save the day,
There it
but
is.
everything else died, so I'm not sure
Yeah.
it matters.
Yeah, 53 SCVs. Okay, well, look, I'm just gonna call it. Like, this is over. Like,
No, this is super. It's super over.
Supernova's super over.
Supernova's super over. I don't know. I don't think we can anagram it, but you know, Thor's splash, quote unquote, is
Yeah, does it even
0.5.
exist? Yeah,
The
you have to
size
be
of the
stacked
Thor
up.
splash is half the size of a Muta. Just so everybody is very clear on that.
Pretty
One
awful.
Thor is not going to save the day against this.
Pretty
He's
awful.
super dead. He's super dead.
Well,
Of course,
I'll take
Thors are good. You just need a lot of them. He didn't have a lot, so.
I'll take the map score. It's a small consolation prize, but maybe it'll be valuable in a week.
I flip a coin to you, Monsieur Rifkin.
Well, rough day for me. I'm gonna be honest with that loss. I was pretty stoked to get the win versus Zombie Grub, though. It is what it is. We'll see how things play out next week. We got one last day of group play before the playoffs.
If it's possible for you to get in without knocking me out, then I wish you the best of luck. If not, then I hope you lose painfully and horribly. And,
Oh, yeah, of course.
You know,
Yep.
standard.
Yep,
The
understandable.
last day of group matches, though, I think this is what they're going to tell us to talk about next. It's going to be on August 14th, if the schedule that I'm looking at is correct. So that's going to be the end of it all, the complete setup of everything for the playoff bracket. It's not the end of the tournament. Top 6 teams will advance to the playoff bracket, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated. But the tank toppers are done for now, and I'm gonna have to do some number crunching to determine where things stand for us. But I think we are needing 1 or 2 losses from certain teams in that final day that I do think we will get. You got any last words, Gran Marino?
Not really. I just hope we beat Rotterdam and Fear Dragon loses to the Muslim. That's all I got.
All right. Well, hopefully that happens for you without getting me eliminated. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. You can set that reminder, like I said, August 14th, where we wrap up the round robin for the StarCraft 2 War Chest Team League. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. We'll see you next time.